Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the 6th part of What If Deku and Others React to For Want of a Nail. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Now playing Shadows. The horror movie hero's rumors, I just wish Katsuki would leave me alone. Izuku groaned as Hitoshi helped him bandage yet another burn. It's like the more I work on stealth, the more he thinks I'm just ignoring him or looking down on him. I can avoid him for a while, but I get worse. Bakugo mumbles. He gets worse. Kirishima corrects. But that just makes it worse when he finally catches you. Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, my bullies are the same way. I wonder. Izuku looked up. Do you have a way to stop it? Hitoshi shrugged. Maybe. Remember when we first met and all my bullies thought you were some kind of villain backup coming to help me? Izuku nodded. It made them run away. Izuku smiles as Shinso smirks. And they stopped bothering me at school for a few weeks. Hitoshi added. So, what would happen if we do that again? But, like intentionally this time. I tell my bullies you're scarier than I am and you tell yours that I'm scarier than you are, so they leave us both alone so the other one doesn't get angry or whatever. Think that would work? Maybe not on Kaken, but it's still worth it to get rid of everyone else. Izuku muttered thoughtfully. If we can start the right rumors. Hitoshi smiled. Then maybe we can finally get some peace. I can get behind this. Aizawa uses a frightening grin. Toshinori had had nightmares like this. Him, sitting in the principal's office like a scolded child while Gran Torino had tea with Nezu. He shivered. At least they weren't training. Gran didn't seem that bad when we met in Hosu. Todoroki mentions. We were injured at the time. Ida reminds. That, and me and All Might needed different training. Izuku dismisses. You only trained with him a week, Karo. Tsu points out. No, it was probably more like 2 or 3 days because of the stain thing. Uraraka corrects. I agree with you that waiting until the entrance exam is risky. Nezu said. But receiving one for all too early also has its own risks. Oh yeah. Gran Torino shrugged. It's a centuries-old quirk with way too much power for a single person. That's a no-brainer. Toshinori cleared his throat. I was having her wait until she was going to enter UA not only to give her time to gain enough muscle but also because she'd be able to freely access UA's resources, for example, Recovery Girl if she did get injured. You rely on me far too much, Recovery Girl scolded. Gran Torino gave him a withering look. You can just call her, you know. Well yes. Toshinori blushed. But it would take time to get to her and in the case of a critical injury, it would be safest for the majority of quirk training to happen on UA grounds, where Recovery Girl's services would be immediately available. Nezu nodded. If that is a major concern, then I believe that I might have a solution. We have a training exercise coming up where we will be pitting our students against civilians acting as villains. This gives them an opportunity to test their abilities against a wide variety of skill sets and allows them to see what fighting actual villains will be like on a daily basis since most of the individuals they fight will not be class threats. We have a third party coming in as the civilians, however. If your successor were to participate as a villain, it would give her the chance to get to know one for all in an environment where medical services are readily available, as well as Eraserhead, just in case we need to cancel the quirk in the case of an emergency. How does that sound? You're gonna join us in terrorizing our would-be senpai. Shinso drawls at Jiro. The girl smirks at him, looking forward to it. It sounds perfect, Gran Torino exclaimed. Why didn't you lead with that? Toshinori sighed. I still think it would be better to wait, but if you both think it's a good idea then, well, I suppose that it's the best course of action. I just want her to have the best chance at success we can give her. Perfect, Nezu said. Then I'll draft the necessary paperwork for you to give to her. This is going to be so exciting, at least you know to take advice when it's given to you. Aizawa sighs. Sometimes. All Might admits. Izuku glanced over to make sure Katsuki was watching as he waved goodbye to Hitoshi. See you later, yeah, sure. Hitoshi lowered his voice. You sure you want to do this? Izuku said firmly. He needs to know you're dangerous. And so it begins. Shinso smirks. Hitoshi nodded and took control as he walked away. Izuku's brain fogged over and he lost control of his body, but he could still remember the plan. Seeing him like this would make Katsuki angry because he'd automatically assume that Izuku was ignoring him, not that he was brainwashed. He'd hit Izuku like he always did, which would break the brainwashing, and from there it was just making sure he came to the right conclusions. Simple. He'll fall for it. Bakugo sighs. Oi Deku, who the hell was that? Katsuki came storming up to him, just like Izuku knew he would, his lackeys trailing a few feet behind. Well, who was that purple-eye bag idiot? Izuku didn't respond. Are you ignoring me? Katsuki looked like he was about to burst a BLD vessel. I'm right here, you DMN nerd, answer me, who was that? Again, Izuku said nothing, obviously because he couldn't, and Katsuki did exactly what he wanted him to. He punched him right in the face. Ouch, stop ignoring me, Katsuki yelled. You idiot, when I ask a question, you answer, got it. Izuku sniffled. Thank you, Kaken. Katsuki stopped. What? Ashido snorts, he's so confused. He just got thanked for punching someone, he gets a pass. Shiro chuckles. Well, Shinso forgot to deactivate his quirk when he left, so I couldn't actually respond to anything. Izuku rambled. He's got this super awesome brainwashing quirk and it's really cool. Katsuki's lackeys looked absolutely horrified and Izuku fought to keep a smile off his face. It wouldn't be long before the entire school knew about the quirkless kid's villain friend who would brainwash them into SBMSN if they made one wrong move. Now, it was just making sure Katsuki believed that Izuku wasn't ignoring him intentionally. This is so fun. Dabi chuckles. He's back. Toga cheers. Excuse me for having my tragic backstory blasted on screen. Dabi snarks. Won't be the last. Twice waves him off. Can't wait. But, well, Izuku continued, it's just that sometimes we're experimenting with his quirk and he just forgets to deactivate it, and so if it looks like I'm ignoring you, I'm really not, I just might not be able to respond. I'm sorry, Kaken, I really am. There was a long moment before Katsuki scoffed. Of course, you'd be too weak to save yourself from some extras quirk, Deku. Of course, only a brainwasher would hang out with a useless Deku like you. Oh. Uraraka growls. He stalked away, his lackeys following with one last glance over their shoulders, and Izuku melted in relief. You can come out now, they're gone. Hitoshi rounded the corner, glaring in the direction Katsuki had walked. Are you sure you don't want me to brainwash him into doing something embarrassing? Maybe I should look into that for a special episode. Headcase mumbled not quietly enough not to be heard. Izuku shook his head. The important thing is that he leaves me alone, and now that we've thrown some doubt onto his theory that I'm intentionally ignoring him, it'll be a while before he finds something else to be mad at. Thank you so much, Hitoshi. Hitoshi shrugged. It's whatever. Do you have the notebook I asked for? Izuku nodded and dug around in his backpack before handing it to him. This will be enough, right? Hitoshi smirked as he flipped through the pages. Oh, this will be more than enough. This is gonna be great. Something tells me that notebook is more Mastermind than it is Deku. Hagakure mentions. That's the point. Ajuru chuckles. Hitoshi usually didn't intentionally go where his bullies hung out, but today was an exception. He had the notebook bent and stuffed into his pocket, ready to fall out the minute things got physical. Now to get his bullies to take the bait. Won't be strong. Toga chuckles darkly. Hey, villain, get out of here. Hitoshi bit back a smile as his bullies saw him. He just continued on like he didn't hear him, but he was walking slowly enough it didn't take much time for them to catch up. What are you doing here, brainwasher? The ringleader spat. Are you looking for a beating? Bouffon grossier. Lima pouts. Hitoshi just looked at the floor and kept walking until the ringleader shoved him, making him stumble just strong enough to knock Izuku's notebook to the floor. Bingo. He was shoved against the wall as the ringleader kept shouting some nonsense or other at him, but that wasn't the guy he was most interested in. No, that was the one who had just picked up the notebook and was flipping through it, mild terror growing more intense with every page. Guys, I think you need to see this. Ha, I'm in danger. Kaminari throws his voice higher. Ashido and Shiro immediately start cracking up while Bakugo rolls his eyes. The ringleader let go of Hitoshi as the whole group huddled around the notebook. What the FCK? Is this about us? Did you make this UDMN villain? Hitoshi answered honestly. My friend Midoriya did. I didn't tell him that much about you, but he managed to find out where I lived after only meeting me once, so I'm sure there's more in there. I haven't read it yet, sorry. When he puts it that way, Monoma chuckles. The ringleader's eyes widened and he shoved the notebook at one of the other bullies. You've got a fire quirk. Burn it. He turned to Hitoshi. You keep that freak away from us, you hear? I'm sorry, Hitoshi said with false sincerity, but I can't control him. This is rich. Dabi chuckles. The ringleader went pale. You bet you're a brainwasher, you can't. Hitoshi shrugged. I don't want to get on his bad side, and I'm sure you don't either. Well, see you at school. He walked away as the bullies trembled behind him and couldn't hold back a small smile. School was going to be a lot more enjoyable after this. Savage Jiro cheers. I don't normally endorse the suffering of others, but I think I'll make an exception. Momo smiles. I second that notion. Hagakure agrees. Remind me not to get on your bad side. Ajuru jokes. Oh, the next one's starting. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. All Might. Toshinori didn't know what to think. When he'd first seen a little boy with green hair in the first-year hero class, he hadn't thought much of it. The boy was familiar, but he'd been so busy training young Tagata in the last few months that he was having trouble placing him. Toshinori's first thought was that the boy must be a fan or something, someone he had run into at a convention or autograph signing. It would be odd that he'd remember a face from something like that, but it would explain the uncomfortable feeling of recognition that he felt. If that was all it was, I'd understand forgetting him. Midnight sighs. But there was a problem. The boy didn't act like a fan. Someone who Toshinori would have run into at a convention would most likely be ecstatic to see him as their teacher, smiling brightly or even asking for an autograph like the other students. Instead, this boy frowned and tried strong not to catch his eye, practically running from the room the moment Toshinori told them to go get dressed. I wonder why. Shinso drawls. Then came the battle exercise. Honestly, Toshinori hadn't thought much of having the boy, Midoriya he'd learned, go first. It was just the luck of the draw, but he hoped that maybe seeing the boy fight would help him figure out where he recognized him from. Watching Midoriya fight the boy with the explosion quirk, Bakugo, was concerning. All Might listened to their conversation through the radios he had given them and didn't like what he heard. The two seemed to know each other but weren't friends if the intense way they attacked one another was any indication. And then Bakugo had let slip that Midoriya was quirkless and suddenly it's CL-Ked. That's what it takes. Dabi scoffs. Is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? He looked different from the scrawny kid that had clung onto his leg almost a year ago. He had filled out, for one thing, and for another, he carried himself with much more confidence than he had a year ago, but he was undeniably the same boy Toshinori had almost considered giving one for all to. The one he did in our world. Uraraka says with pride, bumping her shoulder into Izuku. Toshinori had almost stopped the fight right then. He remembered how it had felt to be quirkless. Excuse me. He was quirkless too. Seriously. The room turns to All Might. The skeletal man sighs. Yes, I was quirkless too. Though just because I couldn't make it as a quirkless hero didn't mean no one else could. He smiled as he looked at his successor. That's obvious now. Izuku beams, and as the crowd looks between the two, they can't help but join them before returning to the story. To not be able to do anything because he didn't have any power. Someone without a quirk couldn't dream of facing down such a powerful opponent, but the boy had already done the smart thing and run away. Hopefully, he'd have the sense to stay away from the fight and leave the fighting to those who were actually capable of fighting back. Way to ruin the moment. Jiro scoffed at the screen. But then Bakugo had cornered him and unleashed an explosion against Toshinori's protests. He felt his heart sink when the smoke cleared and there was no sign of Midoriya on the cameras. This was why it was too dangerous for someone like him to try to be a hero. What had Nedza been thinking, letting him into the hero course? A quirk does not determine one's potential. Nedza comments with a sharp grin. Midoriya had reappeared, injured but alive, and taken Bakugo down quickly and effectively, although Toshinori wondered just how he'd gotten permission to use a gun. It wasn't long after that he was able to execute a winning strategy with Uraraka to take down Ida and recover the bomb. The class had even been a 50-50th split on who the MVP had been, Midoriya or Ida. It was an honor to win MVP that day. Ida smiles. You earned it. Izuku grins while Uraraka nods along. So, in short, Toshinori didn't know what to think. On the one hand, Midoriya had won and Toshinori remembered from his notebook that the boy was intelligent, but at the end of the day he was still quirkless, which would always be an insurmountable liability in the field. Surely the other teachers would see it that way too. No, we won't. Ectoplasm disagrees. In fact, we'll be upset by the suggestion. Cementos informs. All the teachers were gathered in the teacher's lounge to celebrate a successful first day. Power Loader had told him that it was a tradition to come together and talk about their students, making predictions for the upcoming year, and Midnight had even brought a bottle of wine which was being distributed liberally. Nedzu and Aizawa had said they were going to be late, something about taking care of an issue with one of the new students, so Toshinori decided he'd wait until they arrived to breach the subject of young Midoriya. Or you could keep your opinions to yourself. All Might suggests. Yep, Midnight laughed. I'm pretty certain the second years hate me right now. I assigned them to find a piece of pre-quirk hero art and write an essay comparing it to a more modern piece. I'm sure they'll love it after it's done, but you should have seen some of the looks they gave me. Happens every year. Power Loader sighed. At least you didn't have one of your first years blow something up on the first day. We weren't even supposed to be making anything today. I don't even know how she managed it. Talent. May smirks. The door opened and Nedzu and Aizawa walked in. Toshinori thought Aizawa looked a little more tired than usual, but he hadn't known the man very long, so he wasn't really sure. What could have exhausted him that much on the first day? It's the first day. Aizawa deadpants. So what did you guys have to take care of? Mike yelled from the couch. Don't tell me you expelled a student already. Aizawa sighed. I wish. He sat down and accepted the glass of wine Midnight offered him. One of my students is the kid that's been bullying Deku for most of his life. Toshinori thought the name Deku sounded somewhat familiar. Wasn't that what Bakugo had called Midoriya? Wasn't it also the name of some underground analyst Tagata and Night Eye were working with? What a coincidence. It didn't seem like a very common name. Many facepalms were heard. What? Midnight's jaw dropped. And you didn't expel him? Nedzu clapped his hands together. Deku insisted we give him a chance to clean up his act before kicking him out, and I was inclined to agree. We've made therapy a mandatory requirement for his continued enrollment here. He looked at Hound Dog. I hope it will be okay that we've made him bi-weekly appointments with you. Hound Dog nodded. Sounds good. Talking to these kids is my job after all. And I do it proudly. Hound Dog agrees. Perfect. Nedzu smiled. Now that that's out of the way, does anyone have any good stories to share? Toshinori was silent for a moment as he debated how to broach the subject of the dangers of having a quirkless student, and Power Loader had already launched into a story before he'd figured out what to say. Power Loader talked about his hyper student who had somehow managed to cause an explosion with a paperclip, a vial of salt water, and a pack of matches. She just laughed and said explosions were vital for progress. I swear I can already feel my hair turning gray. Sorry, not sorry, May cackled. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. He knew Power Loader was secretly proud. It happened every year. A student would come along, blowing things up left and right, and inevitably they'd end up at the top of their class. Power Loader had even once joked the bigger their explosion, the bigger their potential. Shoyuta didn't understand it himself, but then again he didn't know anything about support items, so he supposed it must make sense to someone in the thick of things. May is practically vibrating in her seat. When Power Loader had finished, Midnight laughed and turned to All Might. What about you, All Might? Any students catch your eye? All Might coughed up a little BLD in surprise at being addressed directly and sat frozen for a minute. I have some concerns, he said slowly. No, don't say it. Yagi begs. Gran pats his arm. Nedzu set down his teacup. And what would those be? One of the students in the hero course is quirkless. The room went silent. Awkward. Kaminari coughed. And that is a problem because... Shoyuta knew he sounded angry, but this was his student All Might was talking about. Had he even seen Deku completely annihilate his opponents in the combat exercise? Or had he written him off completely as soon as he learned he was quirkless? Beware the Dadzawa. Hagakure whispers, making Ajiru snort. All Might looked at him incredulously. It's incredibly dangerous. The student almost died because he was put in a combat situation with quirked students. He almost died because his bully was led into UA. Wait. Mike held up a hand. Are we talking about Deku? Of course we're talking about Deku. Who else is quirkless here at UA? Shoyuta was practically yelling. Deku hadn't asked to be viciously attacked, yet here All Might was acting like it was all his fault. Idiot. Aizawa growls. Agreed. Yagi sighs. The fault for today's incident, All Might, lies only with the student that attacked him with excessive force. Nedzu said calmly. And that student has already been disciplined. It won't happen again. How do you know that? All Might turned to the principal. Every time he is in a fight he'll be outmatched. It's dangerous and unfair, to both young Midoriya and those training to be heroes. That's no different than the rest of us. Kirishima frowns. Yeah, danger is kind of what we signed up for. Kaminari huffs. Don't talk as if Deku is somehow less than the other students. Aizawa growled. He has more potential for heroics than most first years I've taught, and he definitely has more than the student who attacked him. Bakugo winces. Enough. Mike used his quirk to be heard above the bickering heroes. Shoyuta glared at All Might, who was glaring back. What makes you so concerned about Deku becoming a hero, All Might? All Might looked between the teachers like he couldn't believe he had to explain something so obvious. Quirkless people can't be heroes. They've never been able to. It's not their place. Their place. Hell, the FCK. No god, this is pissing me off. Are you even hearing yourself right now? Shoyuta said, how can you be so prejudiced? A few decades ago they said animals couldn't be heroes either, but I don't hear you speaking out against the principal. All Might crossed his arms. Well, what are you basing your opinion off of? It sounds to me like you just want to be inclusive, even if it puts Midoriya and the other students at risk. That's not kindness, that's stupidity. That's rich coming from you. Mirko snaps. Oh, that's rich coming from you. Hawks tries not to laugh. Now, Aizawa. Nedzu said. All Might raises a valid point. If Deku had not shown potential for heroics, we would not have let him in. Maybe you can explain to All Might why Deku is a good fit for the hero course. Shoyuta laughed humorlessly. Where do I start? Maybe the fact that he can break down and figure out how to counter a quirk within seconds. Or the fact that he already has his gun license due to all the hours of training he's spent with firearms. Training that, need I remind you, somehow wasn't required for Bakugo's gauntlets. Or, I don't know, maybe the fact that Deku convinced the entire underground he was a goddamn retired pro for 7 months until we finally met him. Is any of that good enough for you? Please listen. All Might sighs. Oh, I agree with you that he's intelligent. All Might said, but that doesn't mean he shouldn't stay behind the scenes where he'll be safe. And if you direct your attention to the teachers section you'll see All Might burying his head in his hands in secondhand shame. Ashido says dramatically. Safe but Shoyuta yelled. Being a hero is dangerous for anyone, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. You should know that better than anyone. I do know that better than anyone. All Might said. That's exactly why I'm so against this. If even someone with a powerful quirk like mine can be injured so badly in the line of duty, a quirkless kid wouldn't last a day. Then there wouldn't be any heroes by that logic. Kendo hums. All Might apparently hadn't realized he'd powered up his muscle form until Shoyuta cancelled his quirk and he deflated. Shoyuta smirked at the confused look on the idiot's face. That never gets old. Mike chuckles. A loud rattle of china interrupted them, and they both turned to look at Nedzu, who had slammed his teacup down on the saucer. That is quite enough of that. He said, All Might, Deku has been accepted to the hero course and nothing you say is going to change that fact. This is not an inclusion initiative, but rather the simple fact that if I did not believe he could become a hero, I would not have let him in. Aizawa, he turned to Shoyuta, I understand that you are upset, but you need to control yourself as well. The last thing UA needs is infighting among its teachers. Upset Nedzu is scarier than normal Nedzu. Kaminari shivers. Shoyuta took a deep breath and sat down as All Might did the same. He glared at All Might, who scowled back at him, and Shoyuta looked away. He could keep things civil. I wish the kid had taken my advice. All Might grumbled and Shoyuta felt ice in his veins. Oh God, stop taking. Tsukachi begs. And what advice would that be? All Might looked up in surprise. Apparently, he hadn't planned on being hurt. He glanced between Nedzu and Shoyuta, but it seemed Nedzu was also curious since he made no move to stop the conversation. All Might cleared his throat. I actually met young Midoriya for the first time almost a year ago. He stopped me after I saved him from a villain and asked me if he could be a hero. And what did you tell him? Shoyuta knew he wasn't imagining the hint of horror in Midnight's voice, but All Might didn't seem to notice. Idiot. Shinso growls. I told him it was impossible, of course. All Might said innocently. It would have been cruel to say anything else. I encouraged him to try to be a doctor or police officer if he was really being honest about wanting to help people. Shoyuta stood up and walked out of the room. He didn't need the murder of the #1 hero on his resume. Toshinori watched Aizawa storm out of the room and shook his head. Aizawa would come around eventually. He turned back to his fellow teachers, who were staring at him with a mixture of anger, horror, and disgust, and he furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. What? A silence fell over the room as headaches are soothed from such a disaster. It doesn't take long for the next chapter to start. Now playing Mastermind. Strategist for hire. All for one. How will you all handle him without me? All Might worries. We'll have to wait and see. Nedza sighs. Okay, I hate to be the one to say it, but I'm just gonna come right out and ask. Yamada said, is there a possibility Todoroki was taken because the league thought he had one for all? Nedza shook his head. They shouldn't have. That's why we went on with the sports festival like we did, despite All Might's death. All the students' quirks were on display, and none of them were similar to All Might's. A better reason than our world. Aizawa sighs. That being said, Tsukachi said, we are fairly confident that All for One is behind the League of Villains. The existence of the Nomus confirms that much. So what are we supposed to do? Midnight asked. We can't just leave him alone, not if he's going to go after our students. Do we even have a choice? Snipe asked. If All for One is really as strong as All Might was at his prime, then how are we supposed to counter that? If his quirk is what makes him so strong, Aizawa said darkly, then we'll just have to take it away. Go Sensei. Hagakure cheers. The teachers looked at each other and nodded. They would take down this villain no matter how strong he was. They owed it to Todoroki. Todoroki winces. They are not going to react well when they find out. Shudo sat unbound at the bar, watching with a mixture of amusement and horror as Dabi tried to hit an increasingly enraged Shigaraki with peanuts. Toga was sitting beside him, cheering Dabi on as one of Twice's personalities did the same, and the other pleaded for him to stop annoying Shigaraki for all of their sakes. Kurojiri simply shook his head fondly and continued cleaning glasses. Already there was more love and camaraderie in this group than Shudo had ever felt at home, and he wasn't quite sure how to deal with that. That's sad. Uraraka worries. I don't have that problem anymore. Todoroki assures with the smallest hint of a smile. So, Todoroki, I see you made the right decision. Shudo looked up in shock to see a smiling Midoriya sitting in the window. Midoriya? What are you doing here? Snortwell, you see, here we go. Toga almost knocked him over as she ran past him and threw her arms around Midoriya, who hugged her back without hesitation. Mine-chan, you're back, Mastermind. Kurojiri said, it's a pleasure, as always. May I get you a drink? Shudo's eyes widened. Midoriya was Mastermind. He looked over to see Midoriya shaking his head. I'm afraid I'm here on business this time, not pleasure. Then get to the point, Shigaraki grumbled. Midoriya had finally untangled himself from Toga's arms and he sighed. I just thought you guys might like to know that the heroes and police are gathering outside. It looks like they're planning a raid to come to rescue Todoroki. He looked at Shudo and gave him a knowing smile. Too bad they're a little too late for that. That's right. Dabi grins. Shigaraki scratched his neck. Annoying heroes, how did they find us? Cheaters now, Tamura. Shudo flinched as an unfamiliar voice came from the television. It does not matter how they knew where to find you. All that matters now is that Mastermind was kind enough to tell us of their plans. How long do you think we have before they strike? Midoriya shrugged. An hour at the most. If I were them, I'd likely use the planned press conference as a cover. Seems obvious now. Shigaraki grumbles. Might I suggest retreating? Kurojiri said calmly. We have other properties that the heroes will not have discovered, and Mastermind has given us more than enough time to clear out this location. Shigaraki stopped scratching. I guess you're right, Kurojiri. Come on guys, grab your stuff and let's go. Kurojiri was already busy warping away his vast stores of alcohol as many of the others left to go pack. Shudo himself didn't have anything to do, seeing as they didn't bother to grab any of his things when they kidnapped him. He turned his attention to Midoriya, who was wearing what he now recognized as Mastermind's villain costume. but with the hood and mask down. Are you a member of the league? Not quite. Izuku shrugs. Midoriya laughed and shook his head. No, I've found I work best if I don't tie myself down to any one group. But I've done a few jobs for the league now, and I like working with you guys. Shudo started when Midoriya referred to him as part of the league. When he'd agreed to become a villain with his brother, joining the league hadn't really been on his mind, but suppose that was what he'd done, wasn't it? It was weird being referred to as part of a group like he'd finally found a place to belong. He shook his head. We are doing so many kid things when we get back. Kaminari claims. But with Todoroki this time. Zero agrees. But you showed up in person for the USJ attack. Why go that far if you weren't a member? Midoriya's face soured. Killing All Might was personal. Shudo waited for him to continue, but it appeared he'd said all he was going to say on that subject, so Shudo asked another question. Then, why are you helping us now? From what the news has said about Mastermind, you mostly wait for people to hire you, but don't care what they get up to when they aren't consulting with you. Probably for you. Izuku murmurs. Midoriya smiled softly. I see a lot of myself in you, Todoroki. I was abused for years by the person who was supposed to be my hero while the people who were supposed to protect me turned a blind eye. No one ever saved me, not because they couldn't, but because no one ever wanted to. Ever since I turned to villainy, I've been happier than I ever was before, and I want the same thing for you. I just couldn't let you go back to living in hell, not when I had the power to get you out. Even as a villain you try to be a hero. Shinso sighs. Villains always try to justify their action, Karo. Tsu reminds. Shudo found himself blushing. No one had ever cared about his happiness before, certainly not his father. And yet, here Midoriya was, acting like Shudo's happiness was important enough to work for. Even back at the sports festival, before Shudo even considered becoming a villain, Midoriya was there, letting him know that he was more than his father's abuse. Wait, do my eyes deceive me? Ashido asks. Is Todoroki blushing? Zero grins. Meanwhile, oh no. Izuku groans while Todoroki deadpans. Todoroki, are you okay? Midoriya was looking at him with concern. Shudo. He replied before he could help himself, and he blushed a little more. I don't want to go by my father's name anymore. Sure. HeadcaseKiller teases. Izuku smiled and nodded his head in understanding, blushing a little himself. All right, Shudo. You can call me Izuku if you want. A ship has sailed. Ashido cheers. Can we not? Izuku begs. Sorry, Midoriya, we need something lighthearted to focus on, especially in this story. HeadcaseKiller doesn't seem sorry at all. Aizawa crouched on a rooftop halfway between the two raid locations. Vlad King and Principal Nedzu had just started the press conference, which meant that it was almost go time. Aizawa was just grateful that his quirk was part of the plan so he didn't have to deal with the vultures. He couldn't imagine the disaster it would have been if the villains had taken another student, say Bakugo. Aizawa shuddered. If they'd taken Bakugo, the school would have been blamed for broadcasting his violent behavior and UA would be in a lot of trouble. As it was, the blame was resting solely on the villains for now, but a press conference was still deemed necessary for this big of an incident. Instead, my father will get the blame. Todoroki seems conflicted. Once the other U debuts. Uraraka nods. How do you think you'll do it? Mayas. Well, Todoroki starts. Headcase interrupts. Let's have the story tell us. Right, of course. Todoroki agrees. A voice came over his earpiece. The Nomo factory has been secured. Thank you, best genist. Tsukachi's voice said, you and your team keep an eye out. The villains might try to recover them. Aizawa sighed, one down, one to go. If he had to guess where All for One would show his face, he would bet on the bar, since that's where they were keeping Todoroki and where most of the villains were located. That meant that the most difficult part of the mission was still to come. In the end, it won't matter. Aizawa sighs. Maybe not for Todoroki, but for everyone else. My comforts. Pizza Delvoy Edge Shot called out, then nodded to Gang Orca, who used a sonic attack to knock down the wall. Kamui Woods ran in after him, ready for his first major battle since he had been injured by Mastermind months ago. Oh good, you recovered. MT Lady beams at her colleague. All clear. What? Edge Shot unlocked the door and walked in. Where are they? The heroes looked around the room for a moment before seeing a yellow post-it note stuck to the counter. They crowded closer to read it. Just missed us. I bet that was mine-chan. Toga giggles. We have a problem. Aizawa frowned at Edgeshot's voice. They're not here. What do you mean they're not there? Endeavor growled. He had been sent to the Noma factory since his fire was one of the few things that could harm a Nomu, and they were concerned this whole thing might really be an elaborate trap for the #1 hero. A truly devious ploy if true. Tokoyami rumbles. I mean, the only sign anyone was ever here is a post-it note saying, "Just missed us," with a winky face. They obviously knew we were coming. Aizawa ignored Endeavor's frustrated rant. If the villains weren't at the bar, where were they? And how would they get Todoroki back? Unfortunately you won't. Momo sighs. Suddenly the radio went silent and there was an explosion in the distance. Genist, come in, what the hell is going on over there? Aizawa held his breath, but there wasn't an answer. The room is silent as tension rises. Aizawa, go help them. Aizawa ran as fast as he could to the Noma factory and almost jumped off a roof before he realized that the building that was supposed to be there wasn't anymore. I don't need your quirk, a voice was saying. It wouldn't pair well with Tamura's disposition. A grunt and Aizawa looked down to see Best Genus' eyes glaze over as a man in a black mask punched a hole through his gut. Endeavor was just starting to stand back up with rage in his eyes, while Tiger had been knocked unconscious by the blow. I never wanted to see this again. Koda whimpers. Tsukachi, Aizawa whispered into his radio, I have eyes on All for One. My apologies, heroes, All for One said, but I simply cannot allow you to take these Nomu. They are essential to young Tamura's success. Surrender, villain. Endeavor declared, you have nowhere to run. All for One chuckled. If I wanted to run, you wouldn't be able to stop me. I wouldn't make it easy. Endeavor growls. Endeavor shot a wave of fire at him, but All for One simply stepped aside and let the flames pass by him harmlessly. Endeavor growled. Flash fire fist jet burn. He used both hands to create a massive wave of flames. Air cannon plus spring-like limbs. All for One said calmly as a massive wave of wind blew the flames off course, sending them flying toward a bank of apartments that were engulfed within moments. If he wasn't a villain, I'd have so many ideas about combining quirks. Izuku whines. Screams sounded from the apartments and Aizawa swore, Tsukachi, get backdraft or someone over here. I can't intervene yet, not if we want to capture this BSTRD. I already called him, Tsukachi said, wait for backup and stick to the plan. Not being able to do something hurts so much. Midnight says through gritted teeth. All for One and Endeavor kept fighting, neither landing a hit on the other but increasing collateral damage with every attack. Flame Tornado, Endeavor yelled, jumping into the air and using his flames to propel him forward as he spun toward the villain. Air Cannon plus spring-like limbs, Kinetic Booster X4, Strength Enhancer X3. He seemed almost bored as his attack flung Endeavor straight through the nearby buildings. Already weakened from the fire, they started collapsing almost immediately. It was only by using his fire to melt through the rock that Endeavor managed to survive. He wasn't going to last much longer if this kept up. This is so much worse. Mike chokes out. Is everyone in position? Aizawa whispered impatiently and almost sighed with relief when a chorus of affirmatives came over the radio. Aizawa took off his goggles and set them on the roof. Power Loader had made him a special version of his hero costume just for this fight. It looked mostly like his standard one, except this one was made to withstand the heat of Endeavor's flames and had a hood and mask that he pulled up to protect his hair and face. Finally, he put on the new goggles, still painted gold, but this time fully enclosed with a mirror effect. A temperature regulator wrapped around his CST and he turned it on, shivering at the artificial cold. Two can make that. Mace stammers. After he finished adjusting his new suit, Aizawa took a deep breath and jumped off the building, landing in a roll. All for One and Endeavor were still exchanging blows as Aizawa crept closer. Despite the fact that he was in full view, All for One didn't seem to notice him, which was when Aizawa took note that his mask didn't have any eye holes. He must be using some sort of infrared heat vision to see, which made Aizawa almost invisible in the flames. All the better. Thank God. Jiro takes a shaky breath. The fight shifted and Endeavor caught sight of him, nodding silently and retreating a few steps to put some distance between himself and All for One. Aizawa ran to stand in between the two fighters so that he could see All for One but not Endeavor, and he activated his quirk. Now prominence burn a massive beam of fire shot past him, turning quickly from orange to blue, and Aizawa started sweating as the temperature regulator on his suit struggled to keep up. He held his quirk for as long as he could, but he had to blink eventually. Please be done. Shoji begs. Midnight he yelled above the noise of the flames, and Endeavor stopped his attack. Midnight quickly ran out from behind a building and cranked her quirk up to full force, completely shrouding the area in purple mist. Aizawa heard Endeavor fall to the ground behind him and saw All for One collapse in front of him, heavily burned, but not dead. As the gas took hold and the police surrounded the area, Aizawa finally closed his eyes. They did it, he got him, go sensei, it's over, meanwhile stop pouting. Dabi prods at Shigaraki. Never. The man responds. Hey, you never know, maybe Mine-chan will break him out. Toga cheers. Shigaraki perks up, maybe let's get on with it then. Let the heroes celebrate for a bit. It's not like we could stop them. Now playing Viridian. The green guide knowledge. Izuku was starting to wonder if maybe Eraserhead had been telling the truth when he said that he was smart. He had just been doing his assignments like he normally did, but because he could submit them multiple times, he decided that it would be best to submit the first time, get a preliminary score, and then correct what was wrong after, but there wasn't much to correct. When he was at Aldera, he'd been changing half his answers because he'd been convinced he couldn't be right, but either his online assignments were way easier than the stuff he'd been doing, or he needed to learn to trust himself more because he was consistently getting higher scores than he'd gotten since preschool in less than half the time. That's cause you're a genius. Kaminari cheers. His favorite class was his quirk theory elective. It was really easy since they were basically testing him on common sense, but they'd linked him to a lot of really cool articles that explained why quirks worked the way they did. Izuku had to keep himself from getting distracted and reading all the articles in the bibliographies of his assigned readings because he really couldn't afford to waste any time. He couldn't help it, it was interesting. You're having so much fun. Uraraka coos. It's quirks, Uraraka. Quirks, you know how I am with quirks. Izuku informs dramatically. We all do, Karo. Tsu smiles. He was also enjoying his programming class. It was a new way of thinking, but it was a fun challenge, like solving a puzzle. In the last 2 weeks since he'd officially begun online classes, his vigilante time had gradually turned into his programming time. When he'd wake up in the middle of the night, instead of restlessly trying to get back to sleep, he would get up and do his programming homework until he got tired. Most nights, he would spend an hour or two researching extra resources on hacking specifically, since that obviously wasn't covered in depth in a beginning programming class. But Izuku felt like he was actually starting to get the hang of it. That's officially 3 hackers. Mei chuckles. 3. Uraraka asks. Shadows mentioned hacking briefly. Ida informs. Yeah, I know that, but when Mastermind mentioned La Brava, I thought she taught him hacking too. She probably did. Todoroki agrees. Deku's the only one that's not a hacker now. Izuku mentions. For now. Shinso shrugs. He was currently in the middle of taking a test for quirk theory. It was taking longer than he thought it would, but then again, he hadn't really paid attention to the introduction that said how long the test would take. It seemed to be cumulative, whereas most of the other tests he'd taken had only asked questions about the most recent unit, but Izuku saw the logic of occasionally testing old material. He figured that as long as he was done by the time Mom called him for dinner, it wasn't that big of a deal. That sounds more like a final. Minoma scoffs. It was almost 2 hours later by the time he finally submitted the test and stretched out his sore muscles, ignoring the way his arm itched beneath the cast. At least he was healed enough that he was able to type again. His programming class would be much harder if he was still having to do everything one-handed. Izuku glanced at the clock. He still had about 20 minutes until dinner, so he might as well get a head start on the next unit. Dévouement inspirant. Aoyama smiles proudly. Izuku scrolled to the bottom of the page and frowned when he realized that the next page button was nowhere to be found. That was strange. Normally, when he finished one assignment, he just pressed the button and it took him to the next one. Maybe he had to go back to the index page for the whole class. That seemed needlessly complicated, but Izuku didn't want to question the website designers, so he clicked on the overview tab and scrolled past everything that said complete so he could figure out what unit was next, only to reach the bottom of the page. He finished the whole class early. Jiro grinned. Izuku did a double take. Had the test he'd just taken been the final. That would explain why the whole thing had been cumulative and why it had taken so long. Both really needed to pay more attention to what he was doing. That was so embarrassing, but, sure enough, there was a little checkmark by the final exam, stating that he'd completed it just a few minutes ago. Was he just really far ahead in that class, or? Yes, you are. Arie chuckled. He head through his other classes, his eyes widening a little more every time he realized that he was only 1 or 2 a unit or less from completing a class. The only exception was art, but that was because it took him so long to draw every assignment. How had he finished them so fast? Izuku closed his laptop and frowned. He supposed it made sense. He didn't have anything else to do while he healed besides work on his homework, and he wasn't too tired from running around as Viridian to stay awake in class. Or maybe it was because he wasn't worried about his bullies stealing his books or beating him up after class. That had been a constant in his life ever since he turned 4, so he hadn't really realized how distracting it was until he didn't have to worry about it anymore. It was kinda nice. Midoriya. Ida got his attention. You didn't happen to keep a list of the things you've had to replace, did you? Some of it. But Izuku tilts his head curiously. I'd like to see it when we return. Ida says calmly. And to hand it to my family's lawyers for a lawsuit. He felt strangely guilty about feeling so grateful though. Maybe if he were stronger, he would have been able to deal with the bullying without letting it affect his grades, but instead, he had just run away like a coward. He really was a Deku. It was a good thing he'd given up on being a hero because heroes weren't cowards. They didn't run away. We do when it's necessary. Aizawa states firmly. It was a good thing vigilantes did. Izuku shook his head and went out into the kitchen, where Mom was setting the table. She smiled as he came in. Hi, baby, how were your classes today? Izuku shrugged. I think I need to pay more attention because I could have sworn when I registered that each class was the equivalent of 1 semester, but I finished one of them today, so they have to be shorter than that. I think they're just quarter classes. Nope. Kominori shirps. Still, it's impressive that you're already done, Izuku Mom said proudly. I'm glad you're doing so well, baby. You seem a lot happier. Izuku shrugged. He was still a Deku, still useless, but at least going to school online meant that Mom didn't need to worry about him, so it was worth it. If his leaving Aldra meant that she was happy, then it was worth it, no matter if it meant he was a coward for running away from his problems. Just let me hug him already. Hagakure huffs as Arie pats her on the back. The only thing that could make her happier was if she didn't have to deal with him at all, but there was nothing Izuku could hope to do about that until he was able to go out as Viridian again. Stop it, she'll miss you. Shoyuta was so tired. It wasn't surprising, considering that tired was his default state, but the last few weeks had pushed his normal tired into exhausted. There had been at least 2 instant villains a week, and trigger sales were booming in accordance with the marketing, so Shoyuta was neck-deep in problems and interrogations as he tried to make headway on the case. To make things worse, Viridian was still missing. I wish we could tell him the little listener was okay. Mike whines. At least he wasn't the only one worried over the vigilante's sudden absence. Amplifier and Rocklock had promised to tell him immediately if they ever caught sight of him, and a lot of other heroes in surrounding areas were starting to keep an eye out just in case he'd just switched neighborhoods. Shoyuta still couldn't help himself from checking the obituaries, but thankfully, that still hadn't turned anything up. He just hoped that, wherever Viridian was, he was safe and taking care of himself. Actually, him taking care of himself was probably too much to hope for, considering the kid's mental state, so Shoyuta would be happy to settle for him being safe. Yes. Izuku promised. He was currently at home on his day off, doing an internet deep dive for anything regarding the symbol of evil. When he'd mentioned the lead to Mike the other day, he'd said that he'd seen it on some conspiracy theory message boards, so that's what Shoyuta was currently reading. Most of the theories were completely insane, with mad leaps of logic, but each of them was based on small kernels of truth that could be useful eventually. There are conspiracy theory message boards. Todoroki asked with a sparkle in his eye. I'll help you find them when we get home. Izuku sighs. Finally, he caught sight of what he was looking for. It was a post from a few years ago but had a very substantial thread attached where other people had shared their evidence and experiences. Now to sort the evidence from the bullshit. The symbol of evil, also known as All for One, is widely considered to be an urban legend that was popularized around the dawn of quirks. The story goes that All for One was a man that could take one person's quirk and give it to another person, a skill that he used to gain a cult following in the substantial chaos of the time. The story is often discounted as the wishful thinking of quirkless people who wanted quirks, or of quirked individuals who experienced bigotry and persecution because of their quirks. If only he was just a legend. All Might sighs. But what if it wasn't? The assumption definitely makes sense, but most legends are based on real events that people just didn't understand, or that got twisted by the years and countless retellings. Considering how widely known this legend was during the dawn of quirks and how quickly it spread, there had to be quite a bit of truth to it, truth that perhaps has been discounted or hidden by the Hero Commission to hide the truth of the nightmare that might still be in our midst. Not exactly, but close enough. All Might mumbles. Seeing some of his other schemes is going to be annoying. Gran grumbles. At least it's broken up by other stories. Recovery Girl comforted. Speaking of, Nedzu chirped. Now playing cheat code. Support strategist Dust and Ash's alright villain, you wanna treat this like a game. Then let's play. Nedzu felt a thrill at his protégé's words and couldn't help the sharp smile that came to his face even as his co-workers shivered. He wasn't 100% sure what had prompted the challenge, since Midoriya's near-constant muttering had trailed off after giving a passing analysis of who appeared to be the villain's leader, but whatever was about to happen, it was sure to be simply marvelous, right you are. Headcase grins at the redacted. Nedzu had never been more grateful than he was at that moment for his protégé's mumbling habit. For never having received any training when it came to the man-in-chair position, as it was often fondly called, Midoriya was doing remarkably well when he addressed his comments to the heroes. Nedzu noted that he was trying to pick the largest threats and most relevant details to mention, all while keeping his head and hacking through the system. Whatever small details his student happened to leave out were covered by his unintentional mutterings, so it all worked out. Nedzu had been a tad concerned when Midoriya had identified the glitch as the effects of a technopathic quirk, but it turned out that his worry was unfounded, as his student had bypassed even that challenge with little issue. He was so proud. Midoriya blushed as his friends added to the principal's compliments. He sounds so confident. All Might noted quietly. He should. Midnight whispered back. He beat a technology quirk from inside the system. That's a scary talent. Arie shakes his head. And if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't know about the attack at all. Present Mike looked slightly pale, most likely wondering if the next thing Midoriya reported would be his husband's murder. Husband? Ashido shrieks. That has to be sensei, right? Kaminari shakes her shoulders. Definitely. Shiro nods. Meanwhile, look show, we're married, Mike teased. Why me? Aizawa groaned. Seeing Mr. Doom and Gloom be all soft is going to be fun. Midnight adds. Can we get back to watching me fight for my life? Aizawa sighs. Never having had an interest in romantic connections himself, Nedzu couldn't even imagine what he must be going through. All they could do now, however, was get there as quickly as possible and trust Midoriya to handle the rest. I'll do everything I can. Izuku agrees. Izuku checked the cameras to make sure Eraserhead was still going strong before turning his attention to the students. The plaza wasn't a disaster zone, so he didn't have nearly enough control of it to do anything useful, and if Eraserhead were here with him, he'd probably insist that Izuku help the students first. I would, Aizawa affirms. Prioritize the rescue. The students in the shipwreck zone seemed to be in the most immediate danger. There were just two students, a girl with a frog quirk and a boy with adhesive hairs if Izuku remembered correctly. The frog girl could probably jump to safety with little issue, but the boy was panicking too much for her to do anything without leaving him behind, something that wasn't helped by the fact that the ship was literally sinking. It must have been one of the villain's quirks that damaged it, and yep, they all had quirks that took advantage of the water. How are we going to get away without Midoriya's plan? Mineta whimpers. Okay, easy enough. Izuku muttered. Let's just see how useful your quirks are without any water. Izuku hit a key and the pool started draining. It was slow going at first, and Izuku was almost worried that the water level wouldn't go down fast enough to do any good until he noticed that one of the drain settings was labeled Whirlpool. Nedzu began to laugh. Just a chuckle. For now. Izuku's head on it. I wonder what that does. Oh, those poor villains. Mike says in pity. It was as if the gates of hell had opened up beneath the villains as the water began to vortex down the drain. The villains were yelling, accusing one another of manipulating the water and creating enough general confusion that the frog girl was able to grab the boy by the waist and jump them both to safety. As they passed overhead, the boy started throwing his S at the villain in a panic. Izuku almost wanted to facepalm. What kind of idiot thought it was a good idea to call attention to himself during a villain attack? Excuse me for panicking, Mineta cries. It ended up working out even better than Izuku could have hoped for, though, since the S followed the flow of the water and brushed up against the villains, making them stick to each other. By the time the two students had reached the relative safety of the shore, the pool was almost entirely empty and the villains had somehow formed of bodies that would be almost impossible to escape unless those S somehow lost their stickiness, which according to Izuku's analysis of the boy's quirk, wouldn't be happening anytime soon. See, it was helpful, Mineta defends. One zone down, a lot of others to go. Todoroki seemed to have things handled in the landslide zone, and Katsuki would probably just get mad if he received any help in the ruin zone, so that left the fire zone, the downpour zone, and the mountain zone for Izuku to choose from. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Todoroki smiles softly. Anytime. Izuku chutzkless. Meanwhile, he's not wrong. Kirishima sighs. Bakugo groans. Izuku, he startled as Mei slammed the door to his workroom open. Hanzo is a boring class rep, he won't even let me make a little fire, that's a good thing, Power Loader cries. Not now, Mei-chan. Izuku said distractedly. The kid with a tail, Ojiro. He was fighting alone in the fire zone and there was a guy approaching him from behind. Mei came up behind him, is that? Izuku took control of one of the flamethrowers and turned it up to high. Ojiro whirled around as he heard the villain scream, but couldn't waste too much time figuring out what had happened, since another villain was already running toward him, using some kind of telekinesis to control the flames. It was supposed to be a standard rescue exercise for one, but, let me help, Mei insists. Mei was silent for a long moment as Izuku cut off all the fire within 50 feet of Ojiro and his current opponent. The villain's eyes widened in shock as his entire weapon supply disappeared before he could blink, but Ojiro was the first to recover, using his tail like a WHP to knock the guy out. Nice moves. Hagakure compliments. Thanks. Ojiro accepts gracefully. What can I do to help? Izuku glanced over at his best friend, surprised to see her looking serious for one of the first times since he'd met her. It would have been enough to creep him out if he couldn't see the familiar gleam of determination and passion in her eyes as they quickly zoomed in and out, FL King rapidly between the different screens as she took in every detail. Let's do this. Izuku nods. Close the door. We don't want the other students panicking. As Mei complied, he turned his attention back to the fire zone. Ojiro had started running after he took out his last opponent, but he obviously didn't know where he was going, because he was just running deeper and deeper into the maze. He sensed Mei behind him again, so he jerked his head toward the extra chair sitting against the wall and slid over to give her room to sit beside him. With one hand, Izuku grabbed one of the earpieces from the box Power Loader had left on his desk, and with the other he created a wall of flames right in Ojiro's path to force him to turn tail. Good, he was heading in the right direction now. Brutal but effective. Dabi chuckles. Izuku threw the comm to Mei right as she sat down. Channel 3, controls are on the side. I've already gotten access to the disaster zones and the teachers are on their way, so we just need to keep the students alive until they get there. Mei grinned as she plugged in another keyboard and pulled it toward her, so I do get to make explosions. Maijima groaned loudly. Izuku couldn't help smiling back, as many as you want. Here, you can have the fire and downpour zones. I've been using the fire to guide Ojiro, that's the student with the tail, to the exit. I don't know how the ones in the downpour zone are doing. Just leave it to me, Izuku and Mei cackled, using a flamethrower to keep Ojiro from turning down a dead end. This is so much more fun than listening to the class rep. Please listen to your class rep. Ida begs. Only when I have to. Mei chimes. Midoriya, Power Loader somehow managed to sound both amused and exasperated. Did you really need to give Hatsum access to more dangerous experiments? Ome exclaimed, are those the teachers? Hi, Power Loader, if she handles 2 of the zones, I can focus on the mountain zone and the plaza. Izuku explained simply. Don't worry, Mei-chan knows destruction better than almost anyone I know. That's the problem. Maijima groans. Power Loader groaned. That's what I'm worried about. Izuku turned his attention to the mountain zone just in time to see the girl with the earphone jack quirk, Jiro, push the electricity boy in the path of one of the villains, which didn't make any sense until the villain went down. Izuku rolled his eyes as the electricity boy gave the girls a confident thumbs up. Was his name Kaminari? Anyway, how much control did Izuku have? A full earthquake would mess up the students as well, so he should try to avoid that. Buta, that would work. Netsu starts laughing a little louder. As a villain swung to attack the creation quirk, girl Midnight had totally helped design that costume, hadn't she? Whatever, not important right now. Just as the villain was about to land a hit, he found himself launched into the air as a pillar of rock suddenly popped up out of the ground directly beneath him. Izuku grinned. The teachers probably used this feature mostly to change the landscape and give upperclassmen a variety of landscapes and obstacles without having to constantly rely on Samantas's quirk, but he could use it quite literally trip up the invaders, considering that he'd raised up a small ledge and made one of the villains fall flat on their face as they ran toward Jiro. That'd be so trippy to see. Jiro chuckled. Keeping one eye on the mountain zone, Izuku glanced over toward the plaza. Netsu, is there anything I can use in the plaza? The only thing I see is the fountain, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be very useful, and I don't think the villains have noticed yet, but Eraserhead is starting to slow down. I noticed. Shigaraki grins. There was a soft gasp on the other end of the line, but Izuku couldn't tell which of the teachers it was from. Vaguely, Izuku was aware that one of the mountain zone villains had popped up out of the ground and was making his way toward the plaza as well. Finally, Netsu spoke up. There are not any disaster simulators there, but every building on campus has defense systems if you can access them. Netsu stops laughing. Oh dear. Alright, weapons. Izuku muttered and poked around for a moment. Perfect, found them. Netsu said. Now be aware that most of the firepower is not as precise as this situation requires, and that the more lethal options might take a few minutes to warm up. Be careful, Midoriya. Izuku sucks in a breath. Izuku nodded, his throat suddenly very dry. Okay. That's a lot of pressure, says the kid who's already started fighting back. Hound Dog growled. Don't overthink it, kid. Just do your best and save who you can. Everything else will have to come later. That's really all he can do. Kendo comments. Izuku glanced at Mei, who nodded at him firmly, and he felt a flood of determination take over him. Yes, sir, I'll do my best. He took a moment to look over his weapons options, deciding to use the guns only as a last resort. It looked like the best option he had was some kind of weighted net. He shot one experimentally at a knot of villains that was standing far enough away from the fight that Izuku didn't have to worry about hitting Eraserhead. The net hit the group hidden, and instantly, all action stopped as everyone in the plaza turned to look and tried to figure out where the net had come from. The leader started scratching at his neck again. Well, I wasn't expecting a tower defense level. Shigaraki defends. After his initial success, Izuku was feeling a little more confident, so aimed another net at the leader. If he could trap him... Izuku fired, only for the net to disappear into a purple portal right before it hit its target. Another portal appeared near Eraserhead and the net came flying out, forcing him to dodge. Izuku grimaced. Sorry. My bad. Not your fault, problem child. Aizawa sighs. The warp villain appeared next to the leader, looking quite a bit worse for wear from his fight with the students at the entrance. Izuku noticed a few purple S stuck to the armor on his neck, along with chunks of concrete, so the two students from the shipwreck zone must have made it to the entrance and helped with the fight there. The two villains seemed to be talking, so Izuku scrambled to access the audio from the plaza, turning it up loud enough for both him and Mei to hear the conversation. Good. Gather information when you can. Nedzusi allowed one of the students to escape, Shigaraki. The warp villain's voice was deep and smooth. It would almost be calming if it didn't belong to a villain. He will almost definitely raise the alarm, which means that the heroes will be here soon. Izuku glanced over at the cameras for the entrance. Which student had escaped? Oh, that was perfect. The kid with the engine quirk escaped. Izuku told the teachers. He should be heading your way now. It's kinda strange you not knowing our names. Uraraka mentions. It is trippy, Karo. Tsu agrees. Nedza said. That means that the villains won't be expecting us so quickly. Notify us if anything else changes. Yes, sir. The leader was scratching his neck strong enough to bleed. If you weren't our escape route, Kurojuri, I'd dust you right now and tell me, why is the information we got so far off? I was told this would be a mob raid, so how come this level is acting like a tower defense? You know yourself so well, Toga teased. Shigaraki rolled his eyes. Obviously. Vesos Vekovo. They'd noticed his interference. He shook his head and forced himself to focus on the hints of the leader's quirk. He'd said something about dust, so did he have a quirk that allowed for dust manipulation? If so, Izuku would need to limit destruction in the plaza. The villain that Izuku had seen escape from the mountain zone stepped between the two leaders and interrupted their conversation. We have a problem. I don't know how, because I haven't deactivated my quirk since I stepped through the portal, but someone from the outside got through and seems to be using the building to fight back. They know Dark Shadow cries out worried. The lead villain, Shigaraki, if Izuku had heard correctly, suddenly stilled. So, what you're saying is that someone is using cheat codes. Todoroki narrows his eyes at the screen. The warp villain, Kurojiri apparently, interrupted the blocker's confusion with an air of professionality. I don't suppose there's a way to tell where the interference is coming from. A set of coordinates would be most appreciated. Silence Shigaraki whirled to pin the blocker with a manic stare, only partially visible behind the creepy hand that the villain was using as a mask. Yes, tell us where the cheater is now. No. Ashido whimpers. Izuku forgot how to breathe and he could barely hear Mei's gasp beside him as she moved to crush his hand. If they figured out they were at the main school, they could warp to get them, which would put the rest of the student body in danger. The teachers were all gone to handle the attack, and if the location of the attack changed, they wouldn't be able to get here in time. Please don't be capable of that. All Might begged. The blocker took a hesitant step back and raised his hands nervously. That's not how my quirk works. I can block certain kinds of electronic signals, but I'm not a tracker. Even if I could track the interference like that, I'd end up with an IP address, which doesn't necessarily tell you where the computer is physically located. Relief spreads through the audience. Shigaraki took his hand away from his neck and spread his fingers. Then what are you even good for? Before Izuku could even react, Shigaraki lunged and gripped the blocker's face. A strangled scream left the man's mouth before it was cut off, as first his mouth, then his vocal cords, then his lungs disintegrated under the villain's touch. Within 30 seconds, the only thing left of the blocker was a pile of bones, BLD, and Izuku breathed. The theater is once again silent as the crowd processes the violent death they witnessed. Some tear up and others grip their armrests. The villains glance at the heroic group waiting for the next chapter to start. It just had to be a cliffhanger. Shigaraki sighs. Now playing Shadows. The horror movie heroes fashion Kyoka had never been one to chase hero fights. She'd watch them if she saw one on her way home from school, but she'd had far too many nightmares about hearing someone call out for help from under the rubble and the hero fighting couldn't hear them. She always woke up feeling helpless, which was part of the reason she wanted to be a hero in the first place. She hated the idea of hearing someone call out for help and not being able to do anything about it. That's both a horrifying and wonderful reason to be a hero. Izuku said to the girl. And I'm doing it. Jiro smiles. So no, she didn't make a habit of watching hero fights, but she also didn't make a habit out of leaping in headfirst before she looked, so she'd been trying to watch as many of All Might's fights as she could ever since he had offered her one for all. She knew that she could always catch the recordings on the news later, but it was just different in person. She couldn't really listen to a recording, not in the same way. The poor quality mics that the news stations used would never have been able to pick up the subtle hum of energy surrounding All Might as he resolved a hostage situation. Yeah, the cameras do not do him justice. Seeing him firsthand was so cool. The feel of the battlefield shifted greatly in his presence. Kyoka closed her eyes and focused on the steady buzz of energy, straining her ears to sort it out from the sounds of the crowd and the fight. One for All sounded almost electric, but the part that had surprised her the most wasn't that it had sound, it was the fact that it was almost harmonic. It made sense since each holder in the past had contributed their energy to the quirk, but the subtle way that they interweaved was weirdly haunting. She just wished she could actually listen. Haunting is a good word for it. Izuku mumbles to himself. Whenever All Might was fighting, it was too loud to really enjoy the depth of the sound. She could still hear One for All when All Might was in his smaller form, now that she knew what to look for, but it was quieter and almost non-existent, so she couldn't really hear it. She was curious about how it would sound when she actually got the quirk. Hopefully, she'd at least have a bit more time to listen then. I should talk to her about tempo-based martial arts. Mike grinned. The crowd surged and someone was pushed into her from behind. Whoever it was ended up dropping a notebook in front of her and she extended her earphone jacks to catch it before it hit the ground. She grabbed the notebook and looked around. Who? Mine. Sorry. A boy around her age brushed his green hair out of his face and grimaced. Sorry, I was trying to get closer and... He trailed off as his eyes caught on something in the fight, and before she could say anything else, he had snatched his notebook from her hands and was already shouldering his way through to the front. Kyoka looked through the crowd after him, her eyes widening when she realized that All Might was starting to steam and the hum of One for All was taking on a strained quality. He needed to get out of there. That was a brief meeting. Jiro chuckled. I'm sorry, it's a hero fight and he's running out of time. Izuku defends with a laugh of his own. Thankfully, another hero leaped into action and Kyoka breathed a sigh of relief as All Might was able to slip away. She frowned as she thought of the boy. Had he realized the fight was almost over. She sighed and shrugged it off. It was weird, but probably not that important in the grand scheme of things. The crowd was starting to clear out and Kyoka ducked inside the mall to get away from all the people and the noise. She wasn't in any rush and All Might obviously wouldn't be up for any training right now. So maybe she could just window shop and kill time while she waited for the crowds from the fight to go away. Kyoka started walking toward one of her favorite stores that sold the kind of alternative-style clothing that she liked to wear. She could use a new pair of pants anyway. Guess that explains the chapter title. Audrey comments. Shopping HeadcaseKiller cheers. Hitoshi. Izuku said hopelessly. I think we're lost. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, physically or metaphorically. Because I think both apply. Izuku swallowed. I know Darkwear sounded like a good idea when we saw it on the map, but I have no idea where to even start. Oh, you poor fools. Jiro pouted mockingly at them. You've seen what I wear. Pants. A voice said behind them. Or maybe skirts if that's more your style. Shinso whirled around to see a girl their age with what looked like headphone jacks hanging from her ears looking at them in amusement. No, we're trying to prioritize freedom of movement. So pants will be fine. They are easier to fight in. Dabi smirks at Toga, earning himself an elbow to the ribs. Izuku's eyes widened. You're that girl I saw earlier. You were watching All Might's fight and you're the one that ran into me. She shrugged and her earphones mimicked the movement. Izuku immediately started mumbling. Those aren't just hanging from her ears. They are her ears, which means it's part of her quirk. That's so cool, it must come with advanced hearing, and Hitoshi dug an elbow into his ribs before he could start muttering full force. Izuku, we're not trying to scare this one off. It's a habit. Izuku huffs. Not a bad one. May flcks his forehead to keep him from beating himself up over it. Izuku blushed. Sorry? The girl shrugged again. Whatever. You were right about the enhanced hearing, so I'm used to tuning things out. I'm sorry. Izuku mumbled, blushing deeper. That must get really annoying. Again, I'm used to it. The girl said. My name is Jiro, by the way. I'm Shinso. Hitoshi said. And this chatterbox is Midoriya. Jiro nodded. So what led to this complete overhaul in style? Did your girlfriends break up with you or something? Both boys squawk at that. Hitoshi didn't know why he ended up blushing at that, but hopefully it wasn't too noticeable. No, it's kind of strong to explain. Hey, I'm not here to judge. Jiro rolled her eyes. I'm also not here to help, but you two were wandering around like lost little puppies and it was kinda obvious that you were desperate. She has a point. Uraraka teases. Thanks. Hitoshi said dryly. Jiro smiled for the first time since they'd met her. No problem. I'm gonna be a hero, so helping those who can't help themselves is kinda in the job description. Hitoshi gave her a tired glare as Izuku latched onto what she just said. You're going to be a hero. Us too, that's really kind of why we're here. We're trying to get some combat experience, so we're doing this thing where we're pretending to be, like, fake villains, kind of. To help hero students in training. Jiro shook her head. You do realize how fake that sounds, right? If I wasn't participating in the exact same exercise, I'd be tempted to think you two were looking for vigilante gear. I mean, if all else fails, we know Midoriya would make a good one. Sada shrugs. Wait, you're doing the same exercise. Hitoshi gave her a skeptical look. At UA? No, at Shiketsu. Jiro scoffed. Of course at UA. No other school would be crazy enough to put on an exercise like that. We do some crazy sit. Nedzu's probably planning to add it as we speak. Hitoshi hummed. So are you looking for an outfit for the exercise too? No, I was just planning on throwing together some junk from my closets. Jiro shrugged. I dress like this every day. Convenient. Shinso deadpants. So what you're saying is that you're the perfect person to help us. Izuku grinned. You're already familiar with the exercise and you said it yourself, this is your aesthetic. So start with pants, right? We want something with a lot of pockets if we can. For the babies may cheers. I think I saw a couple pairs over here. Jiro started leading them to another section of the store. You'll want to stick with blacks and grays, obviously, since I'm guessing you're wanting to blend in with the cityscape. Exactly. Hitoshi said. But we also want to be memorable if we are seen. So maybe a pop of color, Jiro said thoughtfully. And you'll want to look stronger than you are, which means a looser cut around your arms and legs to hide those noodles you two have going on. Hey, Hitoshi cried indignantly. We've been working out not enough. Jiro teases. Jiro shot him an amused look, obviously not enough. I mean, she is kind of right. Izuku grimaced. We are mostly planning to rely on strategy and intelligence rather than brute strength. Well, at least you've got a brain. Jiro shrugged. That's more than some heroes I can mention. These pants look like they'll be alright. Things were a lot less confusing with Jiro helping them, and Hitoshi found himself enjoying her snarky commentary as she helped them sort through the different options. A lot of items, like armored shirts and sturdy boots, they realized they were going to have to buy somewhere else, like an army surplus store, but they at least got a good start on their villain look. The worst part though was buying the jackets. Really, the jackets? Jiro asks. This is not a jacket. Hitoshi deadpanned, holding up the offensive article of clothing. This is a CRP top. Midnight snorts, and yet, it is in fact, a jacket. Yeah, but it's what's in style. Jiro snickered. What? You don't want to show the world your non-existent abs. Shinso groans. Ha, very funny. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. It just doesn't seem very practical. We'll be wearing armored shirts underneath. Izuku argued. And the shorter cut will allow for more freedom of movement. Plus the longer version is 3 times more expensive, so we're getting CRP top jackets. Hitoshi sighed. But I'm getting the one with the purple trim. Izuku, you get the one with green. It's nap time. Are you sure you're not genetically related to Aizawa? Todoroki asks. It depends on the world. Headcase chimes in before Shinso can respond. Okay, I know you said anything can be different, but genetic relationships. That seems Shinso wasn't quite sure how to word it. Trippy, like my dad could be literally anyone. Izuku mentions. Including All Might. Todoroki says smugly. The pazzo sit you right? You're ridiculous, Jiro said. But good luck with the exercise. Not sure if we're competing against each other or just with the hero students, but either way, good luck. Maybe we'll get pitted against the same group of students. Hitoshi found himself smiling. Yeah, that'd be fun. You can recognize us by our CRP tops. Oh, you'll look great. Jiro smiled. I'd better be going. See you later. Hitoshi waved to her as Izuku gathered everything to take up to the register. Bye. That was a fun trip. Momo smiles. Maybe we can convince them to go on a trip with us when we get back. Jiro suggests. We can hear you. Shinso deadpants while Izuku chuckles. Nedza grinned as his employees started scanning through the list of names they needed to clear and approve files for before the exercise began. It was mostly a formality since all of these applicants had already had to pass a basic background check to get this far, and the vast majority had either participated in the exercise in previous years or had come recommended by a pro hero, with a few notable exceptions. Nedzu was curious what his staff would think of their volunteers this year. They had a good mix of skill levels, not to mention the fact that All Might's new successor would be participating, so no matter what, It was bound to be an interesting exercise. Background checks are a basic necessity for such an event. Nedzu said to himself, turning to his notes on the exercise in order to add to them. Most of these are repeats, so they already know what's up. Snipe said after a long pause. Major thing is just to make sure they don't get pitted against the same students. We'll also have to skim over their files to make sure they're not trying to slip anything through. Aizawa pointed out. But yes, they already know the rules, so their files won't need as much work. An editing phase, good. Aizawa comments. There's some fresh BLD here too. Midnight hummed. We've got a few younger applicants, actually. Ooh, there are even a few middle schoolers, cute little babies. A few. All Might blinked in surprise. I thought there was only one. There's actually 4. Nedza gave an excited little chirp. How about we start with them since you find them so interesting? This exercise would be great practice for the entrance exam. Mike remarks. Maybe we could advertise. Midnight considers. Not publicly. Aizawa objects. Within the hero community at least. Midnight amended. That sounds wonderful. Recovery Girl said. Who's first? This Kaminari kid. Cementos pointed to the name. That's Electra's kid, right? Your mom's a pro. Zero questions. A Kaminari blue screens. In some worlds, Headcase gives the Baku squad a pointed look so they'll drop the subject. Nedza said. And if you'll look, you'll see that she is participating as well. I think I remember hearing that she takes each of her kids on a special trip every year, just to help with work-life balance, what with her being a pro hero who takes a lot of overseas missions. 13 said. It's sweet. If this is a family bonding activity, then the kid must be trying to be a hero. Aizawa said. He's the right age to be applying to UA. Obviously. Dabi snarks. That is. Nedzu nodded. He was always so proud of his teachers when they caught onto something small like that, even if it was painfully obvious once one had all the necessary information. It was entertaining watching them grow. And he and his mother seemed to be planning on working in a team, so I'll let you take a look at both files. He started passing around copies of the files the Kaminaris had sent in. They were very convincing files, obviously, since Electra had seen more police files than the average person, and had all the information on their quirks and fighting style that one would see in the files that were usually given to heroes at the start of a mission, exactly as they wanted it. Aizawa gave the files a once-over for less than a minute before shutting them and pushing them away. Electra knows what she's doing. Let's stop wasting time and move on to the next one. There are nicer ways to say that, show. Mike chides. Aizawa just shrugs. That'd be Kyoka Jiro, isn't that right? Recovery Girl piped up. Gran Torino suggested she do the exercise. I haven't heard from that old geezer in forever. Snipe laughed. How's he doing? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Gran snarks. Maybe I'd know if he called more often. Recovery Girl griped. That old man likes to pretend he has dementia, but from how often he forgets that other people exist, you'd think he actually did. Well, let's hope he didn't forget to help her with her file. Aizawa said, reaching out for Jiro's file. She's got a pretty rockin' mugshot. Present Mike said. And a quirk that enhances her hearing will make for an interesting challenge for our kiddos, that's for sure. Thanks teach. Jiro huffs. Nedzu watched All Might squirm in his seat as his new co-workers essentially passed judgment on his successor without him being able to acknowledge her as such. Wow, that puts things into perspective. My comments. It's strong not to defend him or add my own opinion when you're all talking about him. All Might admits. You don't have to hold back anymore. Midnight reminds him with a grin. If he insisted on keeping one for all a secret, then he would have to get used to situations like this, and ones that were even more odd and uncomfortable once she started showing signs of her new quirk. Nedza didn't know why he hadn't thought of having All Might's successor participate in this exercise earlier. It would be a nice test run to see how the quirk affected her, and by the time school started, he'd be prepared with a nice cup of tea and a list of suggestions for improvement. It was perfect if the green one doesn't get to me first. Jiro smirks. Well, we'll have to have her make a few minor changes. 13 said. But it mostly looks good. You said we have 2 other kiddos their age, right? Ah yes, Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinso. Niza grinned and pulled out the file, passing copies around the table. The file was suspiciously thin, something that did not go unnoticed by his staff. Mike accepted the file with a confused look. Is this it? Which of the two is this one for? Both. Nedza said. They always work as a team, so one file is sufficient. But it's so small. Hagakure says confused. I wouldn't describe this as sufficient. Aizawa said dryly. There isn't even a mugshot, Midnight said. How are they supposed to be villains without mugshots? Really? Aizawa deadpants. Midnight smiles sheepishly at him. There's a photo. Snipe pointed out hesitantly. It looks like security footage, but still. There's none of their actual faces though. Cementos said. They're wearing masks in that one. That is because they have never been arrested. Nedza said. Or so they claim. What little they did put in the file says that they specialize in stealth and that one of the two has experience with hacking, so they are rarely if ever caught on camera, and never out of costume. So cool, Toga cheers. It's a bold claim. Ectoplasm said. It might put our students at a disadvantage. But they're going to get cases with hardly any info once they graduate. Aizawa groaned. We're going to let them keep their mystery file, aren't we? As you would say, it's only logical. Nedzu chirped happily. Although if the rest of you do not agree, we can insist they add more information to it. Please agree. Izuku pleaded. They had to identify themselves and their quirks to submit, right? Mike asked. What powers do they have? Hitoshi Shinso has a brainwashing quirk. Nedza said. Which is part of the evidence the two cited for how they had never been arrested. Izuku Midoriya is quirkless. The room went quiet. As did the theater. After a long moment, Midnight spoke up. I say let it stand. 13 nodded. I hate to say it, but those kids are going to need every advantage we can give them. Plus, it's not as if they'll be able to keep themselves hidden for long. Ectoplasm said. Our students are smart, they'll figure out Shinso's quirk the first time he uses it. Yeah. Snipe agreed. It's just like Aizawa said. It'll be good for them to practice filling out sparse villain files, but their advantage won't last more than a day or two, assuming they stay in the exercise that long. Shinso deadpants. Which isn't very likely. Aizawa sighed. They might surprise us, but I'm not counting on it. Whatever, the point is to have a wide variety of skill levels. The students need some easy takedowns if they're going to be fighting the likes of Electra as well. He's going to eat those words. Aizawa smirks. So we'll put them fighting the same group. Cementos said. May as well throw in the other middle schooler too. Maybe they'll be able to make some friends. We should pit them against the second years, just for a good balance. Midnight added. The third years would crush those kids in a heartbeat and the first years don't do the exercise. Perhaps they should. Nedzu considers. Then it's decided. Nedzu clapped his paws together. Those four will all face off against our second-year students in the exercise. Yes, this year was going to be interesting indeed. Okay, today's emotional roller coaster is over. Can I sleep now? Shinso groans. Yes, everyone have a nice night. Hopefully, the next round of episodes is a little more upbeat. Headcase says cheerfully. I'm not holding my breath. Aizawa comments as he ushers his student into their dorms before heading to his own. Fair enough. The entity chuckles. After a peaceful night and a truly impressive breakfast buffet, the next chapter plays. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro venting group chat 12579. Eraserhead, who wants to go out for drinks? Asking people to drink with him. Is the world ending? Midnight asks very dramatically. To be fair, All Might just finished sticking his foot in his mouth. Aizawa defended. Just right here show. Mike scolds. No, he's absolutely right. All Might sighs. 87657, Mr. Brave, long day. 12579, Eraserhead, let's say it this way, if the sun doesn't set right now, I will take Deku's gun and shoot it. Shinso deadpants. We just woke up. Uraraka giggles. He replies, hiding a grin. 58726, Miss Joke, that bad. 12579, Eraserhead, remember Deku telling us about Kachin. Bakugo groans as Kirishima pats his back. 72598, Sir Knight I, please say you know who it is. 12579, Eraserhead, he's in my class. 87657, Mr. Brave, don't you mean was in your class? 12579, Eraserhead, Number 58726. MS. Joke, you didn't expel him. Fair reaction. Aizawa deadpants. You did expel an entire class that one time. Joke chuckled. I re-enrolled them. He defends. 12579. Eraserhead. Deku convinced me not to because their old teachers actively encourage the brat's behavior, but we're making him go to anger management therapy twice a week. If he doesn't improve within the semester, I'm kicking him to the curb. 58726. NS. Joke, as a teacher, I want to say that was the best decision, but as a friend I want you to tell me this kid's address so I can punch him in the face. 72598. Sir Night Eye, we're heroes. Joke. We can't just beat up children. 87657. Mr. Brave. She never said she'd tell Kachin she was a hero. These people are fun. Uraraka cheers. Pros should not be condoning such violence. Ida states. I think they're joking. Mei tells him. They definitely are joking, Karo. Tsu confirms. 12579. Eraserhead, nobody's beating him up, yet. 12579. Eraserhead, also, that's not the only thing that happened. 58726. NS. What other juicy details do you have? 12579. Eraserhead, I think it's probably best to discuss it in person. I don't necessarily need my opinions of the number one hero immortalized in the group chat. Thanks for that. Yagi deadpants. Anytime. Aizawa snarks back. 72598. Sir Night Eye, what did Toshinori do this time? I love how resigned he comes across. Jiro snickers. He has known All Might for quite some time. Momo nods. 58726. NS. Joke, what bar are you at? I'm on my way. 87657. Mr. Brave, me too, I'm always down to hang out. 12579 shared their location. 72598. Sir Night Eye, am I invited as well? 12579. Eraserhead, sure, but I have to warn you that I will be complaining about All Might the whole time, and I'm not gonna edit it. I know how close you two are, so if that makes you uncomfortable, don't come. Sensei's such a good friend. Ashido grins. 87657. Mr. Brave, don't worry old man, we won't hold it against you. 72598. Sir Night Eye, in that case, I think it would be best for me to sit this one out. Joke can give me the Cliff Notes version tomorrow. We'll do. Joke cheers. 58726. NS. Joke, we'll do. Shoyuta put his phone in his pocket when he saw Fukukado and Nakamura walk in. They looked around for a minute before spotting him at the bar. Hey Eraser, Fukukado slid into the seat next to him while Nakamura sat on his other side. So, do you want to talk about it? Why would I invite you to drink if I didn't? Aizawa groaned. Some people are just like that. Brave shrugged. Shoyuta sighed. Normally he wouldn't talk about what was stressing him, he'd just stew for a while until it went away. He didn't even know really why he'd gone to the group chat, but if anyone could understand the unmitigated disaster his day had been, it was these guys. He swallowed the rest of his drink. So, Deku's in my class, right? Fukukado nodded. And you said his bully is too. Shoyuta nodded. I was just walking to class, preparing to teach them about situational awareness like I do every year. Wait, is this the trick you do with that stupid sleeping bag of yours? Nakamura asked as he grabbed a handful of peanuts from the bar. I've heard horror stories about that thing from interns. We're kind of numb to it now. Shoji comments. We have faced far greater darkness than our teachers' habits. Tokoemi agrees. Shoyuta scowled. It's practical. Doesn't stop you from looking like a caterpillar. Fukukado laughed. We still haven't actually seen that. Dabi griped. We have to see it at least once. Shigaraki hoped. Shoyuta glared at her. Anyway, I was walking to class when I hear explosions and he ran a hand through his hair. The way the kid said Deku's name, he said it like he was talking to a bug so disgusting he couldn't even be bothered to squish it. I had to activate my quirk just to keep him from exploding Deku. Exploding him? Nakamura tilted his head, mouth full of peanuts. Shoyuta nodded. Remember those burns all up Deku's arms? The other two nodded. The brat's name is Katsuki Bakugo and his quirk is Explosion, so his hands are basically grenades. His old teachers apparently didn't want to ruin his chances of being a hero, so did nothing to curb his violent tendencies. In fact, from what we could tell, they actively encouraged him and purposely created opportunities for him to torment Deku. He doesn't have scars from me, he doesn't have scars from me, he doesn't have scars from me. Bakugo whispers to himself. His squad gives him space, knowing the boy enough not to interrupt him. Those little Fukukado was practically vibrating in rage. That's not what a teacher is supposed to do, I swear. Shoyuta shook his head. The only reason I didn't expel him on the spot was that I knew that Deku would blame himself for it, and we already have a strong enough time convincing him that not everything is his fault without throwing the expulsion of his childhood friend into the mix. We get that? Nakamura rolled his eyes. But is it bad? I still kinda wish you'd expelled him. You good? I kinda want the same. Fukukado reached over and cuffed him over the head. Don't pay attention to him, eraser. He doesn't know the difficulties of raising the next generation. That's because he is the next generation. Shoyuta muttered. Nakamura gasped in betrayal as Fukukado laughed and clapped him on the back. Hey brave, gasps scandalized. Joke roars with laughter as their friends try to hide their own amusement. Alright eraser, so what happened next? So, I decided to give Bakugo until the end of the day and took the class out for the quirk assessment test, which Deku totally aced by the way. I had him come up with a strategy for the class to take me down and they managed it in less than 5 minutes. I swear it was one of the most impressive things I've ever experienced. We impressed Sensei. I have never been so proud of myself. Fukukado pretended to wipe tears away from her eyes. That's our boy, but then he went to heroics. Nakamura raised an eyebrow and gestured for him to continue. He was paired against Bakugo in a battle exercise. Fukukado gasped. No, is he okay? He's alright. Uraraka comforts. Shoyuta rubbed the bridge of his nose. Now he is. He was brought to Recovery Girl with burns all over his body from an explosion large enough to blow out a wall. Why Bakugo thought that was a good idea is beyond me, but I don't have any idea how that kid's brain works. He took a deep drink of the beer the bartender had just brought him. Deku still won, by the way. He actually shot Bakugo and another student. Multiple times. He sounds so proud. Hagakure giggles. Fukukado laughed. Good for him, Shoyuta chuckled. Yeah, and apparently it was a good wake-up call for Deku too. He stopped calling him Kaken at least. Both Bakugo and Midoriya flinch at that. Fukukado and Nakamura cheered and Shoyuta shook his head at their dramatics. I was ready to expel him, obviously, but Deku insisted we give him a chance to change. He rolled his eyes. I get where he's coming from, but part of me wants Bakugo to mess up so badly that we'll have no choice but to expel him, he sighed. But if he does manage to clean up his act, that's theoretically better for everyone, right? Yes it is. Netsu assures gently. Fukukado pouted, a lot less satisfying though. Shoyuta nodded solemnly, a lot less satisfying. But, Nakamura leaned toward him, you promised beef on All Might and you haven't even mentioned him yet. Here we go. All Might sighs. Shoyuta scowled so deeply that both Nakamura and Fukukado leaned back instinctively. Oh, that's coming. All Might is the heroics teacher this year. Really? Nakamura said in surprise. For some reason, I can't really envision him in a classroom. I didn't even know he had his teaching license. Fukukado said. Shoyuta grit his teeth. He doesn't. That idiot doesn't even have his teaching license, and yet he had the audacity to suggest that Deku doesn't deserve a place in the hero course simply because he's quirkless. Let the roast session begin. Kaminari chutkles. There was a beat of silence before Fukukado stood up. Where does he live? She asked, rolling up her sleeves. I swear, I just want to talk. Shoyuta growled. Trust me, if it wouldn't destabilize Japan, he would already be dead. Both Netsu and I tried to convince him that Deku was more than capable of being a hero, but it was like he couldn't even hear us. He kept pointing to the fact that Deku got hurt in the exercise as proof that he was weak, despite the fact that Bakugo was clearly trying to hurt him and the fact that it was his own DMN responsibility as a teacher to make sure no one got hurt, and young Kirishima or young Tetsutetsu are the only first years that could walk away from such an attack unscathed. All Might points out. Exactly. Aizawa agrees. That jerk. Fukukado slammed her fist onto the bar, earning a half-hearted glare from the bartender. Who does he think he is? That's not even the best part. Shoyuta laughed humorlessly and took another drink. Turns out, All Might first met Deku a year ago, I think around the time he reached out to us. All Might had just saved the kid from a villain and Deku took the chance to ask if he could be a hero even though he was quirkless. Fukukado's face twisted in sympathy. Until he met us, no one had ever encouraged his dream. He was probably desperate for any positive reinforcement at that point. Izuku admits sadly. His friends are quick to offer their support. Nakamura nodded. Of course, he'd ask the number one hero for encouragement. All Might is always encouraging kids to chase their dreams in interviews, telling them to reach for the stars. Shoyuta shook his head. Apparently, he doesn't live up to his own hype. That idiot thought that the kindest thing he could do for this child, who I'll remind you had just been through a highly traumatic experience, was to violently crush his dreams. Even if he didn't know about the bullying, he should have at least had more tact than to tell the kid to his face that he could never be a hero. Never meet your heroes. Shigaraki huffs. Seriously? Nakamura scoffed. Did All Might even ask if the kid had any skills, or did he just hear the word quirkless and write him off? I'm pretty sure it was the second one. Shoyuta said. He admitted that Deku's smart, but tried insisting that it'd be far too dangerous for him in the hero course. It was ridiculous. He shook his head. Thankfully Nedzu stood up to him. He made it clear that Deku was in the hero course and that fact wasn't going to change, but we're going to have to keep an eye on them and make sure All Might doesn't try to crush Deku's spirit again. He sighed. After the life that kid's had, I'm not sure how much more he can take. Having friends raises the tolerance levels. Izuku mumbles. Tolerance levels. Todoroki asks. For bullshit. Midoriya answers. Todoroki nods while Ida sighs. Fukukado put her hand on Shuta's shoulder. That sucks. Shoyuta nodded numbly. Dang it, Nakamura scowled as he looked at his phone. I'm so sorry, Eraser. My agency just texted me and they need me to come tonight and cover another guy's patrol 'cause he got sick. Are you gonna be okay? Shoyuta shrugged and Fukukado dd her arm over his shoulders. Don't worry, Brave, I'll take good care of Eraser here. Hey, that's my husband you're flirting with. Mike teases. For now. Joke giggles back at him. This is a new kind of hell. Aizawa groans, setting off laughter in his love interests. Nakamura snorted. Now I'm even more concerned. He shook his head and waved goodbye. Good luck, Eraser. Don't leave any traceable evidence when you kill. All Might. Do heroes really joke about murder this often? Toga giggles. Fukukado laughed and Shoyuta scowled as Nakamura left. When he was gone, Fukukado looked at Shoyuta. How are you holding up? Shoyuta let out a puff of air. I don't know. He said honestly. I'm angry, but part of me knows I'm probably blowing things out of proportion because I'm tired. So I either need to punch All Might or sleep. Maybe both. Fukukado chuckled and nodded. Yeah, I get that. Maybe you can dream about punching All Might, that way you can kill two birds with one stone. Sounds good to me. Shinso snarks. Shoyuta scoffed. Yeah, wouldn't that be great? But is it really satisfying if I'm not punching his actual face? Fukukado laughed again, then her expression turned soft. It's understandable, Eraser. She said. You're allowed to be angry right now. Deku is more than just a student to you, he's your friend, and I know you see him as a son. Shoyuta scowled at that, but Fukukado simply FLK'd him on the nose and continued. Don't even try to deny it, Eraser. She stared at him in mock seriousness. I see everything. Sure you do. Brave snorted. That made Shoyuta roll his eyes and Fukukado only managed to maintain her expression for a few seconds before she burst out laughing. No, but seriously. She wheezed as she finally calmed down. You're allowed to feel hurt. Shoyuta sighed. It's irrational. He said. Being hurt and angry doesn't help anything. It just makes you sloppy and makes you make stupid mistakes. Fukukado hit him over the head. Stop that, emotions are not irrational, Eraser. Yeah, if anger is the only thing you're focused on, then you're gonna have a strong time, but as long as we keep things in perspective, emotions can make life more interesting and satisfying. She looked at him softly. You're angry because you care, Eraser, and that's a very good thing. Yeah, what she said, we care too. Shoyuta shrugged. I don't know. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Fukukado laughed at him and patted his back. So, are you gonna be okay? He sighed. We'll have to see tomorrow. I still might decide to kill either Bakugo or All Might as soon as I see their stupid faces. She chuckled. If you get arrested, I'll make sure to feed your cats. Thanks. Aizawa deadpants. Anytime. Joke snickers. Shoyuta glared at her half-heartedly as she stood, but she just stuck her tongue out at him. Come on, Eraser, let's get you home, she said. Tomorrow's gonna be another long day. Shoyuta sighed, but finished his drink and paid. He didn't even tell her to go away as she walked him home, talking his ear off about her students and their first day. She had a second-year class this year, apparently, so she was having to make sure they didn't get too big for their britches now that they were no longer at the bottom of the totem pole. He just nodded along, occasionally humming or giving one- or two-word answers when she asked a question, oddly content to listen to her meaningless chatter. Oh, that other you might actually be falling for me, Joke realized. When they reached his apartment, Shoyuta unlocked the door and stepped inside. Good night, Joke. Good night, Eraser, be sure to take good care of Deku for me. She smiled softly and kissed him on the cheek. He stared at her for a long moment before she seemingly realized what she'd just done, which made her blush and practically run down the stairs. Shuta's mouth hung slightly open as he watched her leave, his hands still frozen on the doorknob. When Fukukato had made it to the bottom, she glanced back and gave him a shy wave, which he returned numbly. Shoyuta didn't close the door until she was gone. That was adorable, Ashido squealed. I ship it, HeadcaseKiller cheered. But only in the story Momo scolds. Of course. Ashido defends scandalized. Shipping people you actually know is HeadcaseKiller pauses looking for the right word. Inappropriate, Karo. Tsu informs. Exactly. Uraraka gives a pointed look to each girl. Now that we've clarified that, Jiro interrupts. The next chapter is starting. Now playing Mastermind. Strategist for higher threats, so let me get this straight, Izuku said tersely. You want me to join your little Yakuza, rather than have me in a consulting role as was the agreement when I showed up here. This is going to go well. Dabi drawls sarcastically. Overhaul simply looked unimpressed. You've done a few impressive things in your short career, he said, scratching at his wrist, but with the recent defeat of All for One, villains will be looking for a leader to fill that vacuum of power. Your actions strike fear into people's hearts, but you have no vision. No plan for society beyond making a quick buck. I have a plan and a vision of the world without the infection of quirks. A vision you no doubt agree with, being quirkless yourself if the rumors are true. He clenched his fist. Put yourself under me, and I'll show you how well I can use you. Thanks, but if I wanted to be manipulated I'd go back to middle school. Izuku remarks dryly. DMN, Midoriya. Shinso says slightly impressed. The sass on you is amazing. Uraraka grins. I think you deliberately misunderstand me, Overhaul. Izuku grits his teeth. I have no intention to join any group, nor do I particularly care what happens to society, as you put it. I'm not even trying to be the leader of the underground. I am more than happy to let you or Shigaraki or whoever the hell else has the longing for the throne take it. What I value is having the freedom and power to do what I want when I want to, and that sometimes means working with rival groups, so joining any organization would be counterproductive to my goals. I can work with that. Shigaraki agrees. It's about respect but doesn't have any. Dabi snarks. I mean, he put his boss into a coma twice, cries out the guy who raised him. He leaned forward, and as for the issue of quirks, don't presume that you know what I want. Quirks are tools, nothing more, nothing less. I don't hate them or see them as an infection that needs to be eradicated, unlike you. What I do hate, though, are people who act like the world to them, simply because they have a powerful quirk. In other words, Overhaul, I hate people like you. Izuku stood up and walked toward the door, fingering his throwing knives and getting out of the range of Overhaul's quirk. So no. I will not be joining your Yakuza, and this meeting is over. DMN straight FCK off. Overbeach, just let the kid walk away. Chronostatus tried to follow Mastermind as he left without being dismissed, but Overhaul simply held up a hand. Don't worry, Chrono. I have ways to convince him. He glared at the door where Mastermind had disappeared. Find out everything you can about Mastermind. He will be my disciple soon enough. That monster is gonna do something awful. Uraraka pouts. Inko walked home carrying a bag of groceries in each hand. Normally, she wouldn't go to the store so late, but they were out of milk and she'd had a late shift at work, so here she was, walking back to the apartment an hour after dark. Hopefully, Izuku would be home by the time she got there. He had been spending a lot more time out with his friends lately, which made her really happy, even though she hadn't met any of them yet. Lately, he'd even been texting a boy named Shudo almost constantly, something Inko had never seen him do before, not even with Katsuki. Maybe she should ask what Shudo's favorite food was and have Izuku invite him to dinner. Maybe Himiko or Tamura would even join them. It would be nice to finally have faces to put to the names. All she knew about them so far was that Shudo was sweet, Himiko was high energy, and Tamura was a little too into video games. The world does not deserve Mamadoriya, Toga says with fake seriousness. Did the hero brats come up with that? Dabi asks. Yeah, isn't it cute? Toga cheers. It's fine. Dabi rolls his eyes, suppressing a smile. Maybe she should ask Izuku when their birthdays were. They could shop for the perfect gifts together, maybe even make a day of it. It would be the perfect excuse to hang out with her son now that he was finally thriving and out of the weird depression that had taken hold of him for a few months almost a year ago. Inko couldn't help but be proud of her son and how he was finally living his best life because he gave up on that impossible dream. She had always done her best to discourage him from being a hero because it just wasn't a realistic dream for someone quirkless, and she didn't want him to be disappointed. Above all, Inko just wanted Izuku to be safe, and that included him not trying to face down villains who were so much more powerful than he could ever hope to be. Inko didn't know what she would do if Izuku ever got hurt. After Hisashi's work transferred him shortly after Izuku's 4th birthday and his quirkless diagnosis, her baby was all she had. It was important that he stayed safe. That's a little possessive. Hound Dog remarks. I'd like to interview the woman. I'll set up a meeting. Netsu assures. She knew that it had hurt him when he finally came to terms with the fact that his dream was impossible, but he got past it, and now look, Izuku had friends now, and he was so much happier than he had ever been while he was still trying to be a hero. And now that Izuku was finally happy, that meant that Inko could be too. She's gonna be so disappointed. Izuku winced. Suddenly, Inko felt a rough hand on her collar and she cried out as she was yanked backward into an alley. She tried to run but was suddenly hit by a wave of dizziness and nausea, and it was all she could do to stay on her feet. Give me your money. Wait, that's Mirio says. Oh, those poor fools. Okay, she cried, dropping her groceries and taking out her wallet. What with both the darkness and the dizziness, she couldn't see her attackers clearly, but it looked like they all had bird mutation type quirks. No wonder they turned to mugging. It had always been difficult for obvious mutation types to find good jobs. Dark shadow wraps around Shoji and Koda to pull them a little closer to Tokoyami while growling at the screen. All right, a bored-sounding voice said, let's finish this up. Inko flinched back as a hand reached for her, but the hand grabbed her anyway, and suddenly she was engulfed in red-hot pain. Inko didn't know how long she was in pain, but then it was over. She briefly realized she'd collapsed at some point and could hear her attackers' footsteps retreating. Once they were gone and she'd recovered a little, she felt around for her purse and grabbed her cell phone, which was miraculously still there. Hello, police. Did Overhaul just? Uraraka couldn't finish as she glanced at Midoriya, seeing him grinding his teeth and gripping his armrests tight enough to crack them. Izuku cried out as he saw his mom sitting in the back of an ambulance talking to a police officer as a paramedic looked at her. Mom, what happened? Inko said. The paramedics say I'm better than normal. Even my old root canal somehow fixed itself up. That's how he reset Arie. Kirishima growls. As the only member of the Baku squad that was a part of the raid, the others don't comment on his anger. Izuku paused. What happened? He asked lowly. Midoriya. I'm Officer Sansa. Your mother appears to have been mugged, an officer with a cat head said, although we're not sure what their motivations were. All her cards and cash are still in her wallet. We think they might simply enjoy causing pain since one of their quirks seems to be causing an immense amount of pain without permanent damage. Mastermind is right there. Tsukachi groans. Izuku was practically vibrating with rage at this point. What did they do to you, Mom? Inko shook her head. One of them just touched me and everything kind of exploded in pain for a minute or two until everything was fine again and they left. I'm fine, Izuku. That didn't sound fine. Mei huffed. Izuku did not think that this situation was fine by any stretch of the imagination. He didn't care how long it took. He thought as he started to run his hands through his mother's hair to comfort her, he would track down the thugs that hurt her and make them pay. I'm tempted to start singing Dumb Ways to Die again. Kaminari mentions. The room is so not in the mood for it. Ashido nods. Midoriya-san, Officer Sansa asked, can you give us any physical descriptions of your attackers? Izuku perked up as Inko shook her head. It was dark and one of them had a quirk that made me really dizzy. The only thing I noticed was that they all had bird mutation quirks, so I assume they're related. Izuku stilled. Bird mutation types, or just bird masks? A dizziness quirk, or a drunkenness quirk? A quirk that caused immense pain, or a quirk that was able to disassemble and reassemble matter to the point that even a decades-old root canal was suddenly gone to the point that it seemed that it had never been there? Welp, Overhaul is dead. Ajuru comments. I think we already knew that. Hagakure giggles nervously. Izuku wrapped his arms around his mom as she finally broke down and started to cry. This wasn't a mugging, this was a threat. Be careful, I know what's important to you and I'm not afraid to kill to get what I want. Izuku's eyes took on an intimidating fire. Overhaul had just made a huge mistake. Izuku clears his throat, drawing the attention of the whole room. I just need to say that as long as he doesn't do anything to Arie, I approve of whatever Mastermind does next. Understandable. Agreed. That's fair. Think the League will help him. Hope it's bloody. Will it be just Overhaul or the whole Yakuza? Everybody, the next chapter starting now playing Viridian. The green guide return. Izuku squinted in the darkness of his room as he slowly switched between different camera feeds. He was feeling more confident in his hacking abilities ever since he completed his programming class. So instead of just looking up hacking videos on YouTube like he normally did during his vigilante time, Izuku decided to try hacking into some security cameras. It had taken just over half an hour to make his way into the system, but that was partially because he had to set everything up so that he wouldn't get caught. If the police figured out that he was Viridian, then they'd prevent him from going out on the streets when he got better, and that would mess up all of Izuku's plans, so he needed to make sure the hack was untraceable to hide his identity. How did he figure that out so fast? Midnight asks, impressed. Yeah, I know cheat code can hack too, but that took months, didn't it? Mike agreed. It never gave us a solid timeline, so we can't know how long it took. Aizawa states. He was kind of worried that he would have to hack into each camera individually, but once he'd gained access to the city's security system, it was pretty easy to just SWCH cameras around the city. He obviously didn't have access to privately owned cameras like the ones stores put in, but baby steps. Izuku wasn't really planning to do anything besides get into the system, honestly, but as he was getting some practice switching between cameras, he saw a woman get roughly pulled into an alley and he couldn't just do nothing. You just wouldn't be you if you ignored it. Uraraka smiles. It was probably the adrenaline combined with the fact that he'd already made his computer untraceable that let him hack into the hero comm link so fast. He put in his headphones, grateful that they had a mic attached, and quickly double-checked where the issue was. What hero was the closest? Place your bets. Ishido cheers. What are the chances? Midnight teases. Aizawa rolls his eyes at the antics around him. Shoyuta scanned the streets below him, searching for any signs of the drag dealers he was supposed to be catching, only to come up empty. After Hamasaki's capture and subsequent disappearance, most of the larger dealers had gone to ground. The only ones that Shoyuta had been able to find were small fry, but he already knew they wouldn't be of any help to his investigation. That's frustrating. Aizawa grumbles. It also didn't help that he'd been distracted recently. It had been weeks now, and it was looking more and more like Viridian wasn't coming back. Shoyuta knew that the problem child wasn't one of his students, so he didn't technically have any responsibility for the kid, but it still felt like he'd failed, or like he should have done more to help him. If only he'd realized that the kid was suicidal earlier, he might have been able to. No, don't do that to yourself, he's okay. He was startled out of his thoughts by a soft CLCK in his ear that indicated that his comm link had opened, followed by silence. Shoyuta frowned. He was an independent hero, so the only people who would normally talk to him over comms would be the police or sometimes other heroes requesting backup, but it would be nice if they'd actually talk to him. He could hear someone breathing on the other end, so he knew it wasn't just his imagination, but who was it and what did they need? That would be kinda annoying. Kaminari comments. Shoyuta couldn't help the annoyance that found its way into his voice. I can hear you breathing, stop wasting my time. There was silence for another long moment before a familiar young voice blurted out, Imagine I'm throwing a marble. Snort how I. Really? Shoyuda felt himself melt from sheer relief. Viridian. Is that you? He hadn't even realized how much tension he'd been holding until he heard the kid's voice. The kid was alive. He was alright. He was alive. I was tense and knew the kid was alright. Hawks chuckles. That's called empathy, bird brain. Mirko teases. Izuku was trying not to panic. When he decided to hack into the hero comms, he hadn't thought of what he was going to say. Eraserhead was the closest hero to the alleyway he'd seen, but if Eraser suddenly heard a random voice in his ear, he would freak out and think it was a villain. Izuku wasn't supposed to have access to the comm link. Fair. Dabi huffs. Apparently, it was at that moment that Izuku's brain apparently decided that filters were overrated because all that he could think to blurt out was something about marbles, since that was how he normally got Hiro's attention when he was out on the street. Eraser probably thought he was a complete idiot and was probably really annoyed with him for wasting his time and hacking into the comm link, but at least it had worked right. Eraser had sounded oddly relieved when he said Izuku's vigilante name, probably because it confirmed that a villain hadn't somehow gotten access to the comm link. Sure, yeah, that's totally why. Minoma drawls. I'm so sorry, Eraserhead. I know that I shouldn't have hacked into the comm link, and I'm really sorry for wasting your time. Oh, and for punching you in the face that one time, and I forgot about the punch for a while there. Shigaraki snorts. Eraser cut off his rambling apology. It's fine, kid. Are you okay? Izuku frowned in confusion. Yes. Why wouldn't I be okay? Oh my lord, this kid. Rocklock groans. There was a beat of silence before Eraser spoke again. I thought that maybe. Not the time. Mike stresses. Izuku suddenly remembered why he'd hacked into the comm link in the first place. There's a shady guy that pulled a woman into the alley behind the boutique on Lake Street. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Eraserhead. You were saying something and I interrupted you and… Eraser just grunted in response, most likely already running to the alley. Did you catch sight of the guy's quirk? Izuku thought back to the footage and glanced at the camera in question again. No one had come out of the alley yet, no. I didn't get a good look at him and he didn't have a mutant quirk, so it was a little difficult to tell what it was without seeing it in action. I'm sorry. That's not your fault. HeadcaseKiller huffs. That's fine, kid. Where have you been? We've been worried about you. You just disappeared without telling anyone. Izuku didn't know how to feel about that. A part of him was amazed. People actually missed him. A quirkless Deku that was of no use to anyone. These people, heroes who actually mattered, cared about him enough to miss him. It felt oddly nice, but it was quickly overridden by an insane sense of guilt. Stupid Deku. He just made life so much harder for the heroes and distracted them from saving people, and yes, he decided to not go out as a vigilante so that mom wouldn't be worried, but instead he just caused so many problems for the heroes and he really was an idiot, and why did he ever think that he could be useful? He should have just jumped when Kaken told him to, but then Kaken would get in trouble and… Red alert, he's spiraling. Damage control. Shoyuda cursed himself as the silence over the comm link stretched on. He had been so relieved that Viridian was alive that he hadn't even been thinking the kid was suicidal, which meant he probably felt like a burden on those around him, which meant that he would probably feel guilty for making them worry, which wouldn't make him any less suicidal. Shoyuda jumped onto another rooftop as he ran toward the alley the kid had mentioned. Viridian was most likely freaking out on the other end of the line and beating himself up for something that might not even be his fault. How was Shoyuda supposed to fix this? At least you caught on quick. Midnight sighs. Unfortunately not the first person I've dealt with that had that mindset. Aizawa replies solemnly. Not that you really had to let anyone know, you are your own person after all. Shoyuda grimaced at how awkward he sounded. Basically, we care about you, kid, and we missed you these last few weeks, but I'm glad you are okay, aren't you? There was another moment of silence, then a sniff. You care. Oh, Viridian. Momo says softly. Shoyuda sighed in relief. Yeah, kid, but you didn't answer my question. Viridian's voice trailed off. It's kinda stupid, you should probably hurry. It's been a while since they went in that alley. Smooth. Shinso remarks sarcastically. I'm almost there. Shoyuda decided it'd probably be best not to press the kid for answers. It sounded like he'd barely managed to avoid giving the kid a panic attack, so he didn't want to risk that again. Right now, he just needed to make sure the kid could trust him. He finally reached the alley, and the villain went down surprisingly easily. Then again, that probably had something to do with the way Shoyuta snuck up on him and pulled him away from the woman, restraining him completely before he even had the chance to fight back. The guy started growling and tried to fight back, but Shoyuta simply glared at him with enough force that he shut up. He was about to turn to comfort the victim when he heard muttering in his ear. "Alright, that's suspicious, but probably not a big deal. Oh no, yeah, that's definitely not good. They probably have a quirk that silences alarms if the jewelry store didn't even have their lights go on when that guy threw a rock through the window. He forgot. Hagakure coos. That shouldn't be cute." Ajuru chuckles. Shoyuta gave a small snort. The kid had forgotten to cut the comm link after Shoyuta took care of the situation. "What are you muttering about, Viridian?" "Oh, Eraser, you're still here. I'm sorry, that was probably really annoying. It's just that there's a robbery, but I think Amplifier's closer, so I should call her. I am happy he found a way to help from home." Amplifier grins. And with that, the kid was gone. Shoyuta shook his head and couldn't help the small smile on his face as he turned to the victim. The kid was alive, at the very least, even if he wasn't out on the streets. He was just about to call Tsukachi when he froze. How had the kid known where to find this crime? And how had he gained access to Shuta's comm? He seemed to have a bird's eye view of the robbery he was sending Amplifier to, so had he somehow managed to hack into the security cameras? He felt a little swell of pride. The kid really was pretty smart, wasn't he? He shook his head fondly as he connected to Tsukachi. "Hey Tsukachi, I've got a villain and victim ready for pickup on Lake Street. Oh, and by the way," Shoyuta couldn't help the huge grin that spread across his face, "Viridian's back." "Guess who back? Back again," Kaminari sings. "Alright, Viridian is back." Hagakure cheers. "More evidence." Deku is brilliant. Uraraka chimes in. Guys, I know we're all excited, but Cheat Code is about to deal with more USJ bullshit." Jiraiya reminds. "Oi, the chapter's booting up." Shigaraki calls out. Now playing Cheat Code. Support strategist decisions." Midoriya. Present Mick's voice, much less exuberant than normal, brought him back to the present, and Izuku looked over at Mei, who looked like she was about to throw up. How long had they been sitting there? "Are you and the other little listener okay? You went quiet there. And what was that about dust? Someone has been turned into it." Kaminari chokes out, remembering how this story left off. Izuku swallowed the bile that was starting to climb up his throat. "The leader his quirk just killed. It's my fault." No, not your fault." Uraraka tries to reassure him. There was a panicked flurry of noise on the other end of the comm, but the white noise in Izuku's brain was louder. He'd never seen someone die before. If it wasn't for Izuku's interference, would Shigaraki still have killed that guy? Probably not, so it was all Izuku's fault that he was dead. "No, it's not." Shigaraki scoffs incredulously. "Slow down, young Midoriya." All Might's voice wasn't quite the same as it was when he was in his hero form, but it still brought back enough memories of long hours in front of the computer to be slightly comforting. "Start from the beginning. First off, is Eraserhead all right? That's an effect I'm proud of." All Might comments. "What?" Izuku looked at the screen helplessly. Even though it seemed like the world had stopped for him, the fight was still going. Eraserhead was still slowly being overwhelmed by the cannon fodder as Shigaraki and Kurojiri watched impassively as if they hadn't just casually left a body in the middle of the plaza. "We're villains, what do you expect?" Shigaraki snarks. "Eraserhead is fine." Mei reported, apparently recovering from the shock a little quicker than Izuku had been able to. "The villain killed one of his own men. He killed him because of me, Mei-chan." Izuku's voice cracked. "That man is dead because of me." Mei looked at him, the emotions in her eyes swirling between pity, helplessness, and something else that Izuku couldn't name. "I know, but they're gonna kill a lot more people if we do nothing." "But it's not his fault," Karo. Tsu mentions. "The middle of a crisis is hardly the time for that argument." Ida says gently. Izuku took a deep breath and let it out slowly before addressing the teachers and throwing himself into his analysis. He could deal with everything later. The leader's name is Shigaraki. He has a disintegration quirk that seems to spread from wherever he touches. Most likely a 5-point activation quirk, just like Uraraka's gravity nullification. Unknown whether he can control the speed with which something turns to dust. The warp quirk user's name is Kurojiri and he appears to be the right hand, Also more mature than Shigaraki. All other villains are most likely hired muscle. He didn't notice the Nomu. Shoji whispers in horror. Let us hope that such an oversight does not prove fatal. Tokoyami comforts. Izuku still didn't want to use the guns that Nezu had mentioned, but he went into the defense system and started booting them up anyway. If Shigaraki was willing to kill so easily, Izuku had to be prepared. Mei was right, all he could worry about right now was making sure Shigaraki didn't kill anyone else. Would you kill to save someone? Todoroki asks hesitantly. Izuku blinked at him, his eyes softening sadly only as a last resort if I can help it. Mei-chan, you take over the mountain zone. Izuku said. I need to focus on the plaza. Will do. Izuku Mei turned toward the screen and her eyes widened. Oh my god, Momo-size. What? Izuku turned to check what was wrong, only to end up with Mei's hands over his eyes. Mei-chan, what are you doing? I can't see Mei, what the hell? Shinso asks. I don't know, she freaks out a bit. What's going on over there? Power Loader demanded. Kids, we're fine, Power Loader Sensei, Mei yelled. It's just that Izuku doesn't need to see that I literally just saw someone die, Mei-chan. Izuku grumbled. What's worse than that? Nothing. Well, it's just that Mei's voice sounded embarrassed. One of the girls in the mountain zone had a costume malfunction. I knew that costume was going to be a problem. Izuku grumbled. Her quirk works through skin exposure, Mei-chan. It's not a big deal. If I promise not to look, can I have my eyes back? I wonder what other problems he just doesn't bring up. Audra comments. Well, Hagakure gestures to herself. Hatsum, please. Present Mike sounded somewhat desperate. Midoriya needs to help show Yuta. Poor other me, I mean show's important to me, but that guy married him. Mike says in concern. Oh, Mei snatched her hands back as if she'd just been burned. I'm so sorry, I wasn't thinking and… Sometimes trauma is like that. Hound Dog interrupted patiently. Experiences like this make the brain want to cling to any sense of normalcy it can get. Honestly, you kids are first years and aren't even in the hero course. You shouldn't be going through any of this except you wouldn't know what was going on if they didn't. Minoma sighs. If we weren't involved, you still wouldn't know about the attack. Izuku said resolutely. We're fine. CRP, Shigaraki's on the move. Izuku turned up the volume so he could hear Shigaraki's muttering. 24 seconds, then 20, then 17. That's creepy. Ashido shivers. He's about to go after Sensei. Siro stresses. It took a moment for Izuku to make the connection, and when it did, he couldn't help feeling like he'd somehow gotten caught in Todoroki's ice quirk. He's figured out Eraserhead's tell. Please dodge this time. Uraraka begs. Eraserhead tensed and jumped away from Shigaraki as he ran forward, and Izuku sighed in relief. I was worried for a second that Eraserhead had been too busy to see Shigaraki's quirk in action, but he's keeping his distance, so he's safe for now. Oh wow, the killing your own man thing backfired. Who would have guessed? Dabi states, voice dripping with sarcasm. Eraserhead prides himself on having good situational awareness. Nedza said. He wouldn't be such an effective hero if he was unable to multitask. Thanks for the compliment. Aizawa deadpants. I'm only stating objective facts. Nedzu replies. I've gotten almost all of the students out of the disaster zones. Mei reported. Most of them are heading toward the entrance, but a few are trying to make their way toward the plaza. Kaken and Todoroki. Izuku sighs. I wish I could argue. Todoroki shakes his head. Get in their way, please, Miss Hatsum. Nedzu ordered. We need to keep the students away from the most dangerous villains as much as possible. Hatsum. Power Loader said her name like it was a warning, which it probably was, although Izuku had no idea what the punishment for disobedience would be. Most likely no access to flammable materials for a week. My babies, Mei cries out in sorrow. Fine, have it your way. Mei huffed and started typing. Izuku glanced over to see Katsuki and Kirishima struggling to keep their feet as a mini-earthquake shook the path they were on. It wouldn't hold them back for long, but he trusted Mei to keep them safe. Man, I told you we needed to head for the entrance. Kirishima chided. It worked out, didn't it? Bakugo defends. Turning back to his own screen, Izuku stopped breathing as he realized that Shigaraki had stopped the Catan Mouse game he'd been playing with Eraserhead and was now scratching his neck again. This couldn't be good. Good instincts. Twice compliments. Disaster incoming. Stupid cheater. Shigaraki muttered. If it wasn't for the stupid extra player with the cheat codes, I could have taken Eraserhead out easily. His quirk isn't good for long drawn-out battles with big groups. No good hero. Eraserhead panted and shot his capture weapon toward Shigaraki. Is Aone trick pony? Sho, you sound exhausted. Midnight worries. By that point I was. Shota agrees. Kurogiri appeared beside Shigaraki and the capture weapon disappeared harmlessly into a portal, only to reappear at Eraserhead's ankles. Eraserhead rolled away and his hair started floating. The portals disappeared, cutting the capture weapon neatly in half as they closed. Izuku shivered slightly. If Kurogiri closed one of his portals while someone was halfway through, we almost got All Might that way. Shigaraki gripes. Would you like me to take care of him? Kurogiri asked. Shigaraki stopped scratching his neck and grinned widely enough that Izuku could see the expression behind the hand on his face. No. Eraserhead might be cool, but he doesn't know that I'm not the final boss here. Nomo FCK. No stop. Izuku didn't know how he'd missed the giant shadow that slammed Eraserhead into the ground, but if he'd thought about it at all, he would have assumed that the bird villain with an exposed brain was just another one of the thugs Shigaraki had hired. How weird is our world that someone wouldn't even blink at an exposed brain. Sato shakes his head. He would have been wrong. What even is that thing? Mei's voice raised in barely concealed panic, and Izuku decided he didn't like it when she panicked. That was supposed to be his job. Izuku and Mei gasps. Anxiety. I have anxiety. Izuku defends. You don't know. Izuku stalled for a moment, ignoring the teacher's barrage of questions on the other end of the comm as he analyzed the villain. Everyone shut up. Did the green bean just tell us to shut up? Midnight clutches her heart dramatically. It's a stressful situation. Mike defends him. Can we not crack jokes right now? Aizawa demands. And here I thought I was the only one that used humor to cope. Joke chimed in. If only. Aizawa groans. Eraserhead is still alive. At least, Izuku hoped he was, but he could have sworn he'd seen the hero moving around a little, even after whatever that thing was had stopped beating him, but the students are on their own now. He's not going to be able to fight anyone with those injuries. As for what attacked him, well, it doesn't seem human. It has a strength aspect to its quirk, definitely, but it also seems to have some sort of bird mutation, which should normally come with more fragile bones and diminished physical strength that this villain obviously hasn't shown signs of. That's why you're so much more careful sparring with Tokoyami. Uraraka comments. You notice that? Izuku questions. It's an admirable accommodation. Ida adds. Izuku trailed off as Shigaraki started speaking again. Bragging, his brain corrected. What do you think of him? Shigaraki said gleefully. He's the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace, but you can call him Nomu. He's got his own set of cheat codes to beat the big boss bioengineered anti-symbol of peace. Mei repeated, horrified. That thing was invented. That's somebody's baby. How is it worse when she puts it like that? Jiro scowls. Their backup is going to be coming soon. Between the student that escaped and that noob with the cheat codes, it's game over. Shigaraki growled and brought his hand up to start scratching his neck again, only to freeze right before he made contact. How about we leave the symbol of peace a present to break his pride when he gets here, Karo? Tsu croaked softly. He lunged toward Eraserhead, but Izuku was already ready. He shot every weapon he could think of at the space between Shigaraki and the hero, but apparently, Kurogiri was already expecting his attack. Each of the rockets, bullets, and other projectiles he's launched were effortlessly redirected upwards, harmlessly exploding near the ceiling. Portions of the dome shattered from the shrapnel and bullets, and the remaining thugs ran for cover as shards started raining down, but even falling glass wasn't enough to stop Shigaraki from grabbing Eraserhead's face just like he had grabbed the blocker earlier. Mei and Izuku both held their breath as all 5 of Shigaraki's fingers made contact. Nanananono. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sensei, nothing happened. Oh, thank FCK. Sob Sensei. You really are so cool, Eraserhead. Shigaraki grinned. At least he seemed to respect Eraserhead as an opponent, not that that would be enough to keep him alive. Nomu Izuku had already launched another net at the Nomu, hoping to cancel his quirk in time to soften the blow, making sure to shoot a rocket at Kurogiri at the same time in an attempt to distract him. The half-baked plan worked and the net wrapped around the monster, But even with the net canceling his quirk, the Nomu still slammed Eraserhead's face into the concrete with an audible crack, and the hero finally went completely limp. Shigaraki simply huffed and disintegrated the net like it was nothing before turning his attention back toward the now unconscious Eraserhead. "You leave him alone, stop sensei, please. How far out are you guys?" Izuku's brain whirled with a million plans as he addressed the heroes. "About 5 minutes. Nedza said. But All Might could get there in 2 if... Do it." Izuku ordered. "Power up and get over there. I'll distract them." "You what now?" Aizawa scolds. "Izukun," Mei warned, "don't you dare." Young Midoriya, "I really must insist." All Might's voice overlapped Mei's and the other heroes as they tried to stop him, but Izuku resolutely ignored them as he connected to the PA system. Shigaraki froze with his hand only inches away from Eraserhead's face as Izuku's voice, slightly warped from both the technology and the acoustics of the building, echoed around the USA. "Hello." He took a deep breath and forced a shaky smile onto his face in a poor attempt to both assure Mei and to make himself sound more confident. "You seem to be having a little trouble." "Problem child, you idiot, why? This can only go well. Desperation is a virulent Sikh tale. I hate cliffhangers." Everyone piped down shadows, 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 now playing shadows. The horror movie hero's exercise. It seemed weird that a huge defining moment of her life would take place in a school nurse's office, but Kyoka had to get one for all somewhere, and she guessed that Recovery Girl's office was better than a half-cleaned training beach. Izuku pouts. "Really, at the trash beach?" Jiro asks. "I finished cleaning it first," Izuku defends. It was ridiculously early, but the exercise started at noon and the villains were supposed to arrive around sunrise so that they had time to go over the rules one final time and enter the test city a few hours before the hero students did. The company providing the civilians for the exercise had apparently arrived yesterday and had been setting things up in the city since last night. At a dormitory for guests. Nedzu mumbles to himself. Kyoka was already wearing her villain outfit and had everything she was allowed to bring to the exercise. Mostly stuff like flashlights and her pepper spray that had somehow gotten approved, so all that was left was to get her quirk and she'd be ready. A 200-year-old secret quirk? But that's all. Gran snarks. She wasn't quite sure when her thoughts had shifted from if to when she got one for all, but it must have happened at some point because here she was, ready to make a decision that would impact the rest of her life. Dad would be so proud. Your dad seems fun. Izuku chutzklas. The door opened and All Might walked in, flanked on either side by Recovery Girl and Gran Torino. If it hadn't worked out so well, Kyoka would have been tempted to cringe at the audacity of seeking out her mentor's mentor to train her just because she didn't like the way All Might suggested, but at the end of the day, Gran's vision of what training for one for all should look like meshed a lot better with her fighting style than All Might's point and hit strategy. The last few weeks had been spent cleaning the beach as they had originally planned, but also meditating, studying, and listening to One for All as often as she could so that she was ready for today. If only I met him sooner. Izuku laments. You might have a few less scars. Todoroki says the tiniest hint of guilt. No, I did this myself, don't blame yourself for it. Izuku chides gently. This is a great responsibility, young Jiro. All Might said solemnly. A sacred torch that has been passed down for generations. Recovery Girl hit All Might in the knees with her cane. Don't scare her off before she's even gotten the quirk. You nitwit, it is a sacred responsibility. Gran Torino acknowledged. But at the end of the day, I've known the holders of this quirk for decades and it has been passed through some of the greatest heroes I know. Try to welcome it like an old friend, if you can. Kyoka swallowed dryly and nodded. I'm ready. All Might smiled and plucked a hair from his head. Eat this, that's how the quirk is transferred, Jiro balks. Yep, Izuku chirps. Though any DNA sample would work. Then my hair, I've accidentally swallowed my own hair before, it's awful, Jiro cringes. Well, you could do spit, or sweat, or BLD, or Izuku paused to let her fill in the blank. FCK, no, hair is fine. She quickly corrects. Silent displays of horror or disgust fill the room at the implications. I wonder if any of the transfers took place during Mineta is cut off by a popcorn bucket being slammed over his head. // Izuku swallowed as he stared up at the massive gates of you. We were finally here. Hitoshi breathed. And soon we're gonna be back as students. They were both dressed in the villain outfits they'd bought, and Izuku was floored by how well everything had come together. They'd found armored shirts that were meant for people with destructive quirks, so they had at least some measure of protection, but they'd also found a lot of other things, like climbing harnesses that would allow them to rappel down buildings or hide up off the ground in a pinch. For two bullied kids, Hitoshi thought they looked pretty cool. "You do badass, I have chills." Izuku nodded in awe. "I know we've been preparing for this for weeks now, but still, it doesn't feel real." Hitoshi chuckled. "Yeah, I get it. But we've got all your plans and we're ready for this, aren't we?" Izuku's expression hardened in determination. "Right. We're ready. Let's do this. You got this, have fun boys fck. Up the entire school was basically a maze, and if the two of them hadn't spent the last week studying every last resource they could find on both UA and the Heroes vs. Villains exercise, Hitoshi wasn't sure they would have been able to find the auditorium at all. As it was, they just barely avoided taking a few wrong turns and arrived at the auditorium to find it almost empty, with the exception of a few other fake villains wandering around in small groups and picking their seats. A few looked over at them as they came in, and Hitoshi made a note of who kept them in the corner of their eye after looking away. They'd have to watch out for those ones. It hasn't even started and their scare tactics are working. Toga squeals, bouncing in her seat. Hitoshi didn't pay them too much mind, however, considering that his eyes were immediately drawn to the girl sitting by herself about halfway toward the back of the room. Izuku smiled as he recognized her too. "Jiro, you made it." She jumped at Izuku's shout, her earphones twitching slightly before she relaxed and gave them a CCKY grin. "Hey, what a nice surprise. I thought you two would have gotten lost before you made it to the front gate. It looks like One for All made hearing even more sensitive." Jiro groans. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. "Very funny. What about you? This place is like a maze. How did you find this room? You must have been a part of the exercise before, right?" Izuku asked. "That's how you knew where to go?" "Nah, nothing that fancy." Jiro shook her head. "I was hanging out with my mentor before this and he walked me down." Izuku's eyes widened hungrily. "Mentor? Who?" "Place your bets." Kaminari cheers. "How long will it take for Midoriya to figure it out?" Ashido adds. "Your outfits look good." Jiro interrupted. "I guess you ended up finding all the pieces you needed to finish them." "Oh, yeah. And more, honestly." Hitoshi glanced down at his outfit. "Is that your villain outfit? Or is it just what you pulled out of your closet this morning?" "Well," Jiro snorts. "Meh." Jiro shrugged. "It's a little bit of both, not gonna lie." She was wearing baggy cargo pants, just like he and Izuku were, but she'd paired hers with combat boots that laced all the way up above her knees and a variety of belts hanging around her waist. Up top, she'd paired a dark gray tank top with a black half shirt that was basically just sleeves with a high neckline to keep it in place. In short, she looked like a badass, and Hitoshi had to turn away so he wouldn't stare too long. "Well, it looks alright for something you just threw together last minute." "Is that flirting?" Kaminari asks. Ashido grins. "It totally is. We should probably go sit down," Izuku said, pointing to the crowds of people wandering in, small groups being led by various pro-heroes who must have found them wandering around the halls of UA. "It looks like they're starting to round up the stragglers." Jiro gave them a questioning look and Hitoshi rushed to explain. "Izuku wanted to sit in the back so we could watch everyone come in. The people who got here before us either did the exercise in previous years or did a lot of research just like we did. They're wild cards." Izuku added. "They're probably not as useful as allies as the people who showed up without getting lost, but they could also cause problems we're not expecting because they're less prepared. I want to see what we're working with. Put those observational skills to good use." Midnight nods. "It's only logical." Aizawa agrees. "While simultaneously hiding your own strength and weaknesses behind those masks of yours." Jiro nodded. "Smart, but unnecessary. We're fighting the heroes, not these guys." The villains all bark out laughs at that. Izuku shook his head. "That's what they want you to think, but really, they've written the rules to make this just as much of a competition between the villains as it is a fight against the heroes. It enhances the realism of the scenario. In real life, there's just as much infighting as there is conflict between heroes and villains. Maybe even more." Hitoshi explained. "So yeah, once we get in there, it's kinda every man for himself. Except for us." Mirio smiles. Jiro smirked. So what I'm hearing is that there's no strong feelings if I stab you two in the back. Of course not. Hitoshi smiled. Because we'll be the ones stabbing you in the back first. Jiro gave him a look. Go, do your creepy recon or whatever, I'll see you in the arena. Hitoshi lowered his voice and leaned in closer. Not if we're doing our jobs right. Well, that was hot. Kaminari deadpants. Totally. Ashido nods. Hitoshi, we gotta go. Izuku's eyes darted around and Hitoshi realized he'd already taken out his notebook and his hands were twitching like he was already trying to write all the thoughts and observations running through his head. Oh yeah, catch you later Jiro, good luck. Jiro nodded. Right back at ya. The two of them silently made either way toward the back of the auditorium, melting into the shadows as much as they could. Those of the new people who did see them either stared or immediately looked away, which meant that their plan to be intimidating, or at the very least mysterious, was working well. As soon as they sat down, Izuku's pen immediately started flying across the pages of his notebook and Hitoshi got his out more slowly, but he was still mentally filing away how the other fake villains interacted with each other and what personality traits they could exploit later if they really needed to. The villains were definitely at a disadvantage in this exercise, but Izuku and he had lived their entire lives at a disadvantage, so really, they were right in their comfort zone. And they were about to show everyone what they could do. Trauma builds character. Dabi chuckles. Denki eyed the two guys in combat gear and swallowed. Yeah, he was definitely going to be steering clear of those guys. Mom grinned as she elbowed him in the ribs. What do you think, Sparky? Isn't this going to be fun? Denki gave a bright smile. Yeah, it's gonna be great. His smile fell the moment that Mom looked away. It wasn't that he wasn't excited. It was going to be a lot of fun, but he was also kinda starting to freak out. Mom knew he wanted to be a hero, but she wasn't around a lot, so it had been a while since she'd actually seen him fight. He had to be good at combat though, because that would be his only saving grace if he somehow bombed the academic portion of the UA entrance exam. It was close. Kaminari shivered. He knew that other schools might take him, obviously, but Mom had been so proud when he'd said that he was shooting for UA and he just didn't want to disappoint her. Or himself, honestly. He'd be pretty bummed if he didn't make it in. Present Mike walked up onto the stage and Denki couldn't help grinning. He'd been the one and found him and Mom when they'd gotten lost on the way to the auditorium. It had been long enough since she'd gone here that either they'd remodeled or she'd just forgotten her way around. Either was a possibility, but Denki had been terrified that they were going to be late when Present Mike had finally found them wandering around the third floor and lead them and a whole bunch of others here just in time. He'd laughed and joked with them and the others they'd found for the entire time. So yeah, Denki was pretty sure he'd just discovered a new favorite hero. Thanks, I tried. Mike grins. Hello there listeners, Mike yelled. Welcome to our annual Heroes vs. Villains exercise at UA High School. Even though all of you are good people and some of you are even pro-heroes IRL, this week, you get to embrace your dark side and become heroes to our students by playing the villains. There was an awkward pause and Denki was fairly certain they were supposed to cheer, but it was too late now, so Denki just cheered emotionally and hoped it counted for something somehow. One day, Mike says dreamily, Sure Zashi. Aizawa placates. Love the enthusiasm. Mike grumbled. Alright, let's get back to it. The villains in this exercise, that's you, are trying to achieve objectives. You should have gotten a list of these bad boys in the big stack of paperwork we gave you when your applications were approved. They're gonna be things like steal this painting, kidnap this victim, typically crimes that our students are gonna come across in the field. For each objective that you manage to hold onto for the whole week and escape with at the end, you'll get some cold, strong cash, so try to go home with as many as possible. Just to keep things interesting, you have to actually leave the city on the last day, though. No just stashing your objectives somewhere and raking in the cash, that doesn't count. So there's two phases, acquisition and escape. Izuku mumbles, sitting forward in interest. Denki wasn't here for the money, but he wouldn't deny it would be nice to have a little extra cash. Mom made a good amount, obviously, but it was always different spending money that he'd earned himself and he wanted to help pay for UA somehow. Assuming he actually got in. That meant, though, that they were up against a lot of guys who were only in it for the money and would do what was necessary to get it. So that would be interesting. Greed can be unending and corrosive. Tokoyami rumbles. The hero's goal is to stop you. Present Mike continued. But that doesn't mean that they don't have other objectives too. They've got a list just like yours of things they can do for extra credit points. But these are things like finding lost children or doing a press interview. You know typical hero stuff. Now onto the fun part. Your weapons, you weren't allowed to bring any in with you, except for your quirk obviously, but there will be some available inside the arena itself. It might require a little bit of work to get them. All of these are non-lethal paint rounds, even if the knives have a special coating that will rub off to show a hit. So don't worry about that when picking your weapons. You and the hero students will both have comms that link to the staff here at UA, so we'll make the call for how much damage is lethal. Once you're dead, you're out of the game, obviously, but we do have activity rooms, so it's not going to be too boring for you. Same if the heroes arrest you, but there's a grace period there. You'll have 24 hours to escape before getting turned over to the teachers, so you better work quick, you dig. Prison break. Toga cheers. Denki frowned. The heroes weren't supposed to kill people, were they? Glances at Endeavor have the man tensing. Alright, that's the big stuff out of the way. Present Mike grinned. Once we get into the city, you'll have until noon until the heroes get here, so if you have anything you don't want to get caught doing, get it done quickly. Remember though that you're not allowed to actually grab any of the objectives until the heroes are actually inside the city. You got it. That sounds fair. Shoji comments. There was a quiet grumble of assent and Present Mike grinned. Alright then, follow us to the buses, and let's get on our way. And so it truly begins. Nedzu rubs his paws together in excitement. The minute they arrived at the gates, all the villains scattered in every direction. Izuku and Hitoshi ducked into a building just inside the gates, and as soon as they found a room with a door that could actually close, Izuku dropped down cross-legged on the floor and pulled out his laptop. Hitoshi took off his jacket and stuffed it into his backpack. You'll be reaching out through my comms, right? As soon as I gain access? Yeah. Izuku nodded, not looking up from the screen. The hero comms will obviously be able to communicate with each other, not just the teachers, so it's probably just a setting that I'll be able to mess with once I hack into the system. That's a nice first step. Hawks comments. It should be easier than hacking the main school, thankfully. Hitoshi shrugged, taking off his combat pants and revealing the ripped jeans underneath. From what I know of Nedzu's personality, he'll make it possible for people to hack in for exercises like this, just to see if anybody will be crazy enough to try it. But of course, Nedzu-tone firms. Izuku grinned. I guess it's a good thing that we're a little crazy then. A little? Uraraka teases. Hitoshi pulled on a Hawks t-shirt over his armored undershirt and did a little spin. How do I look? Like a civilian. Izuku nodded in satisfaction. Good luck getting our weapons. I'll call you when I get our comms up and running. Hitoshi left him to his hacking and hurried out onto the street. He'll completely blend in. Quem tu realizes? For now. Minoma scoffs. Meanwhile, hiding in plain sight. Aizawa questions. Excellent tactics. High praise coming from you. Midnight teases, earning herself an eye roll. Meanwhile, I look like one of the civilians. Shinso smirks. It was your goal to be mostly unknown, was it not? Ida asks. Yep, and it's working. Izuku buzzes. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. Therapy yo, not cool. Kaminari cries out. Look, I know I'm a gossip, but watching a therapy session is a huge violation of privacy. Ishido agrees. Shut up so we can get it over with. Bakugo says tensely. Hey Bakugo. Kirishima came up to him after English. Do you want to hang out with us during free PRD today? Yeah right, city hair, like I'd ever hang out with you. Katsuki scoffed. Even if I wanted to, I've got sit to do. Kirishima smiled and shrugged. It was worth a try. Hey Ishido, wait up, he has the patience of a saint. Izuku chutzkles. And you don't. Shinso raises an eyebrow at him. Katsuki rolled his eyes as he watched Kirishima leave with those other high-energy extras he'd eaten lunch with the first day. They probably wouldn't even want to hang out with him if they knew he had to go to F-King therapy during free PRD today. He scowled. Stupid Deku. If it weren't for him, Katsuki could be sleeping or doing literally anything else right now rather than stomping his way towards some stupid shrink's office. Again, it's not a question of if we'll need therapy, but the question of when. Zero corrects. The door was plain, tucked away in a less trafficked part of UA, and had Hound Dog written on a metal plate in the center. What kind of hero name was Hound Dog anyway? He considered straight up blowing the door off its hinges, But considering he was supposedly there for anger management, that probably wouldn't go over too well. He settled for pounding on the door instead. I would find an anger management kid blowing down my door secretly hilarious. Hound Dog mentions. Come in. Katsuki opened the door and looked around until he caught sight of Hound Dog standing by his desk. Okay, he could admit the guy looked pretty badass, but that still didn't mean he had to like him. It is a shame Bakugo does not voice his likes as vehemently as he does his dislikes. Ida complains. Hey, Hound Dog said. You must be Bakugo. Katsuki scowled. What's it you mutt? Hound Dog let out a barking laugh. Yeah, they warned me about you. Why don't you close the door and sit down? Or would you rather sit there catching flies? Yeah, they'll get along great. Dobby snorts. Katsuki slammed the door and stalked over to the couch, throwing himself down heavily. The soft material was probably meant to make him feel comfortable or peaceful or something, but joke's on them. Katsuki didn't do soft. But soft is so comfy. Toga whines sarcastically. They sat silently for a minute as Hound Dog typed something into his computer. Katsuki tried to get comfortable, but he kept sinking into the couch, so he ended up just clenching and unclenching his fists until he couldn't take being ignored any longer. So what? Katsuki sneered. You want me to F-King talk about my feelings? Hound Dog shrugged. I want to talk about your life and eventually, sure, your feelings, but this visit is for me to get to know you more than anything else. As a first meeting always is. Hound Dog assures. Why do you even have to get to know me? Katsuki scowled. You're just gonna try to change me anyway, so why do you need to know who I am? Hound Dog tilted his head slightly. What do you mean? Katsuki scoffed. You F-King know what I mean. You're trying to make me into some vanilla cookie-cutter weakling. You don't really care about what I want, you just want me to be nice. He glared at Hound Dog. I don't do nice. That's not what therapy is for. Audrey denies. Hound Dog nodded. You're afraid we're trying to make you into something you're not. I'm not scared, Katsuki yelled. And you are trying to make me into something I'm not. I have to act exactly how you want me to or else you'll kick me out. You're trying to get rid of my entire F-King personality. Hound Dog grinned. So you see yourself as an angry person, so now that you're in anger management therapy, you feel like we're targeting who you are as a person rather than an emotion you feel. Katsuki opened his mouth to disagree, but then thought for a moment. Wasn't that kind of the point? They were trying to change him. They were targeting his personality. Nope, we love your temper, we just want you to control it, we want you to improve, not simply change Tisich, whatever. He crossed his arms and slouched deeper into the couch. It's not like you're gonna actually be able to change anything. Soon enough everybody's gonna realize Deku's a loser and then they'll just forget about this whole thing and everything'll go back to normal. That, normal, isn't a good thing. Shoji sighs. Hound Dog nodded. That has been what's happened in the past, hasn't it? Katsuki didn't answer. He just glared at the wall, wondering how much trouble he'd get in if he blew it up. Plenty. Aizawa deadpants. We don't have to change your personality if you don't want to. Katsuki looked at Hound Dog in surprise, but quickly schooled his expression back to a scowl. What? Isn't the entire point of this to have me singing Kumbaya by the end of the semester? Not necessarily. Hound Dog shrugged. The point is to make sure you don't hurt other people. But the things that make you who you are, like the swearing and yelling, aren't bad in the right context. There's nothing quite like cussing out a bigot. Midoriya agrees. Now that I want to see. Uraraka giggles. Katsuki looked at him skeptically. What are you saying? That I can be nice, he spat the word, and still be a jerk? You must be a bigger idiot than you look if you think that's possible. What am I? Chopped liver. Miruko scoffs. Now I want this little twerp to intern with you, just so his butt gets kicked. Hawks grins. Hound Dog chuckled. Bakugo, there's a big difference between being brash and being abusive. Take me for example, he gestured to the muzzle covering his face. I'm not really a nice guy. I get so angry sometimes that I forget human speech, and I'm definitely not gentle, even when I'm just with my friends. My aggressive personality comes along with my quirk, same as yours does, but it's not a bad thing because I don't use my personality as an excuse to hurt people. Does that make any sense? Bakugo scoffed, but it kind of did. Maybe therapy wouldn't be so bad if he wouldn't have to change everything about himself. It would still be pretty bad though. Be honest. Kirishima groans. Let me put it this way. Hound Dog said. How would you like to be on the receiving end of one of All Might's full power punches? The kind that changes the weather. Hound Dog nodded, smiling, and Bakugo stared at him. This guy wasn't just an idiot, he was insane. That would F-King kill me. Hound Dog laughed. Yep, getting a full punch from All Might would hurt like hell and probably kill you to boot, so why does he still punch villains? He holds back. You idiot! A loud smack echoes through the theater as Bakugo's palm meets his forehead. Hound Dog nodded and hummed, so, objectively he's still violent. I mean, he doesn't try to bring villains in by offering them flowers and holding their hands and singing Kumbaya. Toga is trying not to interrupt by cackling. He said the thing. Katsuki threw his hands up in the air. I guess so. How is that different from your anger? Hound Dog asked. Bakugo, if you learn what you do that genuinely hurts people, you'll be able to hold back on those behaviors just like All Might holds back on his punches, while at the same time maintaining the fierceness and, yes, even the rudeness that makes you who you are. Katsuki sat silently for a minute. So, I really don't have to lose who I am. That's what he said. Dabi rolls his eyes. Hound Dog shook his head. No, you don't. You're in control here. I'm not here to force you to become something you're not, just to make sure you aren't going to keep hurting people like you have in the past. Katsuki glared at him. I'm not going to be nice. Hound Dog shrugged. I'm not asking you to be. You're a brash person, Bakugo, just like me, and if I don't have to be nice, you don't either. It looks like you're a great fit for young Bakugo. All Might comments. That'll make things a lot smoother. Hound Dog grins. Bakugo scoffed. So you really think I can be myself and still stay at you? Hound Dog grinned behind his muzzle. It's just a matter of honing your bark, but reserving your bite for the villains you fight. Was that a pun? Grown does he think he's funny? Katsuki rolled his eyes and laughed. Shut up, Mutt. Don't try to have a sense of humor just 'cause you think it's funny. Hound Dog laughed again. Oh, but I am funny. He stood up and opened the door. I'll see you in a few days, Bakugo. Don't forget what we talked about, okay? I'll forget if I want to, Mutt. Katsuki yelled. You're not the boss of me. Why? Aizawa groans. Would he really be Bakugo if he didn't? Mike chuckles. Hound Dog chuckled and waved as Katsuki stomped down the hall, back toward Class 1A. That guy obviously didn't know what he was talking about. Katsuki couldn't be nice and angry at the same time. It was just impossible. Besides, even if it was possible, Aizawa and that stupid rat-faced principal wouldn't be happy until they'd squashed his personality. That is in no way the goal. Nedza sighs. Kirishima was waiting in the hall by the time Katsuki got back to the classroom a few minutes before the bell. Hey Bakugo, he smiled with sharp teeth, and Bakugo rolled his eyes. How was your free PRD? Katsuki just scoffed and shoved past Kirishima. Get out of my way, city hair. Kirishima laughed and stepped aside. Glad you had fun, dude. Katsuki glared. I didn't have fun. Kirishima shrugged. Whatever you say, dude. Good luck next class. By the way, I hear Midnight's a total SDST when it comes to art history. Among other things. Midnight purrs. I don't need luck. Katsuki huffed, but Kirishima just patted him on the shoulder and went to go sit down. Katsuki found his own seat and put in earbuds for a few minutes. Maybe that stupid mutt was onto something. Probably not. But maybe. Progress Ishido and Kaminari cheer. The cheer is echoed throughout the room as the next chapter loads. Now playing Mastermind. Strategist for hire. Overhaul. It had been a month since Inko's mugging, as the police had called it, and Izuku was finally ready. The day after his mom was attacked, Izuku pretended to go back to Overhaul with his tail between his legs, but he was really playing the long game, making sure his mother was safe until he was ready to destroy the Yakuza himself. This is going to be brutal. Dabi grins. Being part of the Yakuza was interesting, for lack of a better word. For all that Overhaul bragged about using him to his fullest potential, Izuku had basically been doing glorified busy work every time he was at the compound. He was seen as a new member, and so was at the bottom of the pecking order, a fact that irritated him to no end. He wasn't even allowed to be involved in the real work of the Yakuza. All he knew was Overhaul's glorified rhetoric about a quirkless world. It was getting really annoying. The fool was always a hypocrite. Medio grumbles. Seriously, he relied so much on his quirk and went on about them being a disease, then he took away yours. Tamiki whispers sadly. Shudo had offered to come along and help him get his revenge, but Izuku had respectfully declined. Overhaul had threatened his mother, the only person who had even given a DMN about him before he became a villain, so leaving the job to anyone else would have been supremely unsatisfying, even if that someone was a close friend like Shudo. That's oddly sweet. Uraraka comments. To be fair, if a villain targeted Midoriya's mother, we each would jump at the chance to assist in said villain's takedown. Ida mentions. Izuku pulled his mask up over his mouth and jumped down onto street level, staying in the shadows as he sneaked up on the guards. A few slit throats and a stolen keycard later, he was wandering the silent halls of the upper compound. He knew there were only a few guards on this level, with most of the Yakuza living and working in the labyrinth below, so it didn't take Izuku long to track down the dozen or so low-ranking members on duty that night and take them out. A simple throwing knife through the eye or a slit throat was a quick enough death for most of them. Izuku wasn't about to waste time and energy playing when any of them could easily raise the alarm. Besides, these small fries were nothing more than collateral damage in his complete annihilation of Overhaul and an effective message to anyone else who might get it into their heads that it was a good idea to go after his mother. Izuku had bigger plans for the night. He hasn't even made it into the main compound and it's already a bloodbath. Midnight winces. If he hurts that little girl. Aizawa grits out. I know. My comforts. It took him a few minutes to find the secret entrance to the rest of the compound since he'd never been allowed to find it unaccompanied, but it only slowed him down a little. He kept to the blind spots in the halls, silently killing everyone he came across until he found the barracks. He almost felt bad as he viciously slashed each one of the sleeping men's throats, but the feeling didn't last long. Yeah, none of them had made the call to attack his mother, but they had all made it known in the past month exactly how they felt about weak, quirkless people like him. And they were following an idiotic psychopath, so there was that. Kaminari snorts. Yeah, there is that. Izuku followed the same pattern as he gradually cleared the compound, picking the lock on every door and killing everyone inside. He hadn't been surprised to find a variety of labs tucked away but was surprised at how little raw material they had stored. Shouldn't there be a lot more chemicals involved in the production of quirk erasing drugs? Oh, just you wait. Izuku growls. He pocketed a few vials of the quirk eraser that he found in the lab and used them to coat some of his knives before heading toward Overhaul's room. The only other room left aside from his was a door that locked from the outside. Izuku didn't know what was in that room, but whatever it was would still be there after he had killed Overhaul and his inner circle. Arie the Expendables all stood up when he entered the small guard room he had to go through to get to Overhaul, and he smiled at their shocked expressions as they took in his blood-soaked costume. I can practically taste their fear. Shigaraki chuckles. Mastermind, Chronostasis said, carefully keeping his voice even, you're not supposed to be here. You're right, Izuku smiled, I'm not. In a flash, Izuku had thrown two of the knives he dipped in quirk eraser at Setsuno and Sakaki since their troublesome quirks could affect him directly. He smirked when Setsuno's eyes widened as he tried to steal the knife Izuku had just grabbed, only to be left grasping air. Do we cheer for him? Kaminari asks. I am. Ashido shrugs. What? He taunted. Having trouble with your quirk? Rappa pounded on his tea. I'm not, and even if I wouldn't need a quirk to kill the likes of you. Just be sure to give me a good fight first. I don't want to cheer for a villain, but there's a chance Mastermind might help Arie, so I hope he wins. Karo. Tsu reluctantly admits. Izuku simply dodged out of the way of Rappa's quirked punch and attacked the other members. He first ran toward Tengai, who threw up a barrier to block him but neglected to remember that Rappa was running after him at full speed. Izuku smirked as he dodged at the last minute, subjecting Tengai's barrier to the full force of Rappa's quirk, which broke through it almost immediately, allowing Izuku to step right up behind Tengai and slit his throat. Fat's shield and spear analogy makes a lot of sense now. Kirishima considers. Rappa gave a scream of rage and ran at Izuku again, but he was already on the move, this time headed toward Hojo, who had already covered his body in crystals. Just like before, Izuku waited until the last minute before dodging and letting Rappa tear through his opponent's defenses before finishing him off. Those crystals tasted weird. Amajiki grimaced. I can imagine. Hado snickered. Enough, he's using you to hurt your own men. Chronostasis yelled and extended the hour hand of his hair to hit Rappa, immobilizing him. Izuku didn't waste the opportunity and Rappa was dead before anyone had the chance to blink. Tabe immediately ran at him, mouth open wide, but Izuku simply shoved a knife down his throat before he had the chance to bite down. 4 down, 4 to go, 5 if Izuku was counting chronostasis. He just shoved his hand down that guy's throat. Togata winced. The same guy that just kept eating my tentacles. Tamiki scowled. Katsukami ran to try to touch Izuku and sap his energy, but Izuku didn't let him get in close, dodging while slashing with one of his longer knives and following it up with a throwing knife to the back of the head. That guy was annoying. Uraraka grumbled. Ryuka beat him eventually, Karo. Tsu comforts. Who will you be going for next? Nemoto asked. It doesn't matter much at this point. Izuku answered honestly. He didn't have much of a choice, after all. Your quirk doesn't help you in combat and both Setsuno and Sakaki are functionally quirkless right now. I'll beat you all easily. Well, that was blunt. Tsukachi sighs. But not incorrect. Netsu says grimly. All 3 rushed him at once, trying to overwhelm him with numbers, but Izuku had analyzed all of their fighting styles extensively over the last month and had much more experience fighting quirkless than they did. Chronostasis also couldn't hit him without the risk of hitting one of his teammates, a mistake he wasn't about to make again, so the fight didn't last long. Using a mistake to CK out the guy is so cute. Togaku's. When they were all dead or bleeding out, Izuku finally turned to Chronostasis, who was staring at him in shock. Izuku smiled and lazily tossed a knife at him, forcing him to dodge. It's a pretty cool quirk you've got there, Chrono. He tossed another knife. Too bad it's got such a big weakness. And now he's playing with the guy. Ajuru winced. Izuku forced Chronostasis to keep moving, which prevented him from using his quirk, all while Izuku gradually moved closer. After a few minutes, Chronostasis was panting and finally stood still, apparently deciding that the benefits of using his quirk outweighed the potential danger. It was the wrong decision. Izuku slashed his throat before Chronostasis had even had the chance to extend his hair. Nice moves, too easy. Izuku straightened as he heard. The door to Overhaul's room opened behind him. What is the meaning of this? Overhaul looked at his dead underlings, crinkling his nose in disgust. The meaning of this, Izuku said, carefully coating a knife in the stolen quirk eraser behind his back, is that you threatened the wrong person. Oh, that's poetic. Shinso grins. The perfect revenge. Mei agrees. Overhaul sighed and removed his gloves. It will be a shame to have to kill someone so uncontaminated, but oh well. He ran at Izuku, who watched him get closer without dodging. At the last moment, he ducked underneath Overhaul's outstretched arm and sunk the knife into his gut. Overhaul let out a grunt but simply slapped Izuku on the back. Nothing happened. Nice quirk eraser you've developed, isn't it? Izuku taunted as Overhaul's eyes widened. Too bad you haven't practiced being perfect. Wasn't that the word you used to describe people like me? Savage Dabi grins. Unlike his men's, Overhaul's death was not quick. Izuku took pleasure in slowly taking the man apart like he'd taken apart his mother. When he was finally done, Izuku gathered up all the knives he'd used during the fight and headed down the hall to the mysterious locked room. Whatever was inside must have been important if it was so close to Overhaul's own residence, and maybe prone to escape if it had to be locked inside the room. After picking the lock, Izuku quickly grabbed a knife and shifted into a battle stance. It paid to be prepared for anything. Don't you dare. Izuku grits out. Izuku was not prepared. He didn't know what he was expecting, but it definitely wasn't a little girl huddled on the bed staring up at him with wide red eyes. Izuku was suddenly very aware of the fact that he was covered in BLD and holding a knife. The little girl seemed very aware of that as well if the way her wide eyes were tracking his every movement was any indication. Well, at least he doesn't seem to want to hurt the poor thing. Recovery girl sighs. Izuku hurriedly put his knife away, putting his hands out in front of him in a belated attempt to be non-threatening. Hey there. I'm not gonna hurt you. The girl didn't look like she believed him, but she also didn't start screaming, so Izuku figured that was as good as it was gonna get. My name is Mastermind. What's your name? Well, this is awkward. Kaminari cringes. The girl fiddled with her hands in her lap, and now that he'd gotten over the shock of seeing a little girl locked in the middle of a Yakuza compound, he noticed that her arms and legs were covered in dirty bandages. just barely covered in most places by her too thin nightgown. Her voice was small and hesitant like Izuku's had been when talking to teachers in middle school, and he felt his heart break. What was she doing here? No wonder you get along with her so well. Uraraka says softly. Even though I didn't have it as bad as Mastermind, it still wasn't good. Izuku admits. Arie, is it okay if I sit next to you? Arie hesitated, but nodded, allowing Izuku to sit on the bed beside her. He pointedly ignored the fact that he was staining the sheets red as he looked her in the eyes. What are you doing here, Arie? Arie trembled for a solid minute before replying, I have to help Overhaul. I'm sick. No, the FCK you aren't. Kirishima growls. Is that what he told her? Bakugo scoffs in disgust. We are going to spoil that little girl rotten. Ashido claims. I'm in. Kaminari agrees. Izuku tried to ignore his anger. He didn't need Arie getting any more scared than she already was. What do you mean, Arie? What did you have to help Overhaul with? She tugged at the bandages on her arms and Izuku's eyes widened at the deep lacerations underneath. My sickness makes other people not sick anymore. So Overhaul takes the sickness from my BLD so he can put in other people so they're not sick. Izuku's eyes widened. The quirk eraser he'd stolen was made from Arie's BLD. Izuku wanted to march back to Overhaul's body and somehow bring him back to life so he could torture him to death all over again. What kind of monster tortures a little girl to get his hands on her quirk? Understandable. I hate to agree. Izuku looked at her softly. You don't have to help Overhaul any. Okay, Arie. Overhaul's gone. Arie looked Izuku up and down, wide eyes taking in the BLD, and her lips started to tremble. Izuku panicked, worrying he'd said the exact wrong thing. What if Overhaul had somehow convinced Arie that he loved her and he had just killed the one person she thought meant the world to her? Why was he so stupid? No. Aizawa growls. Suddenly, Arie's arms wrapped around his waist and she started sobbing. Thank you, she sniffled quietly, either not noticing or not caring that she was getting BLD all over her hair and nightgown. Izuku awkwardly patted her on the back as he waited for her tears to pass. This poor girl had been through too much already. How exactly is he supposed to help her? Shigaraki scoffs. That brought him to the question of what was he going to do with her. He couldn't just bring her home. His mother and the cops would ask where he'd gotten her, and it could reveal his identity all too quickly if they linked Arie back to Overhaul. Even if that wasn't an issue, Izuku wasn't ready for the responsibility that would come with raising a traumatized child. He wasn't about to entrust her to another villain group either. They would just use her for her quirk the way Overhaul had. Izuku sighed. There was only one option left. Drop her off at a hero agency. Himiko nods. He is literally covered in BLD. How is he going to do that? Shigaraki growls in exasperation. Carefully. Dabi prods with a chuckle, earning a hand swipe. He gently grabbed Arie's shoulders and pushed her back so that he could look into her eyes. Hey, Arie. Are you ready to leave? Arie nodded eagerly, eyes bright with hope, and Izuku knew that if she still knew how, she'd probably be smiling. Beguile my heart. Hagakure dramatically pretend to faint. Izuku lifted her up so that she was clinging to his back before making his way outside. He wished that he'd left a path cleared of bloodshed, but he hadn't exactly been planning on carrying a 5-year-old on the way out. If anything, he at least hoped Arie realized that the bodies they passed meant no one would be coming after her. It was probably a sick sort of comfort, but there was a chance it might make the whole ordeal less traumatizing. I don't know how to feel about that. Eraser sighs. None of this is easy. Midnight agrees. The sky was just starting to get brighter as it got closer to sunrise, and they had an excellent view as they ran across the rooftops toward Night Eye's agency. Izuku had figured out that Night Eye was investigating Overhaul while he was gathering his own info on him. The hero didn't know about Arie as far as he knew, but despite his serious appearance, he had a good heart. Hopefully, he'd be able to help Arie recover and find a good home that would protect her from anyone who wanted to use her. I hope he'd agree Sensei was and is the best bet. Izuku comments. I'm sure he would. Izuku-en. Mei agrees easily. Yeah, Sensei's like the best. Achiko adds. When they reached the roof of the agency, Izuku slowly crouched down and pulled Arie off his back so she was facing him. He cringed at how she looked like she'd just come off the set of a horror movie, but sighed when he realized that that wasn't too far from the truth. At least none of the BLD was hers. Small comforts. Hawks quips, earning an eye roll and an elbow from Mirko. The man who works here is a hero who was investigating Overhaul. Izuku looked her in the eyes. He's going to take good care of you and make sure no one hurts you ever again. Arie nodded, but hesitated a moment, fiddling with the hem of her blood-stained nightgown. Mastermind-sama. Arie's quiet voice trembled slightly. Why did you save me? Because each of us has lines they won't cross. Twice says softly, the other villains falling quiet. I'd like to think hurting a little girl is one of them. Izuku hesitated for a moment before deciding that Arie had already been fed far too many lies in her short life. To be honest, I wasn't trying to save you. Overhaul threatened someone I care about and I couldn't let that stand. But I'm glad I was able to save you, even if it wasn't why I originally killed Overhaul. I know what it's like to have people hurt you just because they can, and it's something I wouldn't ever wish on anyone. Izuku's suddenly hugged from all sides. Arie stared up at him with wide eyes. You were hurt too? Izuku nodded and her voice dropped to a whisper. But you're so strong. Honey. Jokus. Even strong people get hurt sometimes, and sometimes the people who hurt them try to make them feel weak. That's what happened to you and me. Izuku smiled and ruffled her hair. We're strong people and it's not our fault that others chose to hurt us. That's right, you tell her you can listen to the villain just this once. Arie's eyes lit up. I'm strong. She asked in wonder. The strongest. Echoes through the theater. Izuku laughed. The strongest. He stood up. I'm happy I was able to meet you, Arie. Wait a few minutes after I'm gone, then knock on the door and tell them what happened. The heroes here will take good care of you. And he's leaving her on the roof. Tsukachi groans. Arie looked up at him for a long moment before flinging herself over to hug his legs. Thank you so much, Mastermind-sama. Thank you. Toga squeals. So cute, especially covered in BLD. Izuku smiled and ruffled her hair again. No problem, Arie. Be safe. Arie nodded and let go, waving to him as he got a running start and jumped onto the next roof. He only ran a few roofs away before stopping and crouching down. Arie was still standing on the roof, looking small against the skyline. She waited another 2 minutes before walking over to the door he had shown her. She hesitated a long moment before pounding strong with both fists. At least he didn't leave her alone on a roof. Mike said, ignoring all Mike's flinch. Bubble Girl thought it was much too early to be dealing with anything, especially teenage pranks. And it had to be teenagers, she thought as she trudged up the stairs, coffee in hand. Who else would climb up to the roof of a hero agency just to knock on the door? If it was anyone normal, they would knock on the front door at a much more reasonable hour. She's gonna be in for a shock. Nijire giggled. Poor Bubble Girl. Tamaki whimpered. She might have a heart attack when she sees the BLD. Togata agrees. She threw open the door, already mentally preparing the rant she'd give to the hooligans who had dared to disturb her this early in the morning, but stopped short when she saw a scared little girl who couldn't be more than 5 with BLD smeared all over her. Bubble Girl dropped her coffee. A logical reaction. Aizawa states. It's the only logical reaction. Midnight rolls her eyes. Izuku smiled as he watched one of Nitai's sidekicks usher Arie inside. The heroes would undoubtedly set up a perimeter to try to track him down, but he should be able to avoid all that if he left right now. He headed back to his base to shower and get dressed for school, sending a text to his mom telling her that he had gone for an early morning run. The little girl is officially safe, Amplifier declares. The audience claps and voices their relief as the next chapter loads. Now playing Viridian, the green guide quirks. Izuku wasn't used to feeling proud of himself. He wasn't used to feeling loved either, but Mom had at least exposed him to the emotion, so it was understandable that the past week had been pretty strange. He had been doing virtual vigilantism every night, and he was getting so much better at hacking. He'd been working up to hacking into all the cameras in front of stores and stuff so that he had eyes everywhere, and it was so much fun. I look forward to hacking lessons with your successor Yagi. Nedza chirps. I'm sure he will be too, especially after all this. All Might sighs. Not to mention that in some cases, it was actually faster to get heroes to crimes by hacking into their comms. He still couldn't wait to get his cast off so he could help the heroes fight, but maybe he'd have to spend a few days a week doing it this way, even after he healed. He'd cross that bridge when he got to it, but for now, he finally felt like he was doing something right for once in his life. Gotta work on that confidence, dude. Kaminari comments. which brought him to the other unfamiliar emotion, feeling loved. Oof, Shinso cringes. I'm getting used to it. Izuku mumbles in his defense. You better be. Uraraka scolds playfully. He'd thought that maybe Eraserhead was just the exception and only missed him because of his habit of adopting strays. Midnight snorts. You've been called out, Shota. If he stopped to pet stray cats, of course, he'd remember an annoying vigilante, so it only made sense that he'd miss Izuku because he was just more caring than normal, but that didn't seem to be the case. Every hero Izuku called seemed happy to hear his voice and said they missed him. They even asked if he was okay. No one asked if Izuku was okay, not Kaken, not his teachers, not his classmates, but there were actual real-life pro heroes who seemed to care. We do care, damn it, Amplifier calls out. He'll catch on eventually. Hawks comments hopefully. Before it's too late, hopefully. Rocklock mentions. Izuku knew that they only cared because they didn't know he was quirkless, so he couldn't help but feel a little bit guilty for lying to them. We aren't entitled to your secrets. Mirko huffs. A part of him knew that he should just tell them so that they didn't waste their time on him, and he felt so selfish for keeping his quirklessness to himself, but he didn't want to lose this feeling. He knew he didn't deserve to feel loved, but well, it wasn't like he was actually lying to the heroes, right? He was just leaving out some info. Sensei wouldn't care about all that. Jiro grumbled. We know that, but he still has to learn. Momo calms. That was part of the reason why he'd been dodging all the questions about what had forced him off the streets. If they knew he broke his arm, or when he broke it, then they might be able to pull hospital records or something, and then they'd know who he was, and then they'd know he was quirkless, and they'd force him to stop, and they'd tell Mom, and she'd be so worried. And he's not even saying it out loud, and I want to remind him to breathe. Ojiro comments. Someone hug that boy, Hagakure adds. This was a problem with slow nights. Not that Izuku wasn't glad that no one was out committing crimes, but it left him too much time to get lost in his head. He switched between cameras again, looking for anything suspicious. There were a couple drunks like there was every night, and some other people wandering about, but no one was doing anything criminal as far as he could see. The closest thing to a problem he could see was a group of teenagers smoking, but they weren't hurting anyone, even if they were loitering. Not worth the effort to scare off. Rocklock nods. He was about to switch cameras again and see if he could track down any of the heroes and see what they were doing when one of the teens jerked suddenly, slapping his neck. Within seconds, the others were batting at the air and slapping themselves as well, but beyond that, Izuku couldn't see anything wrong. He really wished the camera he was watching through had audio so he could tell if they were just hallucinating from whatever they were smoking or if they needed help, but that was one of the disadvantages to doing his vigilantism virtually. Isn't this how that last trigger incident started? Ida comments with some worry in his voice. It is, Karo. Tsu confirms. At least Viridian won't get caught in the crossfire. Todoroki mentions. Aichi won't see it that way. Izuku mentions. I predict at least one spiral in this chapter. Shinso remarks. I'd call them episodes. Mei states. Guys, pay attention. Uraraka insists. It wasn't until they started attacking one another with their powerful quirks that he called the heroes. He debated a minute about which hero would be best before deciding they'd probably appreciate backup for a fight this big. The more the merrier, Joke chirps. Too many and we'll be stepping on each other's toes. Rocklock cautions. I'm sure Viridian knows that. Brave assures. Eraser, Amplifier. Are you guys busy? Nope, Amplifier chirped. We're never too busy for you. Cutie, I love her. Hagakure giggles. Izuku blushed but concentrated on the task at hand. The fight was going to start spreading soon if the way the teens' quirks were going out of control were any indication. Good, keep on task. Aizawa comments lowly. What's up, problem child? Eraser asked. You normally only call one hero at a time. There's a fight on Hill Street. I don't know what started it, but yeah, it's starting to spread. I think the teens are all friends with each other, or at least that's how it seemed before they suddenly started fighting each other. Trigger can have that effect on folk. Snipe remarks. Alright, I'm on my way, kid. Me too, thankfully, it only took a few minutes for the two to reach the scene. Amplifier got there first and started using her quirk to disorient the fighters, confusing them as she leaped from building to basically surround them in sound. Izuku kept up a running commentary on the quirks he could see being used as they waited for Eraser to arrive. pointing out any weaknesses that Amplifier might be able to exploit. We should have more analysts, especially ones that can do that. Cementos comments. Alright, be careful of the guy with the backpack and try to stay behind him, but you already knew that, since he's basically extending his tongue into a net. That was one of the quirks used by the Nomu in Hosu. Endeavor remarks. All the heroes and teachers tense, suddenly more uncomfortable with this situation. If he does try to go for you, stay close to the ground because I can't imagine the street tastes very good and it might buy you some time. Who else? Wait, did that guy just teleport? F King teleporters. Bakugo growls. If we never have to deal with one ever again, it'll be too soon. Kirishima agrees. The villain in question suddenly appeared slightly behind and to the left of Amplifier, landing a hit to her back before disappearing again, only to appear a few feet away. Well, that was strange. With a teleportation quirk, he could have just left as soon as Amplifier arrived, so why did he stick around? Did he want to fight Amplifier? Or did he have a limit on how far he could go? The latter option seemed more likely, because what teenager would willingly fight a pro hero? Half the theater raises their hands in response. Boys, you're grown-ass men, put your hands down. Toga scolds. He watched the teleporter for another minute. He definitely kept Amplifier on her toes, but after that first time, she was able to get a glance of him in her peripheral vision due to his habit of popping up either slightly to the left or the right of slightly behind her. That didn't make sense. Why wouldn't he appear directly behind her unless he couldn't? Nice catch. Amplifier grins. Amplifier, try and bait the tongue guy into blocking the teleporter's field of vision. He saw her nod and within a few seconds, the teleporter's head was wrapped in his friend's tongue. You saddered nasty. Izuku shuddered. But, as expected, he didn't teleport to get out, instead punching the muscle until it let him go as Eraserhead finally arrived. Amplifier used that moment of distraction to knock out and restrain the tongue guy. Poor guy, Karo. I know he's the villain here, but having your tongue punched is not fun. Tsu informs. Sorry I'm late. Eraser said gruffly as he took out one of the other fighters, a guy with a few too many eyes. No problem, happy to have you. Izuku grinned. It was so cool to be able to watch them fight. Oh, and the teleporter has a vision-based quirk like you. Eraser, he can only teleport to places he can see, so try to blind him before you have to blink. Or wrap him in your capture weapon. Mike recommends. Eraser didn't waste any time wrapping his capture weapon around the man's eyes and knocking him out. There were still a few other fighters still on their feet and they immediately charged the heroes with a vengeance. 'Cause that always ends well. Dobby snarks. Would have been nice to know these guys are hopped up on Trigger, Viridian. Eraser grunted. Izuku's eyes widened and he face-bombed, wincing as he accidentally hit himself in the face with his cast. F-King dumbass. Katsuki snorts. Should have used the other hand. I'm so sorry, I should have realized that they shouldn't have all had such strong quirks and then you would have been prepared and then. Is this his second or third spiral in this chapter? Shinso remarks. Whichever it is, I'd say one is too many. Achiko huffs. Be nice to the kid, Eraser. Amplifier said as she punched someone in the face. It's not like he could tell they were high from all the way in his bedroom. I feel like there was a better way to say that. Amplifier cringes. Izuku shrunk in on himself. He was so useless he couldn't do anything right. Yeah, he was doing the best he could with a broken arm, but Amplifier was right, there were things he missed because he wasn't actually down on the street. If the heroes lost this fight or got hurt, it would be all his fault because he told them to go even though he didn't have all the right info. Heroes hardly ever have all, or even accurate information. If such events were to happen, they could in no way be considered your fault. Nedzu remarks toward the screen. Thankfully, the fight didn't last too much longer, since between Eraser canceling their quirks and Amplifier disorienting them, the fighters didn't stand a chance. He heard Amplifier talking to Tsukachi over the comms and was about to cut his own connection when Eraser started talking. Viridian, he said softly. Are you still there? You went kinda quiet there for a minute. Izuku was tempted to not respond. Maybe then Eraser would assume that he left them alone like he should have been doing all along, rather than annoying them with his stupid marbles and stupid incomplete information. I agree with HeadcaseKiller, he needs a hug. Kuda comments. Or 7. Shoji adds. You'd give the best ones. Dark Shadow snickers. There was a sigh over the line, "You're not annoying us, kid. I'm sorry if I gave you that idea during the fight. I was just frustrated because trigger cases have been going up recently. It's not your fault, problem child. I should have been able to tell." Izuku's face burned as his voice came out choked. Why did he have to start crying now of all times? "Oh honey." Midnight comments sadly. Eraser said firmly. Amplifier was right, there wasn't any way for you to tell they were on trigger just from the camera feed. It's enough of an accomplishment that you were able to see the feed in the first place, so stop beating yourself up, okay? Easier said than done. Izuku grumbles. Izuku still wasn't convinced, but he didn't want Eraser to feel guilty just because he couldn't control his stupid emotions and his stupid tears and his stupid muttering and his stupid. Midoriya suddenly finds himself crushed in invisible arms. Hagakure. He turns back toward her. "I can't reach him, so I'm settling for you," she informs. Which works well since you're technically the same person, so you need more hugs too. "Are you ever gonna tell us why you switched to online, kiddo?" Amplifier asked. Izuku jumped. He'd forgotten he was still connected to her comm as well. "Oh, just stuff and life." He grimaced. "Smooth. Thanks." Good night snort that went well. He was right, that was smooth. Giggle's slow clap, he cut the link before either of them could say anything else. Izuku frowned and rubbed at his arm, which had become annoyingly itchy as it healed. Maybe he'd have to start researching problems beforehand so he had more information to give to the heroes. It probably wouldn't help with stuff like muggings, but maybe for drag busts. Maybe he could find some more info on Trigger to pay Eraser back for today. That's unnecessary. Aizawa huffs. Izuku sighed and closed down his computer before crawling back into bed. He'd have to deal with that tomorrow. At least he's not running himself ragged again. Yagi sighs. Izuku rubbed his head as he tried, once again, to concentrate on his history assignment, but it was no good. He'd woken up a few minutes before his alarm this morning, gasping as he remembered the fight when he'd actually met Eraserhead for the first time. That had also been a group of thugs minding their own business who suddenly went crazy and started fighting each other for no reason, and Eraser had mentioned they had Trigger in their systems. And there was also the thing with the flies. He hadn't thought much of it last night, but those teens had been swatting at the air almost like there were bugs or something trying to bite them. Good, he's connecting the dots. Todoroki nods. "How did you make facts sound like a conspiracy theory?" Shinso questions. "By considering his theories fact." Izuku rolls his eyes. He says as though he doesn't place bets on each one. Achiko pokes. "Can we not break the law on a regular basis?" Tenya sighs. Izuku sighed and grabbed his phone. He wasn't being able to concentrate anyway, so he may as well take a walk to clear his head, right? And who knew, maybe he'd find something where the fight broke out that would be able to help Eraser's investigation. "Really, problem child." Eraserhead groans. There, you arrested all the villains, remember?" Yamada comforts, mockingly earning a half-hearted glare. He had to take a train to get to the corner where the teens had been smoking, and Izuku got plenty of weird looks, considering that most kids his age were supposed to be at school in the middle of the afternoon, but Izuku ignored them and most people just shrugged and continued on with their days. Izuku wasn't surprised, people always looked away from him, he just wasn't interesting enough to merit paying attention to. He was used to being ignored. "How many times is this kid gonna punch me right in the goddamn heart?" Mirko complains. "I wasn't even sure I had one of those, till I showed up here." Earning herself a few laughs. The corner looked different in daylight, and Izuku looked up until he saw the camera he'd hacked into the night before. It was weird seeing the street from this angle, but a good kind of weird, and it made Izuku smile slightly before he went back to looking around for clues. He didn't really know what he was looking for. After all, if there were insects or mosquitoes or something, they would be long gone by now, but not necessarily if a quirk was involved. Izuku theorizes. A metallic glint caught Izuku's eye and he looked around briefly before walking toward it and kneeling down. He sucked in a harsh breath as he saw the crushed corpse of a tiny robotic bee, a cracked glass cylinder acting as its abdomen. The guy that slapped his neck must have managed to damage it enough that it couldn't fly away, and the abdomen container could easily hold a tiny dose of Trigger, which would explain why Izuku had never seen either group shoot up. Sid Aizawa cursed. FCK seconded. Tsukachi sighs. "See, I want to ask what's going on, but I'd bet Headcase won't let you tell us. Hawks pouts. And you would be correct. Headcase giggles. Izuku grabbed a small ziploc from his bag, it had held carrots at one point, and picked up the bee, hoping there was enough of it left for him to hack into, then started heading back home. He still had homework to finish, after all. I doubt he could hack into that. Tsukachi sighs. He hacked around a signal jamming quirk, didn't he? Toshinori reminds. Hacking around a quirk and hacking into a quirk are two very different things. Aizawa pinches the bridge of his nose in frustration. All we can do now is wait and see. Nezu dismisses. Now playing cheat code. Support strategist cheat code sit the USJ Kaminari exclaims. Shigaraki's entire body contorted in rage as he frantically looked around for whoever was speaking. You're the cheater who switched up the levels, who are you? Okay boss, we are all aware you're not the most mature leader we could have, but this Dabi says, pointing to the screen, this is just sad. Yeah, but it's kind of funny that we didn't see him act like this in Mastermind's world. Togoshirpid. That's only because nothing went wrong. Twice comments. Because that Midoriya kid is smarter than us all. Whatever. Shigaraki grumbles. Izuku looked to Mei, who was looking at him with wide eyes. There was no way he could tell Shigaraki his real name. The villain would be able to track him too easily, and that would put Mom, Mei, and even Katsuki's family in danger because Shigaraki could choose to target any of them to get to him. He also couldn't say he was Deku for many of the same reasons. He'd grown up with that nickname and it was way too strongly associated with Izuku Midoriya. It wouldn't take more than a few days of asking around to figure out who Deku really was if Shigaraki asked the right people. Are we going to target civilians like this kid, Mom? Dabi questions, lowly, making his displeasure at the thought known. That'd be so totally not cute. Toga pouts. Relax, we're not some filthy griefers. Shigaraki scoffs. What about Hosu? Twice asks. Wouldn't that qualify? That was a calculated attack. Tamura says defensively. As his thoughts whirled, a memory of something that Shigaraki had said earlier popped into his mind, and Izuku had to hold in a breathy sigh of relief. What kind of a question is that? You said it yourself, Shigaraki. For this to work, Izuku needed to be someone Shigaraki could respect. Someone confident and an opponent who he knew could counter him at every turn. He gave a CCKY smile and leaned back in his chair, hoping to channel that same energy into his voice. I'm Cheat Code. And he's taken the name Cheat Code. Todoroki remarks smugly. Todoroki, please just stop. Izuku begs. I will. He agrees. Don't think it counts when this was the last piece of Headcase's little teaser. Shinso points out. She did it on purpose, I know it. Izuku grumbles. Nezu was beginning to understand Yamada's panic now. He was torn between bursting with pride for his student's quick thinking and wanting to ground him until he was 30 for his recklessness. Why did he have to call attention to himself like that? The villains had a warp quirk, for goodness sake. What would happen if they simply warped over to the main campus and attacked Midoriya directly? He was quirkless and didn't have any strength or training to defend himself with. Nezu didn't want to lose his student before he'd even really had a chance to teach him. How is watching Nezu panic worse than watching my other self panic? Mike exclaims. Because Nezu doesn't panic. Aizawa deadpans, though his grip tightening on his armrest gives his nerves away. But now wasn't the time for panic, now was the time for his intelligence to shine. It was time for damage control and protecting his reckless student from himself so that his reckless student could protect the other children from the villains. Was this what parenthood felt like? Sometimes. A few adults remark in unison. That's it. Someone whispers. Everyone, please only refer to Midoriya as Cheat Code from now on. Nezu ordered. Especially when we arrive at the USJ. We don't want him to become a target. Other me is not going to like that. Shigaraki mumbles. How dare they not take your feeling into account? Dabi drawls dramatically. Shut up. Tamura rolls his eyes. Yes, sir. All Might's voice echoed over the comms. Young Ida is heading your way. He tried to stop me, but I decided to leave him to you. My alternate self is most likely quite panicked at such a dismissal. Ida comments. But just like running that day, it was the best decision. Izuku comforts. I see the little listener now, Yamada said. Ida was kicking up dust as he headed their way, almost slid as he saw the teachers and skidded quickly to a stop, Teachers, there is an attack I wanted to warn All Might, but he ignored. We know, young. We done been told by. Snipe trailed off and glanced at Nedzu, who shook his head. Snipe nodded resolutely, by a third party. Come with us, you best give your report on the way. For a moment, Nedzu thought that Ito would collapse in relief, but after a second he squared his shoulders and started running back the way he had come as the teachers followed. Yes sir, go Ida, go senseis, hurry, keep going. As Ida filled in the gaps and described the attack, Nedzu couldn't help but feel like they couldn't get there soon enough. Don't jinx it, amplifier cries. On screen, Shigaraki was attacking his neck like it had personally offended him. Where are you, cheat code? Tell me, Dabi snorts. Sure, just let me sign my death sentence myself. That's the way your warp quirk works, isn't it? Izuku asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. You can't come to stop me if you don't actually know exactly where I am. That's why you were so angry when your signal blocker couldn't tell you my location. Called out. Kaminari snickers. Is cheat code. Mei said softly. I've unlocked the doors. Most of the students are evacuating now, but there are a couple overachievers I'm having to keep away from the plaza. Todoroki and Bakugo. Aizawa sighs. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement. Faintly over the comms, he heard the sound of people cheering and smiled. It had been 2 minutes. All might, all might, all might. That's the thing about having the cheat codes, Shigaraki. Izuku said. Not only can I change the levels, but the boss is on my side. Oh snap, that was smooth. Whoop, what the actual goddamn FCK. Bakugo growled as yet another wall collapsed in front of them, blocking their path for the 5th time in 5 minutes. Truly impressive vocabulary, blasty. Ashido teases. He raises an eyebrow at her. Do I need to bring up Blockhead's class? He's got you there. Siro chuckles. Kaminari and Kirishima wisely keep their mouths shut. Ijiro was secretly relieved. Dude, have you noticed that the walls only collapse if we try heading toward the fight? Maybe if we try heading toward the entrance. Shut up, City Hair. Bakugo screamed. I'm gonna take down their stupid escape route, and a few walls aren't gonna be enough to stop me if this happened now. Do you think he'd act any differently? All Might wonders aloud. It would depend on who he's with. Kirishima, yes. Kaminari, maybe. Anybody else, who knows? Aizawa waves him off. But did you hear that dude on the intercom? Ijiro asked. This cheat code guy is probably doing this. He's probably working with the teachers, so if we just leave... I'm not gonna let some coward who won't even show his face get in my way. Bakugo yelled and exploded another piece of rubble so he could get through. Now are you gonna help me or not? Ugh, I know he's an a-hole and all, but I really hope he's not dumb enough to say something like that to a support engineer. Mei complains. It's okay, Mei-chan, he'll learn. Izuku comforts in a voice that's a little too happy. Ijiro instinctively hardened as an insane burst of wind pressure whipped through the day, and he hoped he wasn't imagining the booming voice that followed. I am here. I remember the relief I felt when he came bursting through the door. Mineta sighs. Toshinori wasn't smiling. The situation was just as bad as young Midoriya had made it out to be. A broken Aizawa was pinned under a massive villain that he assumed to be the Nomu that he had been warned of, so now his main duty was to save his coworker. If only he'd been here. One of many mistakes I will always regret. Toshinori whispers to himself. Toshinori lunged forward, calling the full power of One for All into the punch. Dust whipped up from the force of the attack, and Toshinori was just getting ready to grab Aizawa and get him out of there when he realized that the villain, the monster, hadn't even budged. Well, that's terrifying. Aizawa deadpants. You don't remember him showing up? Joke asks. I was unconscious by this point. Aizawa informs. This is why I hate the phrase, serious injury, is too vague. Rocklock comments. That's not going to work. All Might, a young man with dirty blue hair and a hand over his face, cackled loudly. Nomu has cheat codes of his own to kill the big boss. The only way you're going to be able to beat him is to slowly gouge out his flesh, and I don't think he's going to let you do that. Shiver. EW. No thanks. Shock absorption. Young Midoriya muttering echoed around the plaza. But he had a strength. No, super strength was never his quirk, was it? That's why he was still able to hurt Eraserhead, even with the net, which should have blocked. You're not as smart as you like to pretend. Cheat code. The young man, who Toshinori realized must be Shigaraki, the leader, said gleefully, are you forgetting that Nomu is a mod? He doesn't have to follow the rules. Toshinori really should read up on the teenagers' lingo if this was how the next generation of villains was going to talk, because seriously, they might as well be speaking Greek. All that he got from that was that Nomu was dangerous, but he'd already known that. New class activity, teach All Might about video games. Class B can come too, Kaminari declares. A variety of agreements and complaints follow. Aizawa sighs, I almost feel bad for you, but you're retired now and need to figure out how to relax. Should I be scared? All Might questions. Depends on the games. Mike chuckles. Young Midoriya's observations, however, were much more useful. Shock absorption. Toshinori rushed the Nomu and grabbed him from behind, yanking him up and forcing him to let go of Aizawa. Thanks for telling me how to beat him. He bent backward, careful to avoid the unconscious Aizawa as he suplexed the villain into the ground. If he could just stop him from moving, out hat couldn't be good. Izuku exclaims slightly hysterically, oh, you think? Izuku turned on some fans so that the dust would clear faster and he could get a clear visual of the fight. All Might had managed to get a hand on the Nomu, but unfortunately, the Nomu had also gotten a hand on him. Kurogiri had created a warp gate right where All Might had tried to bury the Nomu and created another one under All Might so the villain could grab him. The Nomu was digging his fingers into All Might's side and had apparently managed to open his old scar if the BLD staining All Might's shirt was any indication. Okay. How am I just realizing the reason you didn't relax back then was because you knew about his injury. Sue puts her palm to her forehead. To be fair, the last USJ incident was Mastermind's. Ida winces. Yeah, we were all pretty distracted. Shinso cringes. All Might desperately tried to pry the Nomu's hands away from his left side, but the angle was all wrong and Izuku still couldn't get his mind off what Shigaraki had said about Nomu not following the rules. What had he meant by that? F-King multiple quirks? Goddamn, all for one. Midoriya mumbles aggressively. Good work. Kurogiri. Shigaraki grinned. We've got him right where we want him now. Normally, I wouldn't want BLD dirtying the inside of my warp gates. Kurogiri said calmly. But for a hero such as yourself, I am willing to make an exception. Go Jiriken Toga cheers. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what their plan was. The Nomu was strong, so if he was able to pull All Might halfway through the portal, Izuku couldn't let that happen. But what could he? He muted his connection to the USJ's PA system. Nedzu, how far out are you? We can see the building. Nedzu said. We'll be there momentarily. Come on, just a little faster. Midnight begs. Izuku's mind raced as he thought about the quirks they had available. Is Ida still with you? This is present, Mike said. But we were about to send him to check on the other little listeners. Not the time. Izuku states tensely. All right. Here's what you need to do. Izuku kept an eye on the plaza, where Shigaraki seemed to be taking his time toying with All Might before killing him. Cementos. Liquefy the cement under your feet so you can slide easily and have Ida use his quirk to push you to the USJ and get you there faster. If you can harden it right after you've passed so Ida doesn't have to worry about slipping, that'd be best. When you get inside, use your cement to immobilize the villain holding All Might. Present, Mike, you use your quirk to tell the students to get out of the way. Got it. An excellent strategy presuming nothing goes wrong. Nedzu remarks, tail twitching in subdued distress. Yeah, hey, kids, clear a path for us, you dig. Move, go F-King book it. Izuku noted that the comms were programmed to decrease the volume of Mick's voice when he activated his quirk. He'd definitely have to take a look at that coding after this was over. That was so cool. He listened to Cementos briefly relay his instructions to Ida, and then there was a sound of an engine before a gray and white blur launched through the front doors, stopping just before the steps. Within seconds, the cement under the plaza had come alive and hardened just short of All Might, neatly encasing the monster. Go, Cementos. Nice job, sensei. That's our lit. Teacher CRP. Shigaraki scratched his neck. The heroes are here. No sit. Dabi snarks. Perhaps it would be best for us to make our exit. Kurogiri said, already making a portal to leave. No, we can't let them get away, Izuku yelled. Does he even have a real body to target? Is cheat code? Kuin-mei yelled and pointed at the screen. If he's got armor, he's got a body. I overheard Rakuin and Bombkuin saying something about it. Not the worst nicknames I've heard for those two. Headcase remarks absent-mindedly. Kirishima opens his mouth to comment only to have Bakugo slap a hand over it and growl at him. She has access to F-King Multiverse, do not ask that question. And armor is made of metal, which... Izuku scanned through the weapons until he found a taser, then reconnected his audio. Wasn't your objective to kill All Might? That set Shigaraki off. Show your stupid face. You cheater, if it wasn't for you changing the rules, our quest would be done by now. Oh, Shiggy. Toga sighs in disappointment, causing Tamura to sulk. Tamura, Shigaraki, calm down. Kurogyari was so distracted trying to calm Shigaraki's most recent tantrum that he didn't see the attack coming until the electricity hit him in the back. Immediately, he seized up and fell to the ground unconscious, and the mist surrounding his body temporarily dissipated just enough for Izuku to see the man underneath, though the effect disappeared before he could get a good look at the villain's face. Knocking him out had also caused the portal to close, slicing the Nomu in half. Gasps EW. Ugh, so gross. Izuku felt like he was going to throw up. Sure, the Noma didn't seem human, but he probably was, and it was Izuku's attack that caused the portal to close and kill him. Wait, how is the Noma still moving? Unfortunately, it's not entirely human. Ojiro cringes. This insight into our comrade's struggles has been disturbing to say the bare minimum. Tokoyami remarks. I'm almost glad we were in the downpour zone. Kuda shivers. I told you, cheat code. Shigaraki gloated as the Nomu completely regenerated his missing limbs. Nomu doesn't follow the rules. How? Izuku watched in shock. Multiple quirks. That would change everything we know about. Not now, focus nerd later. Off topic. Come on man, fight now, nerd later. Mei reminded him. Man, these students really want to fight, don't they? It's just these three, but I'm running out of stuff to throw at him. Izuku muted himself and looked over at the screens Mei was working with. It was Katsuki and Kirishima on one and Todoroki on the other. All extremely powerful students and all probably itching for a fight. Izuku knew he couldn't trust Katsuki not to try to explode Shigaraki the moment he saw him, but one of the other two, maybe it'd be worth the risk to get Aizawa out of there so that All Might could fight without worrying about hurting him even more. I would prefer you left the students out of it. Nezu remarks. Let Todoroki through. Izuku ordered. It would be too difficult to separate Kirishima from Katsuki. I'll handle it from there. Mei looked at him skeptically. Are you sure? I'll take the blame if something happens, Mei-chan. Izuku said. Just do it. Other me. Todoroki says to the screen, please don't screw this up. How are you that deadpan? Shinso asks, slightly impressed. Practice. Todoroki deadpants. This was the oddest villain attack Shudo had ever been a part of, not that he had many other experiences to compare it to. First, the villains breaking into a secure facility, then the absolutely pitiful efforts of the front line, and finally, the way that the building itself had seemed to come alive to prevent him from helping in the main fight. That last one was probably due to cheat code, whoever that was. Shudo had heard his father ranting about idiots in support who didn't know when to shut up and take orders, by which he meant to say that they thought they could tell Endeavor what to do. Cheat code must be someone like that, which basically meant that Shudo liked him already. Izuku snorts, sometimes I forget how petty you can be. Meanwhile, DMN Endeavor, you sure know how to raise spiteful kids. Mirko snarks. Sons, Enji corrects, my daughter tries to keep the peace. Let me guess, she's in denial that anything's wrong. She scoffs. He doesn't answer. That didn't mean, however, that he was going to stop fighting. He had been training his entire life to be a hero, so he could more than handle these weak villains. It was stupid to make Aizawa keep fighting alone and outnumbered when Shudo could help. Cheat code, however, seemed determined to make him leave, which meant that it was both relieving and incredibly suspicious when the environment suddenly stopped fighting him. Shudo wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth, so he rushed toward the plaza as quickly as he could and took stock of the situation. It was chaos. That's putting it mildly. Shinso drawls. The teachers had arrived and were beginning to fight the last of the cannon fodder that Aizawa and his classmates hadn't taken care of, but they apparently weren't out of the woods yet. A giant villain was matching All Might punch while trying to maneuver around Aizawa, who was on the ground, but appeared to be waking up. The warp villain was on the ground as well, but the leader was using the fight between All Might and the monster to shield himself from any potential attacks from the teachers. Shudo, however, might be able to get a clear shot at him. It would put him at risk, especially since he didn't know what the villain's quirk was, but living with his father was a risk too, so it was just what heroes did. Todoroki found himself on the receiving end of an invisible hug the girl citing. He clearly needed more in his life. It was only years of his father's training that kept him from jumping when a loud voice echoed from a speaker right behind him, "Use your ice as a slide to get Eraserhead out of there and take him to the entrance. Please listen." Achiko begs. Shoto knew there was no point in looking around, since it was almost definitely cheat code giving the orders. Wouldn't it be better to attack the leader directly? Prioritize the rescue. Cheat code pleaded. All Might can't fight at full power if Eraserhead is in the way, and he's in no condition to keep fighting right now. He's right, just get me out of there so this can end. Aizawa demands. Izuku held his breath as Todoroki hesitated, looking between Shigaraki and Eraserhead before nodding. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. There had been no guarantee that Todoroki would trust him, especially since the students probably didn't know he was working with the teachers, but he'd been hoping. "Yay, you didn't FCK it up, made cheers." Todoroki states, patting his living necklace on the back. ASLCK track of ice shot forward from Todoroki's foot and froze the ground under Eraserhead, then more ice piled underneath him until gravity took control and Eraserhead, who was now awake, if extremely disoriented, was able to slide away from the fight. Honestly, on second thought, sliding him probably hadn't been the safest option with his injuries, but it was the only thing Izuku could think of that wouldn't put Todoroki at risk, and he'd promised Nedzu that he would protect the students. Hopefully, Eraserhead wouldn't be too angry at him. "He's going to thank you for saving his life," Mike assures. All Might glanced over to Todoroki with a nod. "Take care of him, young Todoroki." For about half a second, Izuku wondered if Todoroki would attack the villains anyway, but then Eraserhead groaned quietly. Todoroki's eyes filled with something unreadable and he nodded to All Might before helping Eraserhead back to the entrance. Now on to the Nomu. Where does his kindness come from? Ectoplasm questions. His mother. Endeavor says with an unreadable expression. There's no way to know what quirks the Nomu has, Izuku broadcasted, grateful that he'd insisted on All Might saving his strength for the fight. But if he was designed to beat you, All Might, he's probably got what it takes to withstand you at full strength. Then I'll just have to go beyond that, All Might said. Plus ultra, the surrounding fights came to a gradual stop as everyone had to anchor themselves to avoid being blown away from the whirlwind that was created as the two exchanged blows faster than Izuku could see. He couldn't help fanboying just a bit as All Might used a final punch to knock the Nomu through the ceiling. Whoa. Brave whistles, very impressed. Well, villain. All Might grinned. You're outnumbered and your ultimate weapon is out of commission. Are you really sure you can beat this level? No cheaters. Shigaraki lunged forward and Izuku's breath caught as he realized that All Might was steaming. Going beyond his quirk's limits like that probably took the last of his strength, but he should have enough left to dodge. Shouldn't he? No, he doesn't. Izuku stresses. Shigaraki screamed as Snipe shot his hand and one of his legs, but the rest of the bullets were redirected by a purple warp gate. Oh good, he woke up. Shigaraki sighed in relief. Izuku swore and reached for his keyboard. When had Kurogyari woken up? Had they all been so distracted by All Might's fight that no one had noticed? He tried to think of something to stop the villains, but the warp gate was already passing over Shigaraki, taking him to God knew where. And safe twice. Cheered strike one. Izuku caught one final complaint from Shigaraki right as the portal closed. Sensei lied to me. All Might's not weaker at all. Why didn't he tell me about the cheater? How the FCK was he supposed to know? Minoma questions. He sighed and muted his mic as he sat back, suddenly extremely tired as the adrenaline he'd been running on for the past 30 minutes left him in a rush. Next to him, Mei was in a similar state. Present Mike had taken Eraserhead from Todoroki and was now handing him off to paramedics, who were also taking 13 and a maxed-out Kaminari. Katsuki looked pissed and Kirishima was trying to comfort him as Hound Dog escorted them out of the building. Cementos created a rough wall to block the student's view and nodded to All Might, who took that as his cue to deflate with a bloody cough. It was only after he deflated that he seemed to remember Izuku and Mei, and he looked at the nearest camera in panic. Oops. Mei's eyes widened at All Might's small form. What the? I don't think I was supposed to see that. Izuku glanced over at her and he knew he should be way more worried about her finding out All Might's secret, but quite honestly he was too tired to panic anymore. Yeah, he does that sometimes. Jiro snorts Daemon Midoriya, you sound exhausted. To be fair I am. Izuku remarks, setting off a chain reaction of relieved snickering. For his part, All Might looked slightly exasperated. Young cheat code, this is serious, it's just May. Izuku shrugged. Better than the villains or all of Class 1A. That's part of why we needed to keep the students away from the fight, in addition to protecting them. Didn't want anybody seeing that, you know. And she's not gonna tell anyone, All Might, right? May collapsed back into her chair. Can't wait of her, the #1 hero has some secret transformation quirk. No big deal. Why am I not surprised? Shinso grins. 'Cause you've been paying attention. May chirps. All Might coughed again. I, greatly appreciate your discretion, young. Cheat code. Nedzu cut off All Might's rambling before it could begin, making both Izuku and May jump. Are you and your assistant all right? Izuku and May exchanged a look and she giggled. We just beat the CRP out of a bunch of villains. We're exhausted and Izuku-in is my assistant, not the other way around. My apologies for the mix-up, Miss Hatsum. Nedzu chutzklas. Nedzu chucked knowingly. I hid a blanket in your desk when I was creating your room. You never know when you'll need a nap after a long night of working, after all, Datsu. Izuku raised an eyebrow as May dug through the desk's drawers and pulled out a giant fluffy monstrosity that really seemed larger than should realistically fit where they found it. May gasped and nuzzled her face into the blanket. Oh Izuku, it's so soft, rest. Nedzu said cheerfully. You deserve it. You did well. Izuku froze. Nedzu was proud of him. Had that ever happened with a teacher before? What was he supposed to do? Should he say something? How was he supposed to handle this? Hagakure whines as she switches targets back to Midoriya. May quite literally pulled him out of his thoughts as she dragged him to the floor and wrapped both of them in the blanket. Izuku was vaguely aware he should probably be panicking about something right now, but he was too exhausted to do anything but take the calm out of his ear and pass out. Oh God. Izuku mumbles into his hands with a blush. And if Shinso happened to take a few pictures for blackmail purposes when he dropped by during lunch, well, Izuku could always find a way to hack his phone later and steal them. And plot my revenge. Izuku huffs. And what does that mean, Midoriya? Shinso asks skeptically. Izuku turns to him with a smile filled with false innocence. No spoilers, Shinsuken. What does that mean? Hitoshi replies with far more fear. Hush now, Shinsuken. The next chapter is starting. Now playing Shadows. The horror movie heroes. Last minute. Hitoshi kept his hands in his pockets as he walked down the deserted streets, glad to see they'd been correct about most of the other villains rushing to stake out the objectives in the first few minutes. Once the heroes arrived in a couple hours, this would be one of the only safe places to be recognizable as a villain because the way the exercise was currently run, the civilians were definitely not on their side. They'd avoid it later, once they got their hands on some civilian tokens, but for now, this area had exactly what Hitoshi needed. Weapons. So they planned to steal the identities of 2 of the guests. Nedza grins. And they're arming themselves. My gads. That's all well and good so long as their broker doesn't turn them in. Aizawa mentions. The pawn shop Izuku had told him to go to was at the bottom of a staircase in the middle of a dark alley, so about as shady as it could get. Hitoshi didn't bother knocking on the door before going inside. The most dangerous villains acted like they already owned everything and then worked to make that happen, so that's what he and Izuku were going to do. You already look more intimating. Achiko comments. That is the point. Shinso drawls. I'm just glad we're not going the psycho route. Izuku shivers. Being stuck in this theater with a handful of them is enough. And Mastermind, he's more than enough. May remarks. The man at the counter looked up as Hitoshi came in. Hello there. You're a bit younger than my usual clientele, but I'm not one to turn away a customer. Well, that's scum of me. Ha sido grumbles. I'm sure. Hitoshi said dryly. I hear this is the best place to get weapons. The man grinned. You heard right. You can call me Shiguro. What did you have in mind? The works. Hitoshi said smoothly. I need at least 4 handguns and an assortment of knives, but I've recently come into a little cash, so I'm looking forward to seeing what you've got. Ooh, that was smooth. Kaminari compliments. Shiguro grinned and straightened up a bit. Ooh, I always like a challenge, especially when it comes with deep pockets. He gestured for Hitoshi to wait and disappeared into the back room for a few minutes, which Hitoshi used to get a look around. There wasn't much to see, honestly, but that was as expected, and he ran through what he knew about the guy he was dealing with. He and Izuku had found a forum for past participants, and it seemed like everyone had something to say about this guy. From what he'd heard, this Ito guy seemed almost too good to be true. That's because he probably is. Dabi rolled his eyes. Because he was. Called it. Shiguro came back into the front with a large duffel bag. Here you go, kid. Tell me what you think. Hitoshi gave him a wary look before taking the duffel and looking through it. There was a variety of handguns, shotguns, and a sniper rifle, which would definitely come in handy, as well as a few knives and explosives, which they wouldn't need to buy if everything went according to plan, but it was probably a good idea to have them, just in case the job later went south. Overall, it seemed like a good start, and they could always steal more later if they needed it. What does he mean they won't have to buy explosives? My questions loudly. Wonder, how well them boys will aim. Snipe considers. Must there be a sniper rifle in a school event? Tsukachi sighs. Throw in a bit more ammo and we'll call it good. Hitoshi said. Hey, you've got a pretty good variety of goods here, how do you keep track of it all? Oh, it's my quirk. Shiguro said. I have an insanely good memory, so everything I have and everything I get goes right up here in my big old brain and stays there. A lot less risky than keeping physical copies lying around for the police to find. Oh, that's perfect. Izuku grins, bouncing in his seat. Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. So there's no physical record of what I'm buying. I just want to make sure, in case you try going to the police or something. What? No, there's no copies. Shiguro put a hand on his heart. I would never. Hitoshi smirked as he took control. Good, that makes things easier. Forget you ever had any of the items in this duffel bag, and forget I was ever here while you're at it. Wait for 3 minutes after I've left before waking up. Can you affect memories? Ida turns to Shinso. The boy shrugs. Don't know. Haven't really gotten to practice with my quirk. So this situation is beneficial for you. Todoroki comments. You get to see how the other versions of yourself use it and learn from it. I think that applies to all of us, Karo. He left Shiguro slack-jawed at the counter and slung the duffel over his shoulder. Haru Shiguro. A pawn shop owner that appeared in the exercise every single year. His son was apparently participating in the exercise this year as a student. Hey, wasn't Shiguro one of the support course kids in cheat code? Mineta asks. I believe so. He could locate objects if I remember correctly. Aoyama confirms. Which was the only reason Hitoshi knew that he wasn't lying about his quirk, but it's not as if father and son were on opposite sides. From what the past participants had said, going to him was only a good idea if you planned on getting arrested the first few days. Somewhere on day 3 or 4, he'd turn traitor for the heroes and give them, from memory, everything they needed to track down every villain he'd sold to. F-King snitch. Dabi sneers. It was a good thing that memories were finicky things. Quite the sense of epicaricacy. Tokoyami rumbles. There was a slight sound of static in his ear, and Hitoshi winced as Izuku's voice came through a bit too loudly. Toshi. Hitoshi. Can you hear me? Loud and clear. Izuku. Tayoshi groaned. A bit too loud, actually. Oh, sorry. Izuku continued, speaking at a much more comfortable volume. I have your next targets. Are you done at the pawn shop? Hitoshi hefted the duffel, knowing that Izuku was probably watching him. Feel free to delete the footage of me coming and going, that guy won't remember I was ever there. Diamen, that's efficient. Sato remarks. Izuku was quiet for a short moment. Done. Okay, are you ready for your target yet? Hitoshi readjusted the duffel. Yeah, shoot. He could practically hear Izuku smiling. Okay, so go to the main square. There's going to be a guy in his early 20s with pink hair. He's your target. I can't wait to see what they come up with. Amplifier mentions. Kyoka wandered the streets and walked into a cafe as she tried to figure out her first move. Despite it just being a training exercise, UA and HUC had turned the training grounds into a practically bustling city for the week, and she got the feeling that for the civilians, it was basically just life as normal. There were grocery stores, cafes, and even theaters that were just going about their daily operations, so it was a good thing that each of the villains had been given a handful of cash to get them started. They were obviously expected to just steal more later, but the time before the heroes arrived was for setting up, not committing crimes. And I've counted over a dozen crimes already. Gran Turino snarks. She was feeling kind of hungry, so she decided to stop at a cafe she passed while she waited. She got a few weird looks for her outfit, but nothing more than she usually did on a normal day, so she didn't really care. The line was really long, so she had a lot of time to think as she made her way to the front. She closed her eyes and both felt and heard one for all humming under her skin, slowly syncing with her heartbeat. It was both louder and somehow quieter than she'd expected, and it almost felt like the power was trying to whisper so that it didn't hurt her ears. It would have been sweet if that was actually possible, but no. Kyoka was pretty sure it was all in her head. There was no way a power could whisper. Midoriya snorts, "Oh, it does more than whisper." What does that mean? Jiro demands. Izuku raises his hands in surrender. And spoil the surprise. I hate that stupid rule. Kyoka grumbles. Hello there. A middle-aged woman smiled at her. What can I get for you? A red bean cake. Kaika browsed the menu. And a boba tea, if that's all right. Coming right up, the cashier pressed a few buttons. Token. Kyoka frowned. Token. Oh dear, this can't be good. Momo comments, laying a comforting hand on Jiro's shoulder as the other girl groans into her hands. Oh, most of the little shops in the exercise have us tap that little participation token they gave you at the start, you know, that little disc they gave you when you showed up. That's kinda how we check that you're a part of the exercise and not some intruder. Plus, it helps the company track which places are popular and what to bring back next year, so we always try to scan them. I'm surprised you don't remember that from orientation. We must not tell the villains that. Ectoplasm hums. Kyoka frowned and pulled out her token. It seems like it'd be pretty important. She put her token down on the counter and the mood immediately shifted. If she hadn't known all these people were paid actors, she would have thought they were actually panicking. The cashier looked genuinely terrified as she stared down at Kyoka's red and black token. It's a villain, the lady cried out, a glint of challenge in her eyes as she watched for how Kyoka would react. Somebody call the heroes, this is getting exciting. Toga cheers. Let's see how the little one survives this. Shigaraki hums. Denki resisted the urge to restlessly pace back and forth. Remind me why we're just waiting. Calm down, Zap Cannon. Bakugo barks. Because the beginning of this exercise is going to be a bloodbath. Mom explained. The minute that the heroes set foot inside the city, it's open season, so it's going to be a race to see if we can get the objectives before the heroes can get to us. Got it. Kinda. Denki looked down at the bank. But why are we camping out so early? The heroes won't be here for another 2 hours, but the other villains are already there. Shoji points out. As they say, no honor among thieves. Dark Shadow chuckles. Because we're racing the other villains. Mom laughed quietly. Look over there, see anything odd? Denki frowned and looked where Mom was pointing. Sure enough, people were hiding in the shadows of the building next to them, just like they were hiding in the shadows on this rooftop. So, we're not gonna have to fight the heroes, Denki gulped, but we are gonna have to fight them. Mom grinned, bingo. Denki took a deep breath and thought about those 2 terrifying kids he'd seen at the orientation. Oh, joy. Could you sound any less excited? Siro teases. We know more than he does about how dangerous Mido can be. I'm just glad he's not underestimating them because they're his age. Kaminari argues. Yeah, good job. Other Kamimina cheers. Nedzu watched with interest as the Midoriya child drafted an email to the event coordinator for the HUC team using an email address that was just 1 letter off from his own. It was a brilliant piece of social engineering, but why did the boy want there to be a faux charity event on day 3? Was he trying to lure the heroes? That wouldn't help much if it was just him and his friend against an entire class of heroes. He wasn't about to interfere and risk not finding out the boy's plan. Impersonating me is quite the bold move. Nedza grins. First explosives and now this. Mike groans. Aizawa doesn't say anything out loud, instead mentally noting the disasters that can come from explosives and charity. It was impressive that he had hacked into Nedza's systems so quickly. Honestly, it was impressive that he had tried at all, But his purple friend had been correct in assuming that Nezu had made the exercise network significantly easier to hack into than UA itself. Still, it showed a considerable amount of skill, and even though there were definitely areas of his technique that needed polishing, he got the job done. He'd singled out 2 seemingly random civilian files, and Nezu was still trying to figure out what he planned to do with them. He had a few suspicions, but it was more exciting at this point to see how things played out naturally. Identity theft incoming. Brave jokes. He was already intrigued, and the heroes hadn't even arrived on site yet. Spectacular, a lot of the villains are already waiting for the heroes to come in. Cementos pointed out. It's a smart play. It'll give them an advantage if they can pull off a robbery in those first few minutes. Though with all that competition, that might be a big if for each of them. Midnight considers. And it looks like one of the middle schoolers has already gotten themselves into trouble. Aizawa sighed. Predictable. Sorry, sensei. Jiro groans. Come now, Aizawa, be fair. All Might insisted. It's not as if the villains were warned about their tokens proclaiming their status. They were warned, actually. Midnight said. It was just in the fine print and not in quite so many words. Always read the fine print. Rocklock shakes his head. Plus, they're different colors. Aizawa said. It's only logical to assume we'd use them to separate them and tell them apart from the civilians in the game. I'm interested to see how she deals with being targeted like this. Gran Torino had insisted on attending to make sure young Jiro was alright, which Nezu had immediately approved. Hopefully, he'd be able to give a good example to All Might on how one should teach as well, because it had come to Nezu's attention that he still had a ways to go before he was ready for next year's classes. That's an understatement. Many teachers say in unison. The heroes aren't there, so the best move would be either to rob the place for extra cash if she's committed to the villain role, or just to turn tail and run. Both are decent options. I'm more concerned about those 2 Shadows kids. Midnight said. They've decided to divide and conquer, it looks like, but they don't have burner phones yet, so there's no way to communicate with one another. That's where you're wrong, Midnight corrects her on-screen counterpart. Nezu hid his grin behind his teacup. His teachers hadn't noticed that Midoriya had spent this entire time gaining access to the system. They would definitely be surprised when they realized that Midoriya was using their own comms to communicate. That was the thing about humans. They were always making assumptions about how the rules were supposed to work. It was going to be delightful to see them all proven wrong. We won't disappoint, Izuku cheers. What he said. Shinso agrees with some less enthusiasm. I look forward to it. Nezu chuckles at his students. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro reputations. Izuku gratefully took the offered cup of tea and held it between his hands as he waited for it to cool down to a drinkable temperature. Nezu was smiling at him across the desk over his own cup, a variety of files and loose papers spread out in the kind of organized chaos Izuku was more than used to from his own room. Deku's first lesson with Nezu. This should be fun. Aizawa deadpants. I should hope so. The principal chuckles. Well, Deku, Nezu chirped, setting down his cup, I must say that it's a pleasure to finally be able to begin our private lessons. It's not often I find a student I'm excited to teach, so I'm happy you were able to fit me in during your free PRD. With everything going on, I'm now only mildly terrified of this. Ashido comments with a bit too much enthusiasm to be perfectly sincere. Kaminari responds with a tense smile. Izuku nodded eagerly. I'm really excited to be learning from you, Sir. High Spec sounds like such an interesting quirk, and you do a lot of interesting work behind the scenes of the hero community by finding difficult villains or the ones who prefer to stay in the shadows. He hurriedly shut his mouth when he realized he was rambling, but Nezu didn't seem to mind. Yes, that is correct. It's a role you filled yourself, is it not? I guess that's one way to put it. Midoriya responds sheepishly. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I mean, not really. I mostly focus more on quirks and combat, not on tracking people down like you do. I did a little work like that on my internship with Night Eye, but I'm not very good at it yet. Any skill worth having takes time to learn. Tsukachi intones. That's of no importance. Nezu said. We can't expect you to be perfect at everything you try without practice. Remember that you have been analyzing quirks for much longer than you've been doing other aspects of hero work, so you can't expect to have reached the same level of excellence. I think we all need to remind ourselves of that from time to time. Kirishima scratches the back of his head self-consciously. I wouldn't call it excellence. Izuku muttered, but Nezu ignored him. Jiro snorts good. That being said, one of the reasons you are here is so we can work on developing that magnificent mind of yours and honing it into a truly terrifying weapon. Nezu clapped his hands together. So this semester, I'll be teaching you about strategy. Like he needs it. Twice scoffs. Fool could use the help. Izuku nodded. I'm in your hands, sir. Please take good care of me. Nezu smiled. Perfect. Now, I would like to apologize, first of all, because I took the liberty of looking deeper into your past, especially in light of yesterday's incident. Various members of the audience flinched and cringed at the bits and pieces of his past they'd seen. Izuku shrunk in on himself. Now Nezu was going to find all of his teacher's old notes on him being a disruption and practically begging to be beaten up because he didn't have a powerful quirk. Teachers always sided with Katsuki. Aizawa was just an exception to that rule. Not the only one. Nezu won't be like that. Just wait, you'll see. I must say that your old school's treatment of you is shameful. Yes, it was. Preach. You said it. Izuku looked up so fast he almost gave himself whiplash. What? Nezu looked at him seriously. Your middle school is guilty of gross negligence when it comes to their treatment of you. They hardly even bothered to hide that they fully knew of the mistreatment you were receiving at the hands of your peers, and they appeared almost proud of the fact that they allowed the abuse to continue. You did not deserve any of that, Midoriya. You are highly intelligent, a fact that should have been obvious far before now, but they turned a blind eye to your strengths because of their own discriminatory biases. What he said. Ox joked. I'm sure they didn't mean. Izuku tried to say quietly, but Nezu held up a hand to cut him off. You tend to give people the benefit of the doubt far too often, Midoriya. No doubt because you have always been treated as if others were in the right for hurting you. Nezu stared at Izuku with fire in his eyes. I believe you will understand why I, of all people, do not have any patience for discrimination. Oh, he's bringing that up. Aizawa whispers in slight awe. Izuku swallowed heavily and nodded. Nezu smiled again. So you can see why I would like to see some justice done on your behalf. I would like to use your old middle school as a case study this semester to teach you about human psychology and how to destroy a reputation. He's guiding a hero student through revenge. Shigaraki questions in surprise. I admit that learning psychology will be interesting, Izuku said nervously, but why would I ever need to know how to destroy a reputation? My father. Shoto and Dabi quip in unison, tensing at each other's voices before purposely looking away from each other. Nezu took a sip of his tea. Most villains don't rate very high in public opinion polls. Say what you will about our society, but there is something to be said that most people recognize that robbing and hurting people is wrong. However, every once in a while, a villain comes along that is able to shift public opinion in their favor. They often try to portray themselves as doing the wrong things for the right reasons, or by saying that their victims deserve it for whatever reason. In these cases, it can be very dangerous to go after the villain directly. Do you know why? The court of public opinion is merciless. Tokoyami remarks. Izuku thought for a moment. Well, if the villain is able to convince people they're doing the right thing, then the public will mutiny when the police and heroes go after them. It's almost like by going after a villain like that, the heroes themselves start acting like villains and the villain is the persecuted hero. He looked up at Nezu who was staring at him proudly. Is that right? That sounds like a nightmare. Hagakure winces. Nezu nodded. Exactly. Midoriya. When villains manage to get some semblance of a good public reputation, it is often most effective to target that first so that the public sees them for what they are, rather than what they claim to be. In these cases, it is often most effective to completely destroy their reputation before capturing them. Otherwise, even if you manage to lock them up in Tartarus for the rest of eternity, you'll never truly be rid of them. Why do you think that is? The word followers echoes through the room as thoughts of Stain and the like come to mind. Izuku hummed. Well, especially if they claim to be doing the wrong things for the right reasons, they'll probably inspire followers. Their influence will still be felt, probably even more keenly since the media might be tempted to make them into a martyr, so then you'll have to deal with an army led by the villain's ideals, not just the villain himself. Toga holds her hand out to Dabi for a high five. His response of an eye roll and huff before complying has her giggling madly. Nedzu smiled. Perfect. I must say that I am ecstatic that the reports of your intelligence were not exaggerated at all. So, now that you know why this skill is necessary, I would like to help you completely destroy your old middle school to help you gain the knowledge and skills you'll need to defeat such villains in the future. And of course, the sprinkling of good old-fashioned revenge doesn't hurt either. Isn't this going a little far? Isn't this going a little far? Izuku blushes and snaps his mouth shut. Izuku asked, I mean, I get that the way they treated Mu isn't the best, but do they really deserve to have their reputation destroyed? He shrunk down in his chair. After all, I'm just one quirkless kid. I'm not really worth making a fuss over. That's where you're wrong, Uraraka states with conviction. Nedzu nodded. You are worth giving a fuss over, Midoriya, as I'm sure Aizawa and the others have tried to help you realize. He held up his hand when Izuku tried to protest. And even if you weren't, it would still be worth taking them down. Can you think of any reason why? Izuku starts confused. A weak quirk. Mei states. A strong mutation, Karo. Tsu reminds. A villainous quirk. Shinso sighs. There's no such thing. Izuku answers weakly. Izuku shook his head. If it wasn't about him, there was no reason to go after the school. They treated the students with wonderful quirks fairly, and they might not be a top-ranked school, but they weren't a bad one. But how many kids had these so-called wonderful quirks? Aizawa questions. Nedzu sighed. Let me pose a question. If your middle school willfully allowed you to be abused for years because of your lack of quirk, do you think it's possible they have allowed or will allow abuse in similar situations? Say a student with an undesirable heteromorphic type quirk, or a weak quirk, or even someone with a more powerful quirk, but one more stereotypically associated with villainy. How would Aldra treat me? Shinso pushes. The growl that answers him tells him enough. But the gritted teeth and fists clenched on comfy sweatpants say even more. Izuku's eyes widened. He wanted to say no, of course, Aldra Junior High wouldn't allow kids like that to be bullied, that he was just different because he was quirkless, and that the teachers treated all the quirked students fairly. But hadn't some of the kids he tried to stop Katsuki from bullying fit those descriptions? Hadn't one of them had a rat quirk? Hadn't that other one had a weak quirk that only allowed her to change her eye color? Had the teachers ever stepped in to help them? Izuku had just assumed they hadn't because Katsuki had switched to him, but what if that wasn't the case? How many kids were being hurt right now, just because the school never tried to help them? Bakugo gives a quiet but emphatic FCK. Let's say I agree with you. He said hesitantly, wouldn't it be easier to let the police or the parents resolve the issue? Why should I be the one to take them down? Nizu smiled. Because you're a hero. Demonstrate exactly, and you're a great one. Izuku's jaw dropped slightly at the warm feeling in his ear. That was what he was training to do, wasn't it? He wanted to be a hero to give hope to the quirkless, but couldn't he be a hero to the weak and abused as well? He looked into Nedzu's eyes and realized the principal knew exactly what he was doing when he said that. Didn't make it any less effective, though. Nor do I mind. Midoriya chuckles. Fine. Izuku siget. I'll learn how to bring them down, but that doesn't mean I'm totally on board with destroying them yet. Baby steps. Mirko snickers. Nedzu nodded. I don't expect you to be, as long as you promise you'll think about it. For now, we'll stay at the level of the hypothetical. I'll teach you different methods we could use to systematically destroy their reputation, but it will be up to you if you decide to put them into practice or not. How does that sound? Good enough for now. Shigaraki remarks. Routing for a hero kid. Dabi teases. They did this sit to Mastermind too. Shigi sneers. Dabi scowls at the reminder FCQ. Izuku nodded and picked up his tea. I think that'll be okay. It'll be useful to know either way, right? For the future. Bets on how long he holds out. Kaminari asks. After internships. Shiro guesses. He's way too nice to do it before finals. Ashido claims. I think the stress of the USJ might push him over the edge. Kirishima points out. The group cringes. Kaminari responding forgot that was coming up for a minute there. And we just finished that sit with CHST code. Bakugo gripes. Nedzu smiled, extremely. Remember, Midoriya, that some villain fights aren't fought on the streets or even in dusty warehouse bases. Some villain fights take place on the front pages of newspapers or on the back pages of hero forums. These are the fights that matter most, though, because these are the battles for the hearts and minds of the people. He took a sip of his tea, which is arguably even higher stakes than even their lives. A broken body may lose its life, but a broken soul may take thousands. Tokoyami states. Does that mean that there are some villains who aren't seen as such? Izuku asked curiously. Are there some people who have managed to completely turn public opinion in their favor so that the people don't even realize the crimes they're guilty of? Everyone glances at Endeavor, which he pretends not to notice. Nedzu looked at him proudly. Yes, Midoriya. It's a part of our job as heroes to be on the lookout even for those invisible villains. They are much more difficult to take down than the stereotypical villains you see on the news. His smile grew, but that just makes it so much more fun. Endeavor shivers, trying not to look at the creature. Izuku chuckled and stood. Thanks for having me, Nedzu. See you tomorrow. Nedzu nodded and stood to show him out. Perfect. Midoriya, I'll gather the Dokamians will need to begin. Who knows, maybe I'll even be able to rope Detective Tsukachi into this. I'm already here. Tsukachi jokes. Izuku rolled his eyes. I think the detective is busy enough as it is. Have a good day. Nedzu smiled and waved as Izuku ran down the hall to get to his next class, then closed the door so he could start working on his plans for their next lesson. That went well. Midnight chirps. And now to see if he can hack into a quirk. Aizawa reminds. I'm cautiously optimistic about that. All Might remarks. If anyone could. Gran scoffs fondly. Now playing Mastermind, strategist. For hire Arikano right, the murderer. Mike sighs. At least we weren't the only ones to forget about it. Midnight groans. Wishful thinking. Aizawa comments. Is this her? Tsukachi looked through the glass at the girl Night Eye had brought in, who he'd said was named Arie. Officers had already taken samples of the BLD covering her, but they hadn't had time to clean her off yet, so most of it had already dried to a dirty brown and was starting to flake. Recovery Girl was on her way to take a look at her since they didn't know if Arie would be safe in a hospital because of her ties to the Yakuza. Someone give that poor girl a change of clothes. Rocklock demands, clearly agitated. And some wipes to clean herself up. Joke agrees. As soon as Arie had mentioned that Overhaul and all of his men were killed by Mastermind, Night Eye had sent his sidekicks and a whole team of police officers to investigate the base, only to find a bloodbath. There hadn't been a single person left alive, with the exception of Arie, and Overhaul himself had obviously been tortured to death, Mastermind's signature M carved into his body over 100 times. Holy sit. Note to self, do not PSS of Midoriya. I'm glad it glossed over that. The police were still in the process of taking pictures of the scene before they could remove the bodies, and they had already had to set up a perimeter to keep out the media, who had flocked to the compound as if they'd smelled the BLD. One of them can. Izuku comments. Seriously. Shinso deadpants. Yeah, Saito-san of In the Dark. His quirk is Bloodhound. It works on other things but it's most effective on BLD. Midoriya informs. That's cool, a little annoying but cool. Shinso remarks. Tsukachi sighed and walked into the interrogation room, Night Eye and Nedzu right behind him. He hated that they had to interrogate this little girl who had obviously been through too much in the last 24 hours, but anything they could find on Mastermind put them one step closer to discovering his identity, which was essential to resolving the high-stakes hostage situation he had set up. As one of the hostages, I'd appreciate it. Hawks chirps. Hello, Arie. He spoke softly, sitting down across from her and putting his files for both Mastermind and Overhaul down on the table. My name is Detective Tsukachi, this is Nedzu and you already know Sir Night Eye. Is it alright if we ask you a few questions about how you ended up on Night Eye's roof this morning? I hate when kids are involved. Joke comments. We all do. Brave agrees. Arie nodded, her wide eyes scanning the room in a clear display of hypervigilance. Seriously, Tsukachi knew that Mastermind was depraved, but traumatizing a child. That was a new low. Oi, he didn't do that. Sit, twice defends. He's a monster who left you on the roof, Arie. He asked. He, said his name was Mastermind. True, what did he look like? He was short and, he had pretty green eyes. He smiled a lot too, I think. He had a mask covering his mouth, but, his eyes were smiling. She's so cute, Hagakure squeeze. True. Tsukachi looked at Nedzu and Night Eye, who returned his glance and nodded. It matched what they knew of him, so it probably really was Mastermind, but why would a villain, especially one as powerful as Mastermind, drop a little girl off at a hero agency when he could have just kept her for himself or sold her off? I do not like those implications. Midoriya scowls. Do you know why Mastermind kidnapped you? Night Eye asked with a frown. He didn't. Jiro rolls her eyes. Arie looked confused. He, didn't kidnap me. Mastermind-sama saved me. True Night Eye's eyes widened and Tsukachi knew that he looked much the same. God, it's like they think we have no morals at all. Dabi scoffs. Nezu seemed to be the one who maintained the most composure in light of this new revelation. What did he save you from? That's a tactful way to ask. Momo comments. Overhaul was a bad man. He told me I was sick and that's why he hurt me. True F King Beach. Worthless a-hole. Suffer. Arie was starting to tremble and Tsukachi realized that she was more terrified of Overhaul than she was of Mastermind. The child was obviously traumatized, but the question now was who was responsible for that. She just said Amplifier exclaims. Nezu hummed. Do you know why he saved you? Arie nodded. Mastermind-sama. He said that he wasn't trying to save me. He'd already killed all the bad men by the time he found me. Still Uraraka mumbles. True, did he tell you why he killed Overhaul and his men? Night Eye asked. Arie frowned. I think, he said. Arie's frown deepened as she tried to remember. Mastermind-sama said that Overhaul had, threatened someone close to him. I think he killed him so he couldn't hurt them anymore. Which is very useful information. Tsukachi comments. True, Tsukachi rapidly scribbled that down in Mastermind's file. Maybe they could find people who Overhaul had threatened and it could lead them to Mastermind's identity. It was a thin lead since Overhaul had undoubtedly threatened a lot of people as a Yakuza boss, but it was more than they'd had in months. I wonder how often they use one villain to find another. Kuda comments. Probably pretty often since the successful ones have connections. Shoji suggests. Did Mastermind tell you anything else? Maybe why he decided to leave you with Sir Night Eye. Arie fisted her hands in her dirty nightgown and bit her lip. He said he was like me, she whispered. Honey. Midnight coos sadly. True, what do you mean? Nezu asked patiently. Arie stayed silent for a long moment and Tsukachi was starting to worry that they'd pushed her too far when she started speaking again. Mastermind-sama said that people hurt him too. He said that, strong people get hurt sometimes, and he said, that I was strong too, just like him. You are. Aizawa whispers comfortingly. True, she looked up at them. Was he telling the truth? Do strong people get hurt sometimes too? I can attest to that. All Might remarks solemnly. Nezu took her hand and smiled. Yes, even strong people sometimes get hurt by others. It wasn't your fault that Overhaul hurt you, and it doesn't mean you're weak. If people were weak simply because others chose to hurt them, I wouldn't have ever been able to become a hero, because they hurt me too. I have a newfound respect for our principal. This is the second time we've seen him admit to a no-doubt painful past in an effort to comfort another being. Ida comments. The rest of his now extended friend group agrees readily. Arie's eyes brightened and there was a knock on the door. Is everything all right, dearies? Recovery Girl poked her head through the door. I'm here to take a look at that little girl. Finally. Recovery Girl gripes. Tsukachi nodded. I believe that we've asked all the questions we had about Mastermind. He turned to face Arie. Although, we'll probably have to ask you more about Overhaul and his operation. But that can wait for another day. It better. Aizawa grumbles. All right then, everyone out, Recovery Girl said sternly as Arie started to shake and she rapped Tsukachi on the head with her cane. I need to check on the patient and you all are going to make her claustrophobic. Out chuckles and giggles at the nurse's harsh but fair treatment of the men roll through the room, releasing some tension from seeing their favorite little girl in such an uncomfortable position. They quickly complied, leaving Recovery Girl to comfort Arie and examine any injuries she might have. As soon as they were outside, they stopped and looked at each other. A pause for dramatic effect. Kaminari jokes. Mastermind was most likely a victim of abuse as a child. Nezu said. If not at the hands of his parents, then likely at the hands of teachers or peers. This abuse might explain why he goes after heroes, since it is likely he wished heroes would save him, but they never did. I mean, yeah, but I think I always knew they were only human. Izuku comments. Though that might just be because I analyzed their weaknesses. Tsukachi nodded. I'll run a list of domestic violence survivors with green eyes. That'll at least give us a start, since it's most likely the violence happened in the home, and then we can expand the search if that doesn't turn up any leads. Except he likely never reported anything. Tsukachi comments. Or was ignored if he did. Aizawa growls. Make sure you cross-reference that list with anyone with connections to the Yakuza. Night Eye said. Mastermind only got involved with this because Overhaul threatened someone, which means he does have people he cares about. Whether they know his identity is still up in the air. She doesn't. Nedzu remarks. Nedzu clapped his hands together. Perfect. I do believe we are closer to catching this monster now than ever before. That's not saying much. Mirko scoffs. Tsukachi tried to rub the budding headache out of his forehead. This case was terrible. Nothing for months, and then their best leads come from an unlucky little girl. He needed a break. Hey Nedzu, how is your search for Todoroki coming? Alright, they still think I'm a prisoner. Todoroki remembers. Nedzu frowned and shook his head. Not well. The league has practically disappeared since we took down All for One, and there are no leads on any of the members. I hate thinking of one of my best students being held captive for this long. He shivered slightly. But the alternative is worse. At this point, we are having to confront the possibility that Todoroki may be dead. With Shigaraki's disintegration quirk to dispose of the body, we would never even know. A terrifying thought. Ojiro comments. Tsukachi sighed. Do you have any leads on why he was taken? Has Endeavor received any ransom demands? Nedzu shook his head. We still think that is most likely why he was taken, but perhaps they are waiting for things to calm down a bit before they enact the second part of their plan. He sighed. Endeavor isn't helping the investigation either. He simply blames us for letting his son get kidnapped and then not being able to find him. He doesn't seem to care that we have 0 leads, and he puts everyone on edge, always hanging around and saying hateful things whenever he is at UA. Having a student kidnapped is a nightmare scenario and something I hoped never to have to deal with when I became principal, but it's even worse that the victim is so high profile. That last comment is in poor taste. Nedzu frowns. But understandable. Tsukachi comforts. How are the other students dealing with it? Night Eye asked. Not very well. Nizu frowned. We have every member of Class 1A meeting with Hound Dog weekly, but they still feel Todoroki's absence sharply. I believe they have started mourning him. The last time I checked, they had set up a small memorial on his desk. They changed the flowers every few days. Other than that, they have been adjusting well to the dorm system and there haven't been any more major incidents, so it's going about as well as we can hope for. Is it weird I'm touched by the memorial thing? Todoroki asks. I think it might be weird if you weren't. Chansoumation. And a little insulting. Uraraka remarks. We may not say it, Karo, but you're our friend and we love you. Tsu informs him. You would be greatly missed. Ida agrees. Our lives wouldn't be the same without you. Izuku insists. And we're getting there. Mei holds her arm around Shinsu's shoulders to implicate him too. It'll take time. Night Eye said sadly. Hopefully we will find him soon. If what we just learned leads us to Mastermind, perhaps he'll be able to lead us to the League. Press X to doubt. Kaminari quips. XXX. Tsukachi nodded absently. He couldn't let himself get his hopes up that they would find All Might's killer, not when Mastermind was so slippery. Who knows? Todoroki had a strong quirk, so maybe he would be able to escape and find his way back to them. But Arie's words echoed in his head as he said goodbye to Night Eye and Nedzu and sat down to do paperwork on the Overhaul massacre. Even strong people get hurt sometimes. Well, that's ominous. Dabi snarks. Meanwhile, now it's bee time. Mike reminds. Now playing Viridian, the green guide bees after dinner, Izuku finally had a moment to inspect the robotic bee he'd found. He'd have to give it to Eraserhead later, but he may as well find out as much about it as he could before then. It was the least he could do after all the trouble he'd caused Eraser last night. That wasn't your fault. Aizawa groans. He took the Ziploc out of his bag and looked at it. At first glance, it seemed to be made of metal, but the longer he looked, the more it seemed like that couldn't be quite right. It didn't seem as shiny as it should be, which could be explained by some sort of matte finish, but that didn't explain the way that some parts of the bee seemed to be almost deteriorating as if the bee itself were actually organic. How odd. Momo remarks. Izuku got out a notebook and jotted down a few ideas. He obviously didn't have the tools to break down the chemistry of the robot in his room, but there were many quirks that granted control over technology. There were also quirks that created metal-like alloys from the user's BLD or tissue. Knowing that it was completely possible that this bee was actually the result of a quirk, which would make it both organic and inorganic at the same time. And if it was the result of a quirk, there might be some mention of it in the news, especially if this quirk user had dosed people similarly in the past. And so the research segment begins. Kaminari narrates dramatically. Over the next hour, Izuku found quite a few similar quirks, including one that allowed the user to control any living bees they came in contact with through pheromones, which was super cool and had Izuku reaching toward his notebook, but the most noteworthy belonged to a villain that had gained the moniker of Queen Bee a few years in Naruhata. There were several conflicting stories, considering that the people who controlled the bees seemed to have multiple quirks, which just wasn't possible. The most likely theory was that Queen Bee was actually some sort of parasite that infected a host. The host could still use their original quirk, but the parasite created a sort of hive mind that the queen herself controlled. His mind is terrifying. Tsukachian tones. I take it that information is accurate. All Might remarks. Yes, Toshinori, it is. Naomasa informs. It was a fascinating quirk, and Izuku wondered how the heroes would even counter that. Maybe if they destroyed the queen. But there was always the possibility that another bee would simply become the queen, so if that was the case, they would have to find some way to track down every bee and destroy them, which would be pretty much impossible. It was a shame that such a powerful quirk was being used for evil. Izuku could think of so many ways that it could help people. The bees seemed to be able to hold small amounts of any liquid, so they could administer life-saving medicine, or even antidotes if a villain with a poisonous quirk. Considering the hive mind, the host could most likely use the bees to spy and gather valuable intelligence by being an almost literal fly on the wall because no one ever paid attention to bugs. It was such a cool quirk. I wonder if he's ever gone on rambles like that for us. Toga says dreamily. Shigaraki scoffs as if my quirk could ever be heroic. One way to find out. Dabi smirks. Yo hero kid, how could decay be used for heroics? Izuku hears the challenge and rises to it. It's perfect for search and rescue, especially in building collapses and landslides. Since we've seen him use it on layers and limiting the spread, not to mention if he can direct the spread. He could tunnel through solid earth, dirt, and rocks. Not to mention strategically removing rubble to access trapped individuals. He looks over the villains and glances at Shinso. I'll say this as many times as I need to, there is no such thing as a villainous quirk. The League reels in the silence that follows. Izuku took the bee out of the bag and tried to see if there was any way to hack into it. It probably didn't have a strong line, but since it had robotic elements, it most likely had some way to communicate with its queen, which meant that Izuku could slip in and hopefully get into the bee's head. Of course, since the bee was quirk-made, there was a possibility that the robotic look was just a side effect and it was impossible to hack in, but it was worth a try, at least. Is he actually going to do this? Ojiro asks. It took a lot of experimentation and it was almost time for bed when Izuku finally managed to wirelessly connect to the bee's brain. Strong drive. Most of the files were corrupted, which was understandable considering how mangled the bee itself was, but Izuku did manage to find one called directives. After quickly checking for viruses and trackers, which didn't turn up anything, Izuku opened the file. If abdomen equals full, inject any human else return to hive. He did it, Mike exclaims, jumping out of his seat. This kid hacked a quirk, and there are people who had the audacity to call him an idiot, to call him stupid, to convince him he accidentally finished some of his online classes early, hacked into the city camera system, hacked the hero comms, and now has straight up hacked a quirk. Mike, you need to calm down. Aizawa warns. Mike scoffs. No, I don't think I do, not with the knowledge I have now. Hell, I don't even know why I'm here. Because the other teachers are. Because I know you personally. At this point, being married to you in cheat code is the only real reason I can think of. But not the only reason. Headcase speaks up. And just because you're not important to these stories yet doesn't mean you won't be. After all, Mirko and Hawks haven't even appeared on screen yet. Mirko grins. Headcase confirms. And the reason Backdraft and Death Arms was sent home. Yamada questions. Headcase shrugs. I honestly overestimated their importance from those early chapters. I may have to bring them back if they somehow become important again. So if someone wasn't important when you summoned us, you'd what? Summon them and ask us to catch them up to speed. Hoxus. Most likely, but most of the core world's figures are already here. Shinso, Hatsum, 1A, 1B, the big three, the UA teachers and principal, Endeavor, Hawks, Mirko and Gran Torino, Detective Tsukachi, Viridian and Deku's underground crew, and the League of Villains. What about Spinner and Mr. Compress? Toga cries out. Headcase freezes, eyes narrow slightly, clearly thinking. Then she sighs. When I first brought you here, neither had put their marks on any of these worlds. This has in fact changed. She smiles at Himiko. Would you be a dear? Of course the girl cheers. The two men pop into the chairs next to her as a soundproof barrier goes up around them. Now, as I was saying, importance isn't the only factor in being brought here. Most of the teachers won't feature and are here so they can better understand and guide their students. I didn't even know about some of the underground crew, most likely by design, until viewing these stories myself. Headcase informs calmly. So we are either important or have something to learn, or both. Mike starts to calm down. Or I simply like you. As in, even if you didn't feature and had nothing to learn, I'd still invite you. The entity smiles softly. So you're a fan? Hawks grins teasingly. She snorts. We wouldn't be here if I wasn't. Headcase scans the room as a whole. Why else would I make all this? She gestures around. As she leaves, Mike whispers to her, thank you. There were a few more commands, but that was the one that stood out to Izuku the most. That meant that the instant villains really were random victims, not simply using the bees as some sort of alternate injection method to get high. But what did Queen Bee stand to gain by turning random people into villains? That's fked up. So not manly. Hello, nightmares. Of course, finding more information on Queen Bee led him down a rabbit hole of the instant villain craze that had happened in Narahata. Just like what was happening right now, unsuspecting civilians were being dosed with trigger to cause chaos. On the surface, it seemed that Queen Bee was one of those villains that simply enjoyed causing senseless destruction, and that would have been the end of it, except for the fact that people called next-level villains popped up a little after that. Next-level villains. Uraraka questions with worry. That doesn't sound good. Izuku mumbles to himself. The next-level villains had all been instant villains at one time or another, but then disappeared. They reappeared a few months later, manifesting permanent changes from human experimentation and dosed with huge quantities of trigger. Thankfully, they didn't have any permanent mental changes after the drag wore off and were mostly able to return to their normal lives, but none of them remembered being kidnapped or who had experimented on them. Oh joy, more human experimentation, just what we needed. Jiro snarked. Izuku frowned. The people behind this operation obviously had some goals in mind. Their experiments were leading to something. The only question was, what? It couldn't be the next-level villains, because then the instant villains would have stopped after those appeared in Narahata. Were they trying to find a way to make quirks more powerful? But Trigger did that on its own. So maybe trying to find a way to make a quirk permanently more powerful. Terrible thought. Are these like Denki pauses to find the right words, trial runs for the Nomu? I mean, maybe. Ashido comments. Kamino dude can't be the only one looking into illegal quirk stuff, right? Siro points out. Only one way to find out. Bakugo gestures to the screen. That made a lot more sense. Izuku was sure that many people with weak quirks would be willing to go through a lot of pain, and probably pay a lot of money, if they could have their quirks become permanently stronger. It did provide a motive. Worse if the strong ones do it, Karo. Sue comments, obviously thinking back to the raid. But then why have the instant villains? If they wanted to make the stronger quirks permanent, then why go through the trouble of dosing random people with a temporary drag, unless they were using these incidents to evaluate victims for their experiments? They would be able to see which people had promising quirks and see how they reacted to the drag, then kidnap them later. Queen Bee wasn't creating instant villains to cause chaos and fear among the public and heroes. She was scouting out potential victims for the next round of experiments. Wasn't one of the guys from Villain Rehab an instant villain? Sato asks. Then we better not get attached. Hagakure pouts. Izuku jumped as his vigilante alarm went off. Had he really been doing this half the night? Izuku stood and stretched, wincing as his back popped. He'd been in front of a screen for hours and really didn't want to spend another few hours sitting in the same position. He felt so selfish because he was supposed to be helping people, even if it meant that he was in pain, but he just couldn't bring himself to sit back down. If only he could go out on the streets again. Oh no. Izuku paused and looked at his cast. The doctor said 6 weeks, and it had really only been around 5, but well, his arm was probably mostly healed by now. He should be fine to run around now, as long as he was careful to avoid getting into any fights. Izuku tried to talk himself out of going out, but apparently he'd been going more stir-crazy over the past few weeks than he'd thought. Something about being homeschooled was making him even more restless to go out and run from the heroes. Problem child. Aizawa sighs. I know, sensei. Midoriya hangs his head. Izuku dug his vigilante outfit out from the back of his closet and put it on, making sure he had a few marbles. It probably wouldn't be the best to use his slingshot until he got the cast off, so he didn't need enough for ammo, but he did need enough to let the heroes know it was him. He also grabbed the robotic bee from where it was sitting on his table, putting it back in the Ziploc bag. This would be the perfect time to hand it over to Eraserhead and share what he'd just found out. Go to bed. The adults command, joined by many of his classmates. By the time Izuku left the apartment, he was buzzing with nervous energy. As he took off toward his patrol route, he couldn't help the wide smile that spread across his face. He'd really missed this. How nice. Compress comments. I have so many questions. Spinner scratches his head. Save it for after shadows. We'll be going to bed then anyway. Shigaraki dismisses. That's the villainous hero's story, right? Spinner asks. Yep, Toga chirps. It appears the next episode is beginning. Mr. Compress points out. Now playing cheat code. Support strategist friendship. They canceled school the day after the USJ attack to increase security. You got to see the boss's debut. Spinner asks. Yeah, twice actually. We'll tell you about it later. Toga whispers. Which meant that Izuku was bored. Normally, he'd be taking notes on heroes or cool quirks that he saw on the news, but all that the news was covering was the attack, and he wasn't quite ready to think about that yet. He knew that he should analyze Shigaraki's quirk or Kurogiri's warp quirk or even the Nomu's mess of quirks, but every time he thought about the whole attack, he just froze. Now that I'm not focused on security, I'm struck with the thought that your class should have had counseling following the USJ. Hound Dog grumbles. They'll definitely have some when we get back. Aizawa agrees. Hound Dog had pulled both him and Mei aside before they left school the day before and warned him that something like that might happen and that it was normal and expected, but he still felt guilty and frustrated. He didn't understand it. It's not like the villain's quirks weren't interesting. He just couldn't bring himself to think about them without panicking about the fact that he'd challenged a powerful villain or thinking through everything he did wrong that led to 13 and Eraserhead being hurt. We're gonna need to watch him for that survivor's guilt, Jiro points out. Indeed, though in our career it's something we all may face. Momo warns. What he really wanted to do was work on his quirk reports for the first years, but that required the notebooks in his workroom and the students' files, which could only be accessed from a UA computer. He'd already emailed Nedzu asking if he could come in and work on them, but had been told to take a well-deserved rest, so he'd, only half-jokingly, texted Mei and asked if she'd be down to help him break into UA. That'd be so much fun. Mei cheers. Please don't. Ida begs. She'd said no. Thank God. Ida sighs. So here Izuku was, scrolling through his keep watching section of Netflix for the 5th time because nothing sounded good. It sucked. That's such a mood. Kaminari chutles. Izuku was just debating whether it'd be worth it to get takeout for lunch when someone started pounding on the door. Izuku jumped a foot in the air and somehow ended up hiding behind the couch. Had the villains found him somehow? Was his poor attempt at a persona not enough to hide him? Oh no. Kuda whispers. Izuku frowned as the person outside knocked again. Shigaraki wouldn't knock. He'd just disintegrate the door. Same with Kurogiri. If he knew where Izuku lived, he'd warp straight into the house. But if it wasn't the villains, then who could it be? Mai. It's Mei. Gotta be Mei. Izuku, I swear to God if you went to UA on your own. Izuku gasps dramatically. I would never hand to his and a giant grin earns him a smack to the shoulder. Izuku squeaked and raced to throw open the door and let Mei in. She already had her arm raised to knock again while Shinso stood next to her looking slightly lost. Mei didn't waste any time pushing past him and dragging him back into his apartment by the hand. You just have no concept of personal space, do you? Shinso asks. I don't have time for that, Mei defends. Even if you scare off clients because of it. Izuku challenges. Mei freezes. That's a good point, Izuku-an. I'll have to work on that. Mei-chan, Izuku stuttered. Not that I'm not happy, but why are you here? Making sure you don't do something stupid, apparently. Shinso deadpanned. Dabi snorts. Shame he's a hero kid, I like his sass. Hey, Izuku gave him a glare, then started grumbling under his breath. It's not like I would have broken into you on my own, that'd be stupid. Shinso raised an eyebrow, like breaking into UA at all wouldn't be. Yeah, Izuku and Mei said. Look what happened to those villains yesterday. They had to deal with you. I'm gonna give that girl classified information classes. Majima grumbles. Mei-chan, that's supposed to be a secret. Izuku glanced over at Shinso in a panic, but he just shrugged. She already told me you guys were involved when she texted me and dragged me here, Shinso said. And it's not like everyone didn't already know there was an attack. Honestly, I'm not even surprised. You two are like chaotic deities or something. Plus, there had to be a reason why I found you cuddling under your desk during lunch instead of eating. Shinso. Izuku cries out in embarrassment. Mei cackled over the sound of Izuku spluttering. Oh, extra credit, Kun, you know us so well already. Plus, I had to tell him because I needed an extra brain. Shinso's eyes widened slightly before almost immediately going back to his default bored expression. You really need to practice not sounding ominous. What he said. Shinso drawls. That's boring. Mei shrugged and slammed her notebook open on the coffee table. Looked at these. Izuku and Shinso both leaned over the notebook, and Izuku froze when he realized what was inside. What, Michan? I don't need a logo. Everyone can use a logo. Midnight grins. Not everyone likes attention the way you do. Aizawa huffs. Mei scoffed. Of course, you need a logo. Izuku and Imagine Heroes are looking for the perfect analyst to help them on an important mission. Who else are they gonna pick besides Cheat Code, the victor of the USJ? It is a boon to his reputation. Netsu agrees. Shinso didn't bother hiding his laughter as Izuku blushed and covered his face with his arms. Mei-chan, hence why I needed Shinso. Mei huffed. So, extra credit, Kun, which of these ideas is your favorite? Hey, Shinso grinned at him and pulled the notebook toward him. Oh, these are cool. Show us, show us, show us. Ashido and Kaminari chant. Yep, Mei grinned. I'm thinking about making stamps, maybe even a paper embosser, you know, one of those texture things that leaves an imprint on the page. Oh, I like that idea, Shinso said, still grinning. The traitor. He was enjoying this, wasn't he? You know, I really am. Shinso teases. Mitume said. It'll be perfect for when Izuku finishes his reports on the first years because then he can just put his logo on the final page and… Izuku finally got enough control over his vocal cords to stop mindlessly sputtering and interrupt the two before they plotted to make him famous or something. Guys, don't I get any say in this? Of course, Izuku and Mei said sweetly. You can pick the logo. That is not what I meant, Izuku exclaims. Izuku scowled at her, but when she didn't give in, he sighed and pulled the notebook toward him. Shinso wasn't lying, they were really cool. There were a few in various stages of completion from where Mei had obviously gotten bored before finishing them, but they still gave him a really good idea of what was going through her head as she designed them. She had obviously tried to lean into the gamer aesthetic with Cheat Code, which Izuku could appreciate, even if he really didn't want a logo. Kaminari says impressed. A few of them were based on the D-pad from video game controllers, with different colors on each button. A few of them looked more like crosses, while others had buttons and others were more stylized. One even showed the D-pad on the controller, which Izuku thought was a nice touch, even if it made the logo look a little busy. Another one had the same problem, even though it went with a more hacking or PC gaming aesthetic. It was a laptop, and on the screen, it had his code name written as if it was a piece of coding. There were only a few keys on the keyboard, though just the A, the B, and the spacebar, which said start for some reason. I like the colored pad. Kaminari remarks. The cross ones are more my speed. Siro considers. Does he not know the Konami code? Ashido asks. Wrong kind of nerd. Bakugo huffs. Mei, why is this computer so weird? Izuku finally asked. I wouldn't be able to code anything with that keyboard, and why just those keys? It's because it's based on a famous cheat code, Shinso said. When Mei and Izuku both turned to stare at him, he shrugged defensively. What? No one wanted to play with the future villain, so I ended up spending a lot of time playing video games. But there's so much more fun with friends. Hagakure whines. No one wanted to play with me either, but I ended up chasing hero fights. Izuku pointed out. And I ended up inventing. Mei added. But that's not important. Didn't you look at how cheat code is written? Izuku leaned down to see the paper a little better. You mean the arrows on some of the letters? This is sad. Spinner comments. And this is one of the happier stories. Dabi brushes him off. That is in no way comforting. Compress sighs. Ugmei groaned. Izuku-kun, you're hopeless. I thought you were supposed to be super nerdy. Wrong kind of nerd apparently. Jiro chuckles. That doesn't mean I know everything about video games, Izuku yelled. I spent forever on that. I'm sorry, it's a stylized version of the Konami code. Shinso interrupted. Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, start. The arrows are all in your codename. 2 UPS on the H, 2 downs on the A, 1 left and 1 right on the T, and another left and right on the E. Then the rest of the code is on the keyboard. It's a nice touch. Shigaraki tries to hide his grin while the League pretends not to notice it. Izuku looked a little closer. That makes sense. The more he looked at it, he really liked the stylized way that one was written, with the arrows paying homage to a real cheat code. Honestly, it looked kinda badass, like it was something that Katsuki would be jealous of. I don't do jealous. Katsuki scoffs. Which obviously meant that Izuku had to have it. He did say he'd be petty. Approved. Get it? Ha, he still didn't like the laptop though. Would it be possible to combine that writing with one of the others? Of course, Mei said excitedly. One of the advantages of that one is that you could just use it on its own and use it as a signature if anyone ever asks for your autograph. And now he was blushing again. Mei-chan, I'm an analyst, no one's ever going to ask me for my autograph, bet. Ojiro remarks. Never say never, Izuku and Mei cackled. Can we just pick one to combine it with? Izuku pouted. I like this one. Shinso pointed to the page, though I'm also partial to the ones with glitching effects, but they would be strong to use as a signature. I'm not going to be signing anything, Izuku insisted. He looked at the logo Shinso was pointing to, which was one of the pad-inspired ones. Each button was like an arrow pointing to the center, and the top 3 were purple, green, and pink, while the bottom one just said cheat code. I like it, but what do the colors mean? They're us, Mei said proudly. Shinso blinked at her. What? See, Mei gestured animatedly toward the page. Pink for me, green for Izuku, and purple for extra credit. Couldn't appreciate the thought. But leave me out of this. Shinso earns a pout from such a comment. Shinso was trying to hide his nervousness under a layer of skepticism, but to Izuku, he just looked slightly nauseous. Why am I on there? Mei shrugged. I needed another color, and you're the first person I thought of. We could probably use another color, Izuku offered quickly. Why not orange for power loader? Don't drag me into this. The man begs. Then the colors would clash, Mei complained. Purple works best. Izuku really didn't want to make Shinso uncomfortable, which being included on the logo was clearly doing. How about we just make those 3 buttons black? Then they'll contrast well with the white button, and we can put the styled cheat code signature on that one. That sounds cool, Uraraka gushes. Why like it, Mei said. I still like the color, but black and white will work well too. It's all techie. Shinso shot Izuku a grateful look, and he smiled back as Mei quickly sketched out the new logo. What do you think? Izuku and Shinso leaned over the page, and Izuku couldn't hold back a smile. Even though he still didn't think he needed a logo, it had turned out pretty cool, and it was a fun thing to do with his friends. He liked it. I'm adding logos to the list of class projects I have going. Ashido informs. Now all that's left is to engrave it onto everything you own. Shinso said with a sit-eating grin. Nevermind. Next time they needed to pull Shinso out of class, Izuku was going to send Mei. See how he liked being called extra credit Kuin in front of his whole class. What? He was just practicing being petty mean. Shinso fake pouts. Hey, you're asking for it. Izuku defends. Never said I wasn't. He quips back. One more than we can sleep, right? If we're sticking to the pattern. Izuku agrees. I can't wait to see our plans though. Shinso adds, oh, it's starting. Now playing.